Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V-Premium European Tournament. For those of you just joining us from AO, a special welcome to you. Hopefully you've enjoyed your event, and hopefully we'll be able to live up for the expectations set by our Australian and Asian counterparts. So my name is Ben, also known as Zistral of Yellow Card Vanguard, and I'm joined today by my two good friends, JJ, also known as GG Mr. Rogers, and Eric, also known as Mr. Time Leap of Vanguard Insider. Gentlemen, how are you doing this morning?
Doing great, Ben. Doing awesome. Ecstatic to see. We're going to be taking a look at the middle child of Cardfight Vanguard, the seemingly neglected one, but not the forgotten one. It's still a really awesome format to play, especially if you love ones that have a relatively okay power level and you can enjoy the pace the same. How about you, Eric? How are you feeling?
Oh, you think you're muted?
I think he's speechless right now. He's completely gone, just like me last week, What's up, Eric? It seems
still can't hear you, it seems.
He's as excited as I am because something goes wrong here.
Okay,
I think you guys can hear me now.
I got you.
I am very excited about this because this is my favorite format. V-Premium is the one that I like to play a lot and the most. So last week we saw some very exciting stuff in Premium, and this week it's probably going to be as excited, if not maybe even more excited, because we got a lot of fun stuff coming up today.
Okay.
Yep, that's right. V-Premium is one of those formats that it's definitely like an acquired taste. I remember when it first came out all those years ago, people were like, oh, what is this? I don't like this. But then as time went on, as we got the clan collections, as V-Premium started getting directly supported, people were starting to warm up a lot more, being like, okay, wow, there's this new thing. Little one or two cards are coming out, but it completely revitalized some old decks, introduced some new deck builds. It's all really exciting. And of course, let's not forget, we also have the most recent restriction list, which will definitely shake up the format. But before we get on to what we're going to look at today and what we're going to see, JJ, why don't you walk us through the format of today and what tournament people can be expecting to watch and play in?
Sure thing, Ben. So today, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary pals, we currently have the V-Premium format for Day 1 and Day 2 as follows. For July 30th, it is Sweats Rounds Best of 1 30 minutes. Then we have V-Premium Best of 1 for your top 8 or top 16, depending on what region you are. Best of 1 as well, but for 35 minutes this time. Giving you a little bit of extra room, shuffle your deck a little bit extra longer, think about the matchup, those small things.
Yep, so next we're going to take a look at what sort of events we're going to be going for the rest of this week. So this is the second Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 tournament. Of course, there's still a whole season left to go. We're only halfway through. So like I said, this week is going to be V-Premium. But then next month we have some exciting tournaments of more Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz. But yeah, see you 13th and 14th of August. After a week break, just to let the tournament organizers and judges get a bit of rest and relaxation in, we'll be jumping into the standard event. And of course, we've just got some exciting reveals for standard and some new sets coming out, so that's going to be interesting to see. And finally, last but not least, rounding off the season is going to be the Weiss Schwarz event. Of course, we've just had the announcement that the rule change for Weiss Schwarz will be going into effect on the 1st of August. So this will be the first major tournament a lot of people play with those changes. So unfortunately, Eric and JJ will not be joining me for those, but it'll be myself and two other well-known Weiss commentators. So hopefully I'll see you all for that as well to tune in. But of course, shifting our focus back to this week, we are still looking at the V-Premium tournament. So Eric, why don't you walk us through the prizes that people are going to be playing for today?
And once again, we got some nice array of prizes like last time, because we see here that when you move in the top 4 places, you got some very nice goodies. As if you enter 4th place, you get a nice certificate which you can use to brag on all your colleagues, friends, and even your local pets. But if we move up to the 3rd place, we've got not only a certificate and a new booster box of the upcoming clan collection set, but we also see that they're gonna win a special promo with Seeker Thing Saver Dragon. So for all my Royal Paladin fans out there, this is a nice prize to grab. And then for second place, we see the same things happening here like last time. We get a certificate, we get another booster box, but you get 2 copies of the new promo. And if you are the champion of this week's V-Premium BRO, you get not only a booster box and a certificate, but a whole playset of Seeker Thing Saver Dragon. So if you are a full rarity Royal Paladin main, then this is the tournament you want to win.
Yeah, for sure. There are some really nice prizes. You know, that full art Thing Saver Dragon promo almost makes me forget the words "if you didn't ride this turn." Almost.
Almost.
But yeah, so, before we jump on and move on, I just want to quickly talk about the format, like the tournament we're going to look at today. So, of course, up until this point, we had a whole year and a half of Prism dominance in the V-Premium metagame. But now, Prism is almost dead. What fills in the gap? A lot of people are saying that we're in a tier 0 format of just Gurgit, to which I would counter decks such as Raging Form and decks such as Anj can definitely fill that niche. And of course, now that Prism is gone, the Gatekeeper is dead, all these tier 2 decks can definitely rise up from the ashes. What are you guys expecting to see today?
I think we're going to see a lot of very unorthodox choices because, yes, a lot of people think Gurgit is probably the main thing, but I think a lot of players are thinking about the upcoming Clan Collection set with the new support where Gurgit is going to get some very good support cards. Right now, we are like in a Wild Western state where we don't really know what's going to happen. So we might see some wild decks with some spicy decks moving up here and suddenly take names. So a lot can happen today.
Yeah, and especially since we have Clan Collection Volume 5 and Con Collection Volume 6 on the horizon as well, which is going to break out the format even more further than this. I would say I'm really liking most of Keter at the moment. Like, any of the Keter archetypes feel pretty good to me, outside of, Go Paladin, of course, but I feel like Rolls can be pretty playable, especially with Jewel Knights feel really nice. It's one of my favorite archetypes right now in V. Any of the Dragon archetypes, so Tachikaze can be kind of dangerous as well if you're not looking too close and not holding your Siam Arbs to fight off some dinos. And Aquaforce, nothing to sneeze at. Thavas has a pretty aggressive early grade 3 turn. So I think it's a pretty open format. I think people are writing it off a little bit too quickly on Gold Paladins.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see because, as again, like you mentioned, Clan Collection 5 and 6, this is the last V-Premium event before that set. And in fact, even BCS is going to be a completely different set and season. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. But of course, enough from us. We are going to jump to a quick format video explaining to you what V-Premium is all about. And then after that, there'll be a quick break where JJ and myself will be leading you through to round 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Today's tournament will be played in the V-Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V-Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V-Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the Clan Collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base script critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw 1 extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V-Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V-Premium in the V-Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it minus 2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V-Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So the tournament's just begun, all the players are getting to their seats, and I think we're just getting ready to pick up the round 1 stream for you now. So until that's ready, JJ and I will just walk you through a little bit more about the event. So I think the big thing that's on everyone's minds right now is obviously V-Premium is the format without Overtrigger, but there's also a lot of interesting things that can happen in V-Premium as well. You know, the fact that gift stacking is one of the most prominent mechanics of V in the recent series, and how we've sort of evolved as time has gone on from, say, Protect meta to Force meta to Axel meta, and you know, based on like each clan collection bringing in a new deck, what would you say we're at right now?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say we're kinda at a meta where a lot of it is sort of, I like to use analogies. Can I use one?
Go for it.
Okay. So I like to use the fact of V-Premium is you're fighting both with stock cars, right? And all of the cars kind of feel the same. They're kind of on equal terms. It just depends on how you drive it. And so V Premium, all the decks feel very powerful when they go off. So I would say they're all sort of strong now. Like all of them are just powerful. All the markers are strong individually. All of them have their good aspects. Like Malkuth Mela can really use the Protect 2 archetypes. You have Axel 1 that Big Belly can use. You have Axel 2 that most of the other Axel decks can use. You have Force 2 that Kagero Messiah decks can use. And then you have Force 1 that a lot of the Raging Form decks and the other archetypes can use. Or Anj, for example, is very powerful at it. So I would say like all the markers individually for their respective archetypes are just really good. Yeah, that's where I go.
Yeah, that's super fair. I think I would agree with that. You know, we've whenever someone says, "Oh, I think X is good right now," you can definitely come up with a counter argument. It's like, "Oh, if Force is the best, well, Gurgit is Axel, and Gurgit's really, really good." If they think Axel is the best, we say, "Well, Night Rose is still a thing, and Night Rose plays Protect 1," and there's always like something that can come from the wings. And I'm particularly really excited to see the sort of these sort of tier 2 decks that have rise up from the ashes. Things like maybe Vanquisher, which has been less popular in the Bermuda format, or something like, say, Gear Chronicle, which has always been tested and still very strong. Just always had missing that little bit of extra spark. So definitely going to see how that turns out. And I think we are just about getting to tables. So we are looking at what seems to be Bang Dream for round 1, which is personally very close to my heart. Bang Dream is one of my favorite IPs of all time. It's a deck that I invested very heavily in. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be excited to see what deck comes out of there. Of course, nothing's confirmed yet. I don't want to make any promises that we can't keep. So again, while we wait for the deck list and the players to be ready, I just want to maybe go over a highlight for those of you at home who might not know V Premium as well. So obviously, as a production team, we're going to try and show you as many different interesting decks as we can, because it goes without saying that if Gurgit and Bermuda really are the best decks, then they will win, they'll make it to the top tables. We will see a lot more of them as the day goes on and tomorrow during Top Cut. So we're going to take this opportunity in the first few rounds to show you stuff that you might not normally get to see otherwise. But until then, if you are interested in Gurgit or Highlander, I can tell you for now that one of the interesting things for me personally, as someone who is, to blow my own trumpet a bit, a connoisseur of deck building, I find it very interesting how you build Gurgit, because obviously you have the important pieces such as your War of Percival, your Aglavales, your Maxlash, your Sagramors, but then it comes into, like, say, the choice between grade 1s. Do you play 4 of Gorbaduck so that you can find your Percival more easily, your Sagramors and your Maxlashes more easily? Or do you play greedy and you play the Ezel Superior Ride engine since you're already playing 1 Ezel, and getting that Superior Ride Ezel gives you an extra Axel Circle, gives you an extra dig, it then lets you, when you re-ride into Gurgit and call a Percival, have 3 Axel Circles to just, completely go all over your opponent? Or do you play a much more simple low to the ground build, playing things like Fallon, Sagramor, etc, etc? So when that comes through, when we eventually get Gold Paladin and Gurgit onto the stream, I'm going to be really excited to take a look at that. But for now, it looks like the round 1 has come in, and unfortunately we will not be going through Bang Dream round 1, very sad, but I will fight very hard to make sure we do get it round 2 at least. But
Fingers
for now,
crossed. Let's go.
Fingers crossed. But for now, round 1, we have Antero playing Genesis versus Gashadakuro playing Murakumo, as true to his name. And this is definitely an interesting matchup, so let's jump straight into the deck review and see what builds they are. So here is Gashadakuro's Murakumo list, and it is, believe it or not Shiryuki, not Yasui, not even Weasels, it's Dueling Dragons. This is not an archetype I thought I would ever be seeing in the year of 2020, but here we are. My guy is out here with 2 copies of the Winners promo, Zangeki, and yeah, this is just a super fun deck. It's just all, like, when you say Murakumo, you think, oh, cloning, like board aggro, like it's one of the 2 Axel decks in Dragon Empire, but it doesn't play like a Dragon Empire deck, right? There's like almost no retire, there's no like subterfuge, it's just put stuff on the board and stare your opponent in the eyes.
I am very scared of this deck because Zanbaku, for all intents and purposes, is sort of a anti-marker deck. because of its skill of being able to deny your opponent from being able to ride into grade 3 using the left and right arresters to push a whole lot of pressure. And you also have the addition of one of the newest arresters, central arrestor, of being able to be attacker from the back row, and then using Shiryuki, being able to minus your opponent's power by 5k or 210k a pop. And that is a very scary thing to deal with, especially if your opponent can't ride next turn.
Exactly. In the past, in the early early sets of V-Premium, we had Zanbaku being one of the best decks in the format because it stopped your opponent from re-riding, which is kind of like the whole point of V-Premium. And then we have Zantetsu as the new support card, which coming out in VBTO9, which was a while ago in hindsight, but when this came out, people slept on it. People were like, this doesn't make Dueling Dragon any better, but on the contrary, it gives you all the resources you need to use Zanbaku. It gives you consistency, and it gives this deck the ability to convert its early rushing into a late game grind. So we'll see how it stacks up against the opponent, which is Antero, whose deck we'll look at now, which is Genesis. And again, when you hear Genesis in V-Premium, you would think, oh, it's Regalia, or maybe it's Fenrir. Nope, we're all in on the new set, and we're going fully Yatagarasu. This is... When Yatagarasu was first revealed, I know a lot of people, including my other half of Yellow Card Vanguard, Tony, was very excited about this card. It has a lot of text on it, so we'll quickly read that for you now, since you might not be able to see on the stream. So it's got the effect of Vanguard Circle, on attack, Counter Blast 1, Soul Blast 3, and then based on the total grade Soul Blast for the cost, perform the following effects. If you Soul Blasted grades of 5 or more, your front row gains 10k, 7 or more, stand 2 of your rear guards, and 9 or more, draw 2 cards. And whenever you guard with something or another different skill, whatever you put your unit is placed on Guardian Circle, you can Soul Blast 3, and that unit gains an extra 10k shield. So this deck is all about taking the soul that you use, soul charging is one of Genesis's main gimmicks, and turning it into a resource in every single manner imaginable. It either gives you extra shield, or it gives you huge multi-attack and plussing and push power. So instead of saying, I need to soul charge this specific piece, or I need to generate this specific gauge, it's just mass soul charge, and then off to the races we go.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's super cool deck. What do you think?
I agree, especially using some of the utility cards of Spiritual Sorcerer Kraut, and also using Valagandar for a little bit of removal. I think this archetype can be pretty dangerous if your opponent's not expecting it.
Yeah, and what I particularly like is if you look at the grade 2 and the grade 1 lineups, they've just mixed up all of the different Client Collection sets. We had Client Collection 1, which is focusing on Regalia, and then Client Collection 2, which is focusing on the sort of other archetypes of Genesis. And here, Antonio just picked bits and pieces I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that, I like this, I like that, and he's just going to roll with it. But I think the players are ready, so let's jump straight into the game and see where we're at.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
So I think the players are just mulliganing, but we are going to start as soon as they are ready to go.
But in the meantime, let me then ask you a couple of questions before we get started. How do you feel about this matchup both ways? Because it doesn't seem like Yatagarasu needs to ride much.
Correct. My concern for the Genesis player, though, is that even if they have Yatagarasu Soul Blast 3 gain 10k shield, they don't have a lot of defensive power. As soon as Murukuma gets his board of arresters going, there's not a lot they can do there. Sure, you have 2 copies of Vanaganda to remove pieces on the board, but they're just going to go straight into it, and it's just going to be multiple attacks, more than, even with the draw 2 from Yatagarasu, it's going to be more attacks than Genesis can guard in the long term. That's what I'm most afraid of for now.
So even with the addition of getting a whole bunch of soul charges with Cloud, you still feel that their hand can be a bit weaker. Okay,
Yeah.
I can see that.
So the players are just starting, and we see that Antero's taking the first play. They're going to ride the Skull. It's a simple top 5 searcher. It's a pretty good card. Nothing left to say. It's pretty much, if you're playing Genesis, it's always going to be 13, because you're always going to get the soul charge. And I just want to say here that a lot of people will say that V-Premium right now is determined entirely on who goes first and second, and that's arguably the case, because we're looking here, neither deck really gains extra effects if the opponent's on grade 3. Like, Yatagrasu doesn't need your opponent to be on grade 3. Zanbaku obviously stops your opponent riding grade 3 onto a grade 3, but it doesn't need your opponent to be on grade 3 to start multi-attacking. It doesn't need your opponent to be on grade 3 to ride Zangeki and get the crit. So, yeah, in this case, if Antero just goes for it, Gasha Dokuro is relying on his heal guards to go, to stay alive. Meanwhile, if Gasha Dokuro gets his pieces going, Antero is relying on his Yatagrasu to stay alive.
Okay, it does look like Jiraiya, the stealth rogue of summoning, was ridden here for this turn, drew a card, got his own quick shield, which is really useful in almost any matchup, because then obviously if you do have your grade 3 searcher like Ataka, it can allow you to discard it while getting your free grade 3.
Yep, Antero there, damaging one of his 2 Vanagandas is going to be very good for Gashadokuro. Meanwhile, Antero comes down with Sahohime. This is a card that we saw a lot of in the early days of Genesis, because even though it's overall not an amazing card, it gives everything you want in this sort of deck. It gives you controlled soul charge, and it gives you a little bit of plussing. And while the deck is quite heavy on resources, there are resources that you can definitely make back.
Okay, so right now, he ended up using Sahohime skill to put the Heal Guardian to soul. What do you think about that, actually?
I like it a lot because the Heal Guard is not only a grade 3, which is good for Yatagrasu, it's also got 15k shield, which is good for Sahohime's own power buff. So now, this is like a 49k column coming in with a crit, and Gashadokuro is just taking all of it. Gets the heal, which is nice, but that early aggro from Antero is exactly what he wants, and especially relevant that he rode the Kazande instead of Sahohime, because not only is Sahohime only work on Rearguard Circle, but it's also a 9k base versus a 10k base. So having that 10k grade 2 from Kazande definitely staves off the quote-unquote rush that Gashadokuro might want to be going off here.
Yeah.
So Gashadokuro, with a very unfortunate G assist, does find a grade 2. His hand is mostly triggers.
So I guess you could just get rid of 2 draws here and a quick shield.
Maybe the quick shield, yeah. So interestingly, if you look at Gashadokuro's hand, he doesn't have a Zangeki in there, which honestly I think you kind of want to ride first, just so that you can get the early sort of equalization pressure before going into the Zangeki to shut down the opponent. Because as you said, Yatagrasu's... if I'm knowing the deck as well as I think I do, Antero's probably going to ride Yatagrasu and put Force 2 on Vanguard Circle, at which point denying re-rides is not massively relevant. If anything, being on Zanbaku only gives Antero the ability to call some bodies to board, which he has enough plussing to do anyway with Zantetsu. So yeah, arguably I would say Zangeki is one you want to just go all in, full aggro and go from there. So Gashadokuro attacks the rearguard, which is great. I like this. No, he attacks the Vanguard actually.
Yeah, it was a 1 to pass. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. It's a risk that definitely paid off. I would have considered attacking the rearguard because it's 9 into 9, which is great. You damage Nai Antero so he can't use the Yatagrasu immediately, and you take an attacker off the board. But here, Antero is just going to ride and go for it with all the resources he needs to go off. And it looks like he's doing Force 1 onto the rearguard. Interesting.
So you're not really a fan of Force 1 much?
I can see it. Considering that you're pumping your front row by 10k and you're realistically restanding your board every turn, I think it makes sense, especially now that he's put the Gleipnir onto the rearguard circle. The important thing about Gleipnir is that it's Soul Blast 1, the plus 10k, is until the end of turn, until the end of battle, and it's not once per turn. So right now, this Gleipnir is 20k, 30k if he uses his own effect, and then 40k when he uses the Yatagrasu, and then 50k when it restands and uses the effect again. So I like this a lot. So down comes the second Vanaganda. Of course, Gashadokuro doesn't have a board to remove, but Antero definitely needs the grade 3 in Soul. So it's... by being not as aggressive in the early game, I think Gashadokuro has given himself the best chance of survival here.
So right now he just used the 5k draw trigger. He's going to be using the Vanaganda skill. Going to be looking at the top 3 cards from the top of his deck. He can choose to Soul Charge 1. And then the other 2, 1 goes into his hand, 1 goes on top of his deck. Oh, 1 goes to the bottom actually, sorry. Yeah,
so there's a little bit of deck controls to find triggers, which is nice. Of course, the concern here is that Vanaganda removes itself from the board. So Yatagrasu standing 2 rearguards is... it's not wasted potential, but it's not full potential. So we see here, he's just going to Soul Blast just at a total grade of 3, just to give the 10k to the Gleipnir and nothing else, probably. So for now, Gleipnir's attacking, like I said, Soul Blast 1 for plus 10k on itself. And he could Soul Blast 7 here. I know that he does have total grades of 7 in his soul to restand the Gleipnir, but in my opinion, I think that's probably not worth the Soul Blast at this point in time.
No, I think I felt, maybe in my own opinion, I felt he should have swung Van and Rare after, but I'll see how this pans out, because this is almost guaranteed a damage.
Yep. I think, I agree. Like, swinging Vanguard first here, given that the Gleipnir column is so much huger, it means that if Gashikatura had taken a defensive here, he would have been one to pass against Antero's Vanguard. Antero's going to commit anyway, Soul Blasting 9, it looks like.
Oh, wow.
To get the 10k, stand the Gleipnir, and draw 2 cards. I guess he just wants the cards. I mean, I respect that. Drawing cards is always a good thing. No guard here from Gashikura. Kroot and a heal. Heal does go off, which is huge, and it helps Gleipnir even more. No triggers, no other crits from Antero means that Gashikura isn't under that much pressure. So I think Gashikura is probably going to be happy to go to 4 here.
Yep. It allows him to use all of the extra damage that he'll need. His hand is relatively small, so attempting to guard all these is a little bit haphazard, because he'll need a lot of those later on in the game. Here, he can just still hope to get like 1 or 2 more heal triggers through drive checks or through extra actual pressure, and still be able to do what he needs to do. So he'll right here.
Yep. Zanbaku being rode. So again, one argument about not being on high damage is that you then don't get to use Zantetsu's effect. But as we saw, he didn't have a Zantetsu in hand when he G-assisted. And I think now that he's ridden the Zanbaku, he's not really going for Zangeki anymore either. So at this point, we're just going to try and fill a board with Arrestas and get some pressure from here. So he's going to straight away use Zanbaku's effect. Counterblast Soul Blast 1, search for an Arresta, call it to rear. And because he doesn't have both Arrestas on the board, he's not going to be able to ride lock Antero. But as we discussed, even though Antero's gone Force 1, he's already a deck that cares about rewriting anyway.
Shuffling his deck here. In a pile of 3, of course 1, 2, 3, making his opponent decide. Got himself left Arrestor. I wonder where he's going to post it here. I possibly would want to put an Axel marker, seeing that, oh, he wants to protect it. I guess since he wants both Arrestors for next turn then.
Yeah, so here Gashikura is playing a very slow game, which is very interesting. And no guard coming from Antero. I think this one surely has to be attacking Vanguard now, because you want to even up the damage, and Antero doesn't have enough soul to use Yatagarasu, even if he rewrites. Unless he uses Kroot that we saw him drive check. But yeah, so 1 damage coming in, nothing else, very low drama. And now it's back to Antero to find a way to pressure from here. So again, like I mentioned, we did see Kroot being drive checked. So Antero could hit the Soul Charge 4, maybe Soul Charge 5 if he re-rides. But whether or not he Soul Charges the right grades is a whole different story.
Since Yatakara... he rewrote here. Since Yatagarasu is one of those archetypes that can be a little bit more dependent on what you tend to hit in your soul, since soul charging in itself is a bit up to chance. Every now and again you can still have selective soul charge like what Dark Irregular does, and sometimes some Genesis archetypes can choose what they soul charge, but Yatagasu is not like that.
Yeah, I find it very interesting here, because I remember when we saw Gashiraku G-assist, we saw there being a lot of grade 2s in his hand that I think there was a right Arrestor in his hand, so he probably could have gone for the ride lock this turn if he just chose to call the right Arrestor to the back row, which I see no reason not to do, especially if he was going for the Vanguard only swing, puts things in the back sort of line of play. But we see here Antero does drop the Kroot with a full board, gets the Soul Charge 6. I think he does have at least 2 grade 3s, so he can get to 9 grade Soul Blasted. He's got a full board of boosters as well. Apple Witch Cider, again giving some extra Soul Charge on the boost, which will help him Soul Charge even more grade 3s. And we'll see if he's going to start attacking with the boost. I think he might Gleipnir first, just to get the power on the board, or is he going to Cider first?
It's going to go unboosted. What do you think about the placement, by the way, since He put himself in a situation now that grade 3 recruit is in the back row, just locked there.
I think it's fine. The thing with, if you were going to attack with a Crute, you'd have to replace the Sahuhime, which is theoretically 10k 5k wasted shield. So I don't mind like wasting the Crute for now, because the Crute has no shield. It's only a 13k body. Its job is to just soul charge 6, which is done. So I'm okay with that.
Okay. So it won't matter for you for the future turns. Say if you were to like intercept with a Gleipnir and intercept with a Sahuhime, and then maybe have to like waste some cards out of your hand.
Yep.
Okay.
So Gashadokuro guarding everything, and then we see Antero soul blasting, total of grade 9. So 10k to the front row, restand, and draw 2.
Okay, this is a very dangerous turn. We did see like a draw PG in Gasha's hand. But let's see if he survives this turn, because drive checks are coming up right now.
Yep, and Gasha's going to, looks like 2 to pass this. That's brave, but we'll see how it goes. Blank, so he's safe. Another blank, no crit. So all he has to do is just guard the Sahuhime swing and take the Gleipnir, and he's okay. So this is one of the areas that I think, if we were talking about placement, where I think Antero may have made a mistake here, in that I would like to have seen Cider behind Sahuhime, because that would have made numbers. Because right now, Gleipnir's already huge. Gleipnir's already 40 on its own, 50 if he soul blasts again. Whereas the Cider boosting Sahuhime would have made a 37k column, which is magic numbers, which would have been much harder for Gashadokuro to guard. But instead, he's just going to take the Sahuhime swing, and then I assume PG the Gleipnir.
Okay, so let's see. He's currently considering whether or not he wants to use the Cider skill for the extra soul charge.
Or if he wants to bounce it to hand. Also, she mentioned, like, if we take a look there, Antero's got a huge grip of cards in hand. Like, absolutely huge. Despite having, you know, pulling down a field almost every time, he's been able to say, like, well, I'm drawing 2 extra cards, I'm just going to go for it. So he's not going to soul charge off of the Cider, but he says he's going to soul blast to give 10k on the Gleipnir. And then Cider to soul charge 1, and then bounce. Just for an extra plus, just because he can. So rewrite from the Gashadokuro, get an extra Axel Circle. If you're going to make a play here, I think this is where you would need to do it. So he's going to search for the other Arrester, and, well, I assume the right Arrester, and ride lock the Antero. But of course, as we mentioned, Antero's already seen 2 Yatagarasus. I think we soul charged 1 as well. So ride locking Antero here doesn't really do much, because Antero only has like 1 or 2 more grade 3s with a marker that he can even rewrite at all. So I think this is just... Maybe it would have been better to just go for a better beat stick here, like, say, the Central Arrester or the Backward Arrester.
It's a possibility, but he could use right Arrester here with Cutter Blasting 2 and locking his opponent from being able to stand next turn. But I don't know how much that actually will help him, seeing as the other rear guards still have force markers on them, and they're going to be able to push for a lot of pressure here next turn.
Yeah, we know that Antero bounced the Cider, so if he wants the Gleipnir, he can go back into the Gleipnir and just, like, force a massive column that way. And even if the Sahuhime leaves the board, there's a Kazande in the back row. Kazande can spam Soul Blast, gain a bunch of power. So even if Antero doesn't have a Vanguard swing next turn, he doesn't have any Counter Blast, he doesn't have that much Soul, he doesn't really care about using Yatagrasu anymore, he can just push the Kazande forward and threaten Gashadokuro with 2 huge columns.
Considering how he's guarded here with a grip full of cards, it's going to bring down the 30k Sentinel. It's going to be first check and a second check. Complete whiffs.
Yep, so Gashadokuro, 4 cards in hand. As we know, not a lot of shield value in there. Wasn't able to put much off an aggro. He's going to Soul Blast for the left wrestler to just gain a little bit of power, but it's really not much, is it? Like, this is just 10k to shield.
So looks like he's just gonna intercept with Gleipnir here. I'm a little okay. I find that a little bit interesting, but seeing as he only has four cards in hand, and I think like only 2 of them contain shield, I think he's fine with doing something like this. It's not much on him, I think.
Yep. Cider comes back down. So we'll see if Antero can make another column, because again, you know that Gashadokuro's hand is at least 1 0k shield guard and 1 5k shield guard. Like, if you just use the Kazande twice, I think that column itself is already unguardable.
Relatively so. So he's going to be soul charging almost nothing. A barren soul charge right now So we could probably see him possibly drive check some triggers here soon, even though at the beginning of the game he did drive check a couple. So going to be Soul Blasting and Binding, Double Cider here.
Choosing 2 cards from drop, one into soul, the other one on the deck. Probably recycling a trigger. Yep, seems good.
Mm-hmm.
And just gives him a bit of extra soul to use for Kazande again if he needs to do it.
Yeah, so look, he'll be setting up here, using one for Vanguard and the other one for the Crit Sentinel, and that'll go to the bottom of the deck, preventing him also from decking out, because that's something that can happen relatively easy in an archetype like Genesis.
Yeah, and what I particularly like here is that it can also shove high-grade cards back into his soul, so that when unless Gashadokuro sets up another lock again, then Antero can now just start going back and using Yatagrasu to finish him off if he doesn't already win this turn.
Yeah.
So Antero's just counting his soul, seeing how many times he can afford to use Kazande while still having enough to Yatagrasu next turn. Only concern is that the Crude column is not very huge, but like I said, if he just Soul Blast 2 enough for Kazande, then Gashadokuro probably can't guard that column and is relying on a heal Guardian to survive. So there's 2 uses of Kazande, and he's going to stop at 2. So
Really?
This is a 48k column, which I think is still unguardable for Gashadokuro, unless he has a last PG in hand. But we'll see what he's going to do with this column. So this is just 31. And there's the 20k shield. Puts him on 32, which is just not enough to guard. Melissa is going to shove everything into Soul to draw a card. And again, putting grade 3s into Soul for Yatagrasu. And now we have this 48k column. Is that the last card of PG, or is he going to see a 6 damage heal? It's a trigger, but it's not a heal.
No,
So that's going to be game. Antero takes round 1 against Gashadokuro.
That was a really stunning showing, I'm not gonna lie. So if you could bring it back to us, let's have a post-match discussion, and then we can kind of talk a little bit about it. So let's talk a little bit more about that match. That was a very stunning display from both of them, how most things turned out. It was a little bit unfortunate for Gashadokuro there for missing his ride, but I still felt that he navigated with what he had a little bit more than what I expected. I kind of hoped he would have committed a bit more rear guards, as what you've said, since he did have a little bit outside of triggers. And maybe his guarding pattern at the end there, especially since he could have like hard guarded the 29k column, and then he could have then eaten the other column. But oh well, I mean, hey, it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, you know, like we said before, one of the big strengths of Murakumo is being able to commit a board out of nowhere and sort of, you know, just face rush your opponent. But we saw there Gashadokuro wasn't really able to put together the field. You know, he searched for a wrestler. We saw that he had some cards in hand to make numbers with, but he chose not to commit them because he wasn't able to get the full board lock that turn. And despite us saying that the board lock wasn't really relevant against Genesis because A, they're not rewriting, and B, they're not trying to spam their Vanguard attacks. They just need to make massive columns between Gleipnir and Kazande. It was kind of not an uphill struggle, but the odds were definitely stacked against him. And I think we saw there Gashadokuro chose to play a bit slowly, despite seeing that Antero had the full pieces on turn 3, was able to commit again on turn 4. You know, you saw the recruit being drive checked. At that point, you kind of just have to throw caution and say like, all right, forget about it. Let's just go. Like, you know, I just need to do something. And instead, we kind of just saw him just sit back and kind of just let Antero play the game, which was definitely not going to end well for him.
No, it was not the winning strategy, to say the least. I agree with you. Maybe being a bit more aggressive. But I guess, you know, with some game states can kind of put your mind in a bit of a funk where you're like, ah, man, I had to assist here. Have to get rid of some of my pieces. And I'm behind. And I'm on 4 damage. Man, that's tough. You know, you lose sight of a lot of potential plays that you possibly could have done. And you're kind of out of it mostly mentally. But maybe that's not the case. It just so happened he might have not seen it, or just might have been in a funk. There's a lot of things, especially in the heat of the moment. We're here, they're in the driver's seat, they're in the hot seat, and trying to navigate that match.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can't say anything like about them as a player. You know, they probably made whatever decisions they could in their position. The other thing I'll say is that I think looking back at the players' deck lists and, you know, the card choices, it definitely highlights what is, in my opinion, the fly in the ointment that is V-Premium, which is the quality of cards over time. Like, as we saw, Gashadokoro's playing Dueling Dragons, which is pretty much entirely old cards. In fact, I don't think he has a single card from any of the clan collections in his deck list other than the Heel Guardian. Whereas we see Yatagarasi's a clan collection card, Saida's a clan collection card. You just have, when your cards have more text than your opponent, I guess is the easy way of putting it, it lets you play more of a game and gives you more options. And I think that we definitely saw there, Antero was able to play more of a game despite being board locked. And I think that just says a lot about the quality of support that some clans get. But, props to Gashadokoro. It's very clear that he loves Murakumo. He was able to rep his flag, rep his colors, and I think he put forward a good showing regardless. So, he can give himself a pat on the back. And of course, commiserations to him and congratulations to Antero. But yeah, that's going to be the end of round one. We've got a pretty good start, and hopefully the momentum will continue going into round two. But until then, we'll see you guys in just a few short minutes after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V-Premium EU Circuit Tournament. My name is Ben, also known as Israel, rejoined by JJ, also known as GG Mr. Rogers, bringing you round two of the action. And like I said at the beginning of the day, I'll repeat again for those of you who weren't here, we know what the format is like for V-Premium, so we're doing our best to show you some of the more interesting, perhaps lesser known or less popular decks in the format today, just to show you as many different decks as possible throughout today. And let me tell you, today, this round two, we've got definitely two decks that you would not expect to see at a V-Premium tournament. We've got Musketeers from Neo Nectar versus Afterglow from Bang Dream. And the latter is definitely close to my heart, so we'll just jump straight into the deck lists because I think the players are ready. So JJ, why don't you walk us through Stella's and Neo Nectar Musketeer deck?
Yes. For most of you awesome people, this is the Thorn Lily Musketeer Cecilia reversed archetype. One of the very few reversed that we are currently getting in the V format. Volume 5 and 6 of Clan Collection are going to be giving us way more reverses in the near future, so it is going to be great to see what this version of it is going to be doing. So they're running 4 copies of Reverse Cecilia, one of the named archetypes that is really good right now in this format as part of Neo Nectar. We have one of the older cards of Vera, is also the Licorice Musketeer as being one of the other boss units that you could use to, and we have Martina, mostly used as a rear guard, and then you also have the White Lily Musketeer Cecilia, her namesake. You can see that this archetype does play a plethora of grade 3s up to 12, and of course the Heel Guardians bring it up to 16, but they mostly use most of those as rear guards anyway, so you really are driving the fact home that you're running them mostly around Vera and the Thorn Lily Musketeer reverse. Outside of that, they're just running like a standard 4-draw 8 critical package, making sure that they're running the Musketeer crits, since a lot of the archetype cards do need you to have Musketeer cards on the rear guard circle to use most of their skills.
Yeah, what I really like about Musketeer is that it sort of deviates from when Neo Nectar first came into V-Premium, it was all about plant tokens, and now we're back more into the line of like, filter the deck, call names, and then get pluses off of that. So I've always liked the sort of aggro style of Neo Nectar. And of course here, we're still seeing some plant engines like the Sylvia and the Sweetberry, but we're a lot more in on stuff being called from the deck. Like we have the Gaston, grade 1, we've got Martina at the grade 2, grade 3, sorry, and we've got Toure at the grade 3. So it's just all about going through those decks and, like say, finding those grade 3s that you want on the rear guard circle to be really strong beat sticks. So it's a pretty straightforward aggro deck, and it can compress surprisingly well. And so we'll see how that works out as they stack force markers, as they get into the trigger lineup. But moving on, we're now going to look at the Afterglow deck being piloted by Jacada. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Jacada. And like I said, Afterglow is, Bang Dream in general is very close to my heart, but Afterglow is my personal favorite band. And so I'm really happy to see someone else finally playing it. So this deck revolves around the music orders, which you can see at the bottom there. Specifically the grade 3, which is on your mark, with the effect is when your Vanguard with Ran in its name attacks, if you have a Mocha, a Himari, a Tomoe, and a Tsugumi on the board, you can stand all of them, and if you stand 4 cards, you get 2 gift markers. And what's really cool about this is that you can play either Force 2 or Force 1. And if you're going first and you already have you get 2 turns of on your mark, you can play Force 1, stack them onto the rearguard circles, make your attacks really huge. Or if you're going second and you just need to win the game with Rushdown, you can put a Force 2 on all of your attacks so that every single attack is going in for 2 crit. The rest of the Afterglow deck works around resting themselves for effects. So Himari and Mocha give you rests for power and draw, while Tomoe and Tsugumi, when they're rested, you gain effects like restand themselves or gain power and crit to your Vanguard. Meanwhile, Ran can pump the board for resting and also searches out your music orders for consistency. The only real weakness of the deck is that you have no real way of searching for your pieces other than just by drawing them or using the grade 2 song, which is Scarlet Sky, which you can't search until grade 3. So the deck can be a little bit slow, a little bit higher off to get off the ground, but once it starts rolling, it can accrue a lot of card advantage thanks to the Himari, and it can hit really hard thanks to Tomoe giving your Vanguard a crit. So I'm really excited to see how Takeda will play this out, but I think the players are ready, so we'll just jump straight into the game. So we hear here Stella has gone first and they've ridden the grade 3 searcher. It's a pretty good ride in the V format nowadays. Everyone likes to ride those, just easy search.
Yeah, he is currently running 2 of it, so him being able to open that right now is actually relatively fortunate. I find it very interesting that he's only running 2, since you do really need to have your specific named grade 2s as grade 3s as much as you possibly can. So having something like this up is very surprising to say the least.
And the fact that he has no drop zone, we can see that he actually whiffed his search, which, given the amount of grade 3s he's playing, is very surprising.
Mm-hmm. It is. But it's fine. So he's going to be passing off to the turn here. Takeda didn't really do much outside of just attack and pass. So now he is going to get himself a Selvia. And then he'll be calling down a Tore. Using the skill of Toy here, retiring one of his rear guards, one of the tokens that he got free off of Sylvia. He's going to be able to call a... So, look at the top 2. Musketeers and a card name from among them. Choosing to put one and adding the other. And I'll be going to the bottom deck in any order.
So I reckon you probably call the base Cecilia and add the reverse to hand here is what I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just get some early rush down, which I think no, he's gonna call both.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. So he adds one of them to hand and wait. Doesn't one of them have to go to hand?
So yeah, he looks at top 3, call 2 cards.
Oh no, he calls up to 2. Okay, and the rest of them one.
Okay.
So he just calls both of them just for the early rush. I like this a lot.
Yeah,
because now these are
very
13k bodies into an 8k Vanguard.
Mm-hmm.
So Jaseda needs 10k shield each time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll quickly mention here, Jaseda rode the Tomoe at grade 1, which is not the one you want to be riding. You want to ride the grade 1 Ran, which is basically a draw and discard. Just get extra filter. Because like I mentioned, the deck needs to have one of each name on the board. And so when you ride one, that's one less that you can have on the rearguard circle to go with. So he gets the good grade 2 ride, which is the Ran, reveal top. If it's an Afterglow, add to hand. Unfortunately, it's a trigger, and the triggers don't have the right trait. So nothing happens. But at least he does see a trigger on top, so he does get to play the game a little bit.
Yeah, he does get to set up an aggressive turn, whether or not he wants to give his opponent the damage that since Cecilia and Vera both need Counterblast, he's thinking whether or not to take this. Looks like he is taking this. 1 damage.
Yeah, given there was a heal on top and not a crit, I would have definitely considered attacking the rear guards. Because as we know, Cecilia Reverse needs your Cecilia names to attack to get the effects off. So by taking Cecilia bodies off the board, you force Stella to have things that recycle. And of course, Neonectar does have ways of putting units from the drop zone back into the deck. As we see, Stella rides there the Vera.
Yes.
So to retire 2 and then put 2 cards from the drop back on the bottom, which is exactly what just happened. But at the same time, forcing your opponent to go to those lines, you're not as much at risk of losing to, say, the Cecilia multi-restand.
So he ended up calling 2 cards. Looks like he called double critical Musketeers. I mean, at least he's getting the other use out of them. So that means the other cards he probably would have been able to call were either draw triggers or just triggers nonetheless, or just non.
Yeah.
Oof.
And at least they are Musketeers, so Vera will get the +1 drive here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like we said in the last round, a lot of V format people say, going first, going second, but in this case, both of Neonectar's grade 3 boss units in this deck, Cecilia Reverse and Vera, both have additional effects that unlock when your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3, but they can still both do things if your opponent's Vanguard is not grade 3. In this case, Vera getting the extra drive. But we're going to see that all those drives are blanks, so Giseda takes the 1 damage, loses one of its Tsugumis. And so, like I mentioned before during the decklist discussion, Giseda going second is probably going to be encouraged to go into Force 2 here, because he can, if he high rolls and hits all his pieces on turn 3, he can give Force 2 to his entire board on turn 3. It does make his rewrites worthless, but it says he's going to G-assist. That's really painful. He does have an On Your Mark in his hand, but no Scarlet Sky. He damaged one of his 3 Scarlet Skies and healed it off, which means he's probably not going to have the full combo. He's actually... I think he's short by a Tsugumi. Yeah, because you see he has a Mocker in hand, he has a Himari in hand, and he has two Himaris and a Tomoe. So he's currently missing a Tsugumi. So probably what he's going to do here is after he rides the Ran, he's going to search for Scarlet Sky using Ran's Counterblast 1 effect to search for the last piece, which is going to be the Tsugumi he needs, and then set up for next turn. Of course, because that is an extra turn where he's not doing anything, he's actually going to go Force 1. I would be inclined to go Force 2 here, because you're not going to be stacking as many markers as you should be. Arguably, you could, or Force 1 to the just Vanguard all in, because you're doing this such low pressure turn, might be worth it. But we'll see how it goes for him, because next turn, if he rewrites, there's going to be a second Force marker, and then with On Your Mark, going to give him up to a total of 4, and he's going to distribute the powers on his board, but that's not until next turn. And now that he's ridden grade 3, Stella's going to have a full, Cecilia re-rides, Vera giving triggers to the rear guards. He's going to have a lot to deal with in this turn coming up. And losing 2 cards to G-Assist, even though they were low shield, one of them was the duplicate Himari, is not exactly where you want to be.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. So right now he's contemplating what he's going to be doing here. He's going to shuffle. He's going to be adding off of the order here. See if he's going to be able to get something going. I was going to commit more units to the board.
So he is going to commit the full board. This is a very risky play because it means that if Stella decides to attack the rear guards, from the G-Assist we saw that Giseda doesn't have any more mockers, and he G-Assisted the second Himari. So while his board does gain a power pump, he might be able to draw a card off of the Himari. No, gain 5k off of the mocker because Himari costs counterblast, which he doesn't have. So yeah. Using the Vanguard, rest 2, power the board, Tsugumi restands itself, Tomoe gives 5k to the Vanguard, can't afford to counterblast 1 for the crit, can't afford to counterblast 1 to draw off of the Himari, and then Soul Blast for the Mocker to stand in power, and then at the start of battle phase, Scarlet Sky will restand his boosters again. So he does have 3 attacks at fairly high power, and Stella taking 2 crits out of the deck means that he doesn't have a lot going on. But again, I would be super tempted to attack into the rear guard Cecilia here just to get it off the board, so that if Stella wants to re-ride and go for stuff next turn, he's not going to have that option. 2 blanks coming in, again, not ideal. Stella does get a defensive check, so it's this is still a lot of shield to guard, but I think Musketeers is more than happy to just have a bunch of counterblast to play with, right?
Yeah, it would seem so. Looks like he's just going to commit most of these attacks in here. Looks like he gets a critical trigger. Going to defensive here, puts his Vanguard on 23k. Let's see if Giseda here is going to be attacking anything. Looks like he wants to go for the Cecilia. He's considering it.
Yeah, so this column is 28, 33 because of the 5k pump from Mocha. So it would still be 15k shield against the Vanguard, but like I said, getting that Cecilia off the board I think is super important, given that we know that Neonectar relies on having units on board to retire for its calls, or you need the same name to get power pumps, etc, etc. But he's just he's going to attack the rear guard, and Stella will guard it with all the shield he needs, it looks like. Then using the grade 2 Augusto, when placed on guard, you can retire one of his other rear guards to gain an extra bit of an extra shield.
Yep, you'll be able to get 5k extra for every once that's retired. If you retire 2 or more, you can put 2 normal units of Musketeer in their card names, and you drop zone to the bottom of the deck, being able to recycle his resources. So looks like he's going to go for a rewrite of Vera here, so you can give that critical an extra plus 10k bonus, making that 15k attacker. Giseda is up on damage though, so right now Stella is at at 4, so this is a bit of a tough turn. Just gonna go for Vera again, possibly sending the crits back into the deck. I would hope so. So Kiki, you send a crit trigger and a Martina back into the deck. That's interesting.
Maybe he's looking to call the Martina for the crit. I mean, at the moment, what he really needs to find is the... He really needs to find Soul in order to gain power triggers to his board. He finds a Cecilia Reverse and a Sweet Berry. So, no Soul as of yet. But the Cecilia Reverse does mean that it does work on the front row rear guard as well. So when it attacks at the end of the battle, he'll be able to lock his rear guards and rewrite the Cecilia from rear guard onto Vanguard Circle, gaining that extra plus.
Yeah, so then he'll also be able to use the Cecilia that's also on the rear guard circle. Whew, it's really nice here to get some extra pressure. It allows him to farm his hand a little bit, pass off power. He doesn't have the soul, but he does get triple drive at least, so that's better than nothing.
Yeah, and the thing here with calling the plant tokens is that the plant tokens don't just get retired for the call effects off of, say, Vera or Toure, but they can also be locked with Cecilia so that you don't lose any attackers either.
So I didn't get a chance to see what it was the rear guard he ended up calling. I think that's a Sol, no?
I think it is a Soul. So he doesn't call a trigger, so nothing goes off, but he does find the Gaston, which is going to be huge power. So this is, what, 21, 31, 41. It is only 1 damage. He's chosen to go Force 1 instead of Force 2. And Jacada will no guard. Blank's coming in, so nothing really happens to Soul. And because he called the Sweet Berry and not a Musketeer, he doesn't get the +1 drive either.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So he's going to boost with the Cecilia here, which is interesting, because by boosting, he'll have to lose an attack in order to rewrite the Cecilia. Jacada's going to guard this, which is understandable. And yeah, he's just going to give up the attack just to rewrite Cecilia. So it does give him an extra force marker, and Cecilia Reverses on attack does call something. So maybe he's digging here for the Martina to put onto the rear guard column with a crit. But this is just 33, which is very okay. Like, again, if I was in Jacada's shoes, 3 cards in hand, not a lot of gas, I would just no guard all of this. 2 more blanks from Stella. Defensive trade coming in, doesn't go off. The heal does not go off.
Looks like he's going to pass a turn here, Stella will, and it's just going to go back to Jacada. It seems like a pretty interesting turn. This will lead some Stella here. I don't know. I agree with you. I felt he probably should have just gave the other force marker to Sol and just got rid of the Sweet Berry and the Cecilia in the back row. But that's
But yeah, we saw that he didn't use Cecilia's on attack call because he didn't have any more counterblast to use. So right. Jacada will now be able to search for his last copy of On Your Mark, and he now has the full combo. So in this case, he can rest everything, power pump with Ran, Tsugumi will restand, use either Himari or Mokka to rest the Tsugumi again, swing with his rear guards, which are going to be at least 20k each, and then when he attacks with Ran, he'll be able to restand his entire board and go for it, gain extra force markers, which will probably be distributed to the rear guards, I'm expecting, and go from there. But yeah, so you see here, resting the Tsugumi for the Mokka, not going to drop Himari as well, counterblast 1, and then this is going to be 25.
Contemplating how he's going to guard this. I would say take this damage. Maybe it might make it a little bit easier for you to guard the other attacks coming in. It does put you at 5, of course. It does put you close to lethal, but if those don't get any bigger, I think you could risk it here.
I think they're going to get much bigger because On Your Mark will also give Jacada 2 force markers when he restands his board. And I think those force markers are definitely going onto the rear guard circle. So given, I think that I do actually quite like force 1 from Jacada now, because I realized that maybe Jacada knew that Neo Nectar is a very counterblast heavy deck, and that Stella would be no-guarding a lot of attacks to get counterblast to make his plays. Therefore, by putting Stella to 4, the Force 2 loses a lot of value here, whereas the Force 1, eventually Stella will go to 5, and then 20, 30, 40k rear guard comms are going to be much harder to deal with. So we see there, On Your Mark, restanding the board, force markers to rear. This is still a huge Vanguard swing, which I think Stella is 2 to passing? Or 1 to pass? I think it's 2 to pass.
I think he used a perfect guard, actually.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that, sure. But again, 2 blanks from Jacada, but these are still massive columns. That's like what? That's 48. No, yeah, 53 actually. 5k from the Mocha Global. So that takes the first one. Huge defensive, gets a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So now can he guard this other 53?
I think he can. I saw 15k shield earlier. So if he just drops the Sol plus 2 30k shields, I think he's okay. But it's about 58.
Well, he needs 25k shield right now. So he's gonna intercept, and is that enough?
Oh, I think he must have attacked the rear here.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it kind of makes sense because you want Vera needs Soul on the board to distribute power from the trigger effects. Another rewrite from Stella.
And I did see all of the Cecilias gone already. So I think most of the Cecilia, he rode one. I think he pitched one for the PG. I think one is in his damage. And I think like other one, unless he sent them back into the deck, is gone. Unless he wants to try to send them back to dig for them later.
Yep, so Stella here just using the Vera, using the last of his counter blast. Neo Nectar also doesn't have any counter charge. So unless he like gets some good heals now, Stella's pretty much at the end of his rope as far as his engines goes. So we'll see if a Soul comes out.
If he hits Ruth as well, he could possibly get a little bit of counter charge off of that.
I don't think he does. He does find a Soul and a Martina. So Martina being called from the deck will get a crit. So that is 33k on its own because of the force markers. But again, Jacada's only on 3 damage. He can afford to take one of these 2 crit swings.
That he can. So let's see what he decides on doing here. He's shuffling up his deck back in. His attack pattern, possibly. Oh, he called the Ruth. So unfortunately, he didn't hit it off of the top 4. Let's see, would have been able to get some counter charge off of that.
But he does have the +1 drive from Vera because he did call 2 Musketeers. So while he doesn't get any triggers from Saul, these are still some. This is still a lot of pressure. Like one crit here is very dangerous for Jacada.
That it is.
I think he understands that. So there's the PG coming down. Do we see a crit? Nope. Blank and heal. Heal is good. He goes down to 4. Third check, no crit. So yeah, these are some big columns. But again, this is not unguardable. I think this is what 28, 38 from the Soul, and then he just no guards the 2 crit from the Martina, goes to 5, and then has counterblast for Ran to replay on your mark from the drop zone. But I think he's just going to take this instead. Interesting.
Critical trigger makes it a little bit easier for him to guard right now.
Yeah, but we also saw no blanks coming in from Jacada, so I don't know if he can guard this. This is a 63, 61? So that Martina is 33 on its own, 43 from the trigger, 51 from the Sweet Berry.
Yes.
That's still 35 to guard. Does Jacada have that? There's 20. Does he have 15 more? He does. Okay. Or is that 5k more? It does need another 5k. So he's just going to drop the Tsugumi, which he already has one on the board. So he does survive. I, again, would have taken the 2 crit here because A, it denies your opponent from healing on 5 out of your attack next turn. And it gives you an extra counter blast that you can use both Ran to play on your mark from the drop zone and use Himari to draw an extra card.
Oh, at which attack? Do you mean last attack?
Yeah, so I would have, knowing that he had the shield, I would have guarded the 1 damage attack and taken the 2 damage attack. Just because it denies healing and gives you an extra bit of counter blast to play with. But Jacada can still get his core game plan off here. The rewrite as well, putting a second force marker on Vanguard is going to be really huge for him. It means his Vanguard's now going to be 48k on the attack. But again, that second counterblast, if he wasn't going to draw a card off the Himari, he could have counterblasted 1 for the Tomoe to give his Vanguard a crit, giving his Vanguard inherent pressure, forcing Stella to a perfect guard or no pass it, so that any triggers he finds, any crits he finds, can then be put onto the rear guards.
So Clucky is going to be swinging in first here.
Yep, this is 30k.
Looking at his damage, seeing whether or not he could take this or not, seeing whether or not his hand can survive all of this.
Yep. So it's going to be 35 the first time, and then go up to 48 the second time.
Thinking about it, damage check.
And I think that's a heal, which it does go off. Yeah, like I said, if Jacada had taken that damage, that healer would have been blanked. So now he has to get that extra point in, which is either find a crit or hope that Stella's run out of shield. But looking at it right now, I think Stella has a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, he could even be a little bit greedier here and also take this one. Seeing if he hits another defensive trigger, then all he would need to do is just like 15k shield the rest of them.
Yep, so the second heal comes down. Guards this attack quite nicely. Again, it's 35, so only 10k shield was needed there. So now the Vanguard is attacking for 48. It's going to restand the board and distribute 2 force markers, which again I think are going to go both to rear. But again, being on 4 damage is still not as bad as it could be. Like, Stella could risk the no guard here. Obviously, there is still crit pressure, but no guarding here means that Jageda has to find the crits, which he's not been doing very well so far. And yet again, 2 more blanks. It's just 1 damage. And that is another defensive. That is now 33k on the Vera. The draw is huge. So these attacks are both... they're both 53. And Stella being on a 33k base, it's just 25k shield, which I think he might have.
Yeah,
It's
might
not
be
looking good. Yep.
He's asking for the amount because he does have the 5 from Saul if he still wants to have it, and I do expect Jageda to maybe at some point maybe try to attack the Saul, since he doesn't want him to maybe get the power distributions from any triggers, or can he guard that?
He's just taking the 6 damage. Yeah, he just didn't have 25k shield. And there we see Jageda playing Afterglow will take round 2.
Whoa, okay.
I honestly didn't expect that.
I thought he had enough from there, because he did drive a decent amount of triggers, and I think he had like close to 30k shield in end. But I guess he couldn't guard against a second attack, which would have also been 53.
Yeah, so we'll switch back to us and let the players get on.
Yeah.
But that was definitely not how I expected that game to go. Like, you know, even though I said that V-Premium Neonectar is a deck that does get some bonus effects when the opponents are on grade 3, Bang Dream is a deck that doesn't need the opponent to be on grade 3, and so Bang Dream is really a deck that wants to go first, so that it can spend as much time as it needs finding its pieces, farming up its force markers, because as we saw, you know, Stella rode grade 3 going first, rode the Vera, gained the drive, and Jageda, after the G assist, had to, or before his G assist, had to guard a lot of that just to survive. You know, he was on like 2 damage, did get the lucky heal, and then had to G assist on top of it, so he really didn't have much to work with. And so knowing this, I definitely, if I was in Stella's shoes, I would have definitely considered attacking the rear guards, because when we saw Jageda drive check blanks, they were grade 2 Rands and grade 1 Rands. He didn't get extra Mockers, extra Himaris. So by denying Jageda of like the Himari on the board, not only do you turn off the plussing engine of the deck, you also turn off the ability to restand the board and get the markers. And that would have forced Jageda to play a much slower game, which might have given Stella what he needed, the time he needed, you know, find his, recycle his Cecilias, get his restands, you know, maybe go for the countercharge in Ruth and go from there. But yeah, you know, we saw Stella just playing the aggro game as we expect Neonectar to do, but at the same time, like we mentioned, by you know, not finding the Ruth meant that he had to no-guard a lot of Jakeda's early attacks to get the counterblast he needs to use his effects, and that ended up putting way more pressure on him than he should have. And you know, combined with the fact that both players were just drive checking blanks, Bang Dream's blanks are way better than Neonectar's blanks, because at least Bang Dream still has power on the rear guards. Whereas if Neonectar, Vera's not distributing your trigger power to the front row, you're not doing a lot other than Martina's force markers and crit, right?
That's true. I think it was just also a situation where you were talking about the Maka and him maybe attacking into it. Possibly just lack of matchup knowledge. It's a possibility. Like knowing, like Bang Dream is not a very far research format, deck, not format. It's a collaborative set and a collaborative archetype. So not a lot of people tend to play it, just like Token Rambo back in the heyday and also in Overdress, or like Monster Strike, for example. You know, like not a lot of people know a lot of like what the choke points are to attack an archetype like that. And he was thinking maybe, well, since I'm on 4 damage and he's on 1 damage, I need to try to equalize it. And sometimes equalizing it and put your opponent behind is also getting rid of the rear guard sometimes, even if it does minus you a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, he was able to equalize on damage in the end, and you know, put Jageda on a bit of a back foot. Like, I think in Jakeda's shoes that, you know, we saw at the end of that turn, he had only 2 or 3 cards in hand. So going through Jakeda's mind is probably, well, I need to just win right now, otherwise I'm just going to get rushed down by Vera and die because I have like, what, 10, maybe 15k shield in hand maximum. And yeah, I guess it just ended up working out. He got, despite no triggers, he was able to get more force markers than his opponent, and that just translated into just a little bit more gas. We didn't really get to see the deck thinning and the trigger cycle for Musketeers come into play, unfortunately. And we saw Stellar lose a lot of his sealers in the early game, so I also weren't able to see like this 6-7 attack wombo combo. And I think if either of those things had just gone slightly differently, we might have seen a very different result.
That's right. But that is it. Going to be us for round number 2. It has been your boy JJ and Zistro. We have been here on the casting desk for you guys. It's been great to talk to you. So in a moment, we're going to be having on Mr. Time Leap casting with me for round number 3. Say goodbye to Zistro for now. Thank you for coming on with us.
See you guys very soon.
Welcome back, gentle ladies and fellersmen. Welcome back, everyone, to another edition of BRO 2022. Back here with the European edition. It's your boy JJ, joined with Mr. Time Leap. How you feeling today, homie?
I'm feeling very good. I've been sitting in the back room watching these 2 rounds of very interesting games, and it's been, like we said last week, pretty spicy so far.
It seems it's a recurring flavor of the month. I think it's due to the summer heat. I know I'm feeling it. I know most of you guys are feeling it as well, so I don't want to take you guys too long into getting into this. So don't forget, guys, online, on Twitter, don't forget to use hashtag BRO 2022 and give us a highlight or tidbit or small little, show us what your camera stand is looking like. Tell us how hard it's struggling. Do you have your camera on your toilet seat? Last year that was something that happened to us, and that was really interesting for us to see. And let us know how you guys feel about it. During the matches, you can also, in the chat, in Twitch, you can type in exclamation mark bracket or exclamation mark deck list, so the matches that are being played live, you can also get those spicy deck lists for yourself as well. With that being said, let's take a look at our first deck list today.
Ooh, okay, I thought we were gonna start with the other one, but it seems we're gonna start immediately with the Angel Feather one. And what we see here is not Gabriel, we see Malkuth Malak, the quote-unquote villain archetype of Angel Feathers. And for anybody that isn't all too aware with what this archetype tries to do, what we want to do here is to rewrite the Malkuth Malak into the other one every single turn to achieve multi-attacks and to also spam markers. And the rest of this build basically focus either on damage checking the Malkuth Malak during either the main phase or battle phase, or to stack your deck with the new Shin Malkuth Malak to achieve this combo as consistently as possible. But very important detail here from what we've seen prior is the new inclusion of the Grade 1 promo that came out earlier this year, which essentially allows this deck to achieve what it tries to do on a more consistent basis. So that Grade 1 promo, Serrated Saw Angel, is probably going to be a pivotal point in this build, and hopefully we're going to see it in action this game, as this deck can be very explosive right out of the get-go if it can spam those Malkuth Malaks turn after turn after turn. And the opponent is gonna get a handful on this particular build because this is looking pretty strong. So I hope the opponent has some ace up its sleeve, and I think JJ can answer that very nicely.
Okay, so hopefully he'll have like a key in all this. This deck could possibly be the key to this answer. From Roxas VGC, let's take a look at his deck list. And he's currently piloting Messiah, archetype that we have not seen too much of in the last couple of seasons. We currently have a list that feels very cookie cutter. It seems like straight out of set 9. It looks very, very standard. He's using the clear frame instead of Harmonic Messiah, which has some of the later lists had begun to use because of being able to get the Force 1 and tutoring your Volcor out of the deck. He is using one of the new additions of the Grade 1s of Lagrignard, of being able to set up your Volcor and also drawing extra cards, also unlocking and getting extra utility, and also running the Remarkable Burst Monk. A couple copies of this. It allows you to draw a card and possibly restand, and since the clear frame is considered a Grade 3, it does give him potential of being able to restand his Vanguard and Heal Guardians also being Grade 3s as well, playing upwards to about 11 Grade 3s. So hitting this, you know, it can't, but the cans are hype, tell you that much.
I can definitely agree with that one, JJ. It looks pretty nice here.
All right. So looks like we're ready. The players are ready. Let's get into the match. So like the players are getting ready to start here. They're flipping over their Vanguards. It looks like Zifi is going to go first.
That looks like a pretty favorable position for the Angel Feather player to get to their Malcolm Black place as soon as possible. Because from what I remember, the deck isn't restricted by the fact that your opponent needs to be grade 3 to just do their whole combo play. So getting to Malcolm Black as fast as possible is pretty nice for a Protect deck, especially coming up against a Force multi-tech engineer.
Oh, that's correct. And especially if you do end up getting rushed a little bit early, if your opponent hits an incidental crit when you're going to your grade 3 turn, you can actually end up doing your opponent the damage, which is kind of scary.
We do see the Langenyard coming down on turn 1, but it looks like they didn't have the Volko go for the early high roll, which is a bit unfortunate, but it gives the Messiah player some free pluses, which is always going to be nice setup for next turn, because they have their multi-tech ready when they enter their grade 2 game.
Oh, that's right. Looks like he's going to be writing Jafkiel here, kind of blasting 1, adding the Shin Malkuth back to hand. He's going to be able to re-add that, and also putting another Jafkiel into damage. He's going to be calling the Holy Lord Angel, taking a look at the top 7 cards to see if he can find any card named with Malkuth Melek in its name from among them, and put it into his hand. It looks like he didn't find anything. He's going to be shuffling his deck, contemplating what he wants to do with its attack pattern next, and see how that's going to turn out.
And the interesting thing here is with this matchup as well is that the Angel Feather player is a very main phase focused playstyle where they don't really do a lot once they enter the battle phase, where the opposite is much true for the Messiah player, where it's essentially they don't do a lot during the main phase except for like small setup, but once they enter the battle phase, that's when things start to get really spicy. We do see the Malcolm Black hitting the damage zone here, which it can be a setup for the Angel Feather player, because we all know that the damage zone isn't off limits for Angel Feathers, but ideally you would have it either in your drop zone or in your hand with this particular build.
That's right. And since he's not on the original Arcader Malkuth Melek, he can't use his skill to rewrite it. He does have it in damage that he can set it up with later in the game, using Jafkiel to add it back or any of the other skills that allows him to do so. So at least it's there for when he needs it for later on.
So we do enter now the Messiah. Oh, we see double. Okay, so now the Messiah player decides to take 2 damage. And we do see the Volko God hitting the damage zone, which is probably the toughest damage to have as the Messiah player, because that's your biggest beat stick and your multi-tech enabler. They do have other options like the Lady Fencer that's currently in the front row. But it's always painful seeing the Volko God hitting the damage, especially this early on.
Oh, that's right. Especially right now, he's going to be riding the Counter Kill Strike Gust Roar. He's going to be adding the heal trigger off of the Lady Battle of White Dwarf here. He's going to be adding this back to hand, and he did go second, so he could possibly, if he didn't use his Quick Shield yet, he could just use that to discard with, which is kind of nice.
And the Heal Guardian is also really good in this particular setup, going second, meaning that if Zephy is going to go for basically the full combo play with Malcolm Black into Shin Malcolm Black, at the very least those spam markers of the Protect markers are being to some extent negated thanks to the potential plus 10k that the grade 3 heal provides here.
I'm a fan of attacking the rears. How do you feel about it?
It depends. Like the damage denying, especially this early on, is ideal because we all know that Angel Feathers can easily countercharge most of their damage, but they do need a certain amount to even start their combo plays. Now, the only downside is that most of the Angel Feather rearguards in this particular build have on-place effects, so they become vanilla beat sticks once they enter the field, except for the grade 2 and the grade 1 that are like your main attackers, but we just saw it hitting in the damage zone, so that's ideal for Roxa, but that's probably, in my opinion, the ideal target to go into if you're also going to damage deny, but seeing that the Angel Feather player is already at 3 damage denying is going to be tougher from this point onward.
Okay, so I think right now he's going to be getting himself a Protect 2, calling it into the back row. He's going to be Counter Blasting 2 and dealing Roxas a point of damage here. Give me damage checking. Nothing. Whoa.
So I believe that's another, that's the Manipulator of the Void. So that's another way to lock your rearguards mid-combo as well as gaining advantage. So it's, ideally you would see an advantage trigger here, but you cannot have them all at every situation. So
No.
okay, so we're gonna see what Zephy's gonna do, because this setup during the main phase is gonna be very important. How effective his offensive is gonna be here. So he's probably contemplating how much he can invest in potentially going into the rewrite and how much he wants to use his resources to do so.
So he's committing his cards to the board here. A full column of Secto Angel and Amputation Angel. Both of them getting extra effects if you happen to have a protect marker. A certain amount of protect markers on a board.
It looks like he doesn't have access to the Shinmelk of Malek, which is a shame, because that column he just called mainly gets more advantage if he can create those extra protect markers, thus giving the guard restrict. But sadly, either he decides against it because he knows Heal Guardian is in Roxas's hand, or he might not have the Shinmelk of Malek access to that particular card right now.
No, it doesn't seem to be that case. It's going to drive check 2 into a heal trigger. He will resolve this heal trigger. It's going to put the Shin Malkuth into the drop zone, since this version of Malkuth, of most version of Malkuths, have very easy ways of being able to get their rearguards back either into your damage or from the drop into hand.
If he can find the grade 1 Persistent Angel, this is basically all he needs. That's the perfect situation for him, getting that heal trigger right in this instance here.
Of course, it also makes it a little bit harder for him to guard, but we did take a small glimpse in Roxas's hand earlier, and he did have a plethora of crit triggers. So I mean, it's one of the vices that tends to happen a lot when you play archetypes like Messiah. You will have moments where you just draw none of your pieces and you only have triggers. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
I mean, the advantage here is that, at least the upside to this situation is that if he can write an Alter Ego Messiah, he does have one multi-attacker on the field. He has one copy of Lady Fencer. So if he can find another copy of another multi-attack extender, he's basically gaming at this point.
Oh, that is correct. So I think I Soul Blast the Lagrange here for next turn. And then I guess a crit trigger as a booster.
Ooh, we see a Gastor from hand coming down here.
Oh, okay, it looks like it.
I mean, it is an extender to some extent, but not ideal, I think, depending on what he's gonna high roll here.
Oh, I like this play. He's considering whether or not he wants to call over the Van Manen for the extra draw. I think you do it. You're trading in 10k shield for a potential blind draw, but that blind draw can end up leading to an extra piece you could possibly use later. I guess he's just thinking about whether or not it's the correct play to do. It gives the column that he's considering an extra +10. So I think you do it, though.
And at the same time, it's already on the field, so the 10k shield, you don't minus it, as you don't have access to that right now.
Exactly. So, okay, so I guess he just wants to keep it for shield overall, since it's better to guard against the Amputation Angel, since he is at 4 damage. So I guess he's just like really scared right now of being blitzed out of the game.
Yeah, because he needs to be wary of the Amputation Angel's guard restrict, because the moment that Zephy can generate two more protect markers, it's gonna be dangerous, that column. Either he needs to attack into that unit, or he needs to prepare his hand to guard that massive number with the guard restrict turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, that's right. So right now he'll be putting a card from his hand locked with a Gastor's effect, if he chooses so. He's thinking about, Zephy is currently thinking about intercepting here. He's going to be intercepting with a grade 1 since it's on a protect marker. It does get the extra bonus shield. He's going to be calling the dwarf here. He's going to be calling, I think he drew into a Lagrange.
Let's see what he unlocks. It is... Oh, apparently he called the Great Researcher here, which essentially is just, I believe, a 13k beater at this point. Or once he locks another card.
I guess what had happened in this situation is that since his hand is just only triggers, he couldn't really find a good combo piece to call, so he ended up deciding to just say, well, if I have to call this, I might as well call it on the terms of it getting extra power.
I mean, that's fair. Like, you want to mitigate your resources knowing if either this is your kill turn or you need to prepare for next turn as well. So you don't want to overcommit on a turn that you know you're not going to do sizable impact on the game. Thus, getting a crit here, which can at least give some pressure to these side columns, because I believe the opponent overguarded that one trigger is not enough here.
No, it wasn't. It was 33, I think. So it was like a tutor pass, but since he whiffed on the first one, he was safe. So he has to give the extra effects to the other column. Nice. So he's attacking with this column of the Lady Fencer here. It is 15, 20, 25, 30, I think.
And I believe both columns now have a double crit here, because one had force 2 and the other I believe he got the critical to the grid 1 here. So putting him at 4, which means the other attack is gonna be lethal, so he has to guard at this point. Which puts him in a favorable situation, because if next turn he can rewrite, most of his attacks gonna be with the natural double critical, thus making every attack lethal except for the Vanguard, but that's a gamble if you're gonna no-guard that attack as well.
That's right. So Zyphi is going to be drawing for turn here, just riffling through his drop zone, making sure he has all the pieces he needs. I think it looks like another Arc Raider again. He's going to be healing. He's in a situation right now. He is on 4 damage. He does get a second protect marker. I think he'll need to activate that real quick before he finishes resolving all of his skills, I would hope. But he's going through the motions right now. He's completely in the driver's seat. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do first.
I mean, this happens when you get, like, if you're on the game match, it's probably very, very nerve-wracking and exciting for the players at the same time. So sometimes you forget these small details, but it will probably, I assume it's going to be rectified in a minute here. So we don't have to worry about that once the judges rule it. Yeah, and there's the protect marker coming down.
There we go. Okay, so he has the damage here. So right now, if he ends up using the Soul Blast of Arc Raider Malkuth Melik, he'll be able to call upwards to amount of 3 cards from the drop zone to rearguard circle, and he'll be able to rewrite the Shin Malkuth on the top of his damage, and basically effectively just taking 0 damage here, since he can just discard, I think it was 1 or 2 cards. I think he discarded a card. Yeah, discard a card from his hand.
Yeah, you discard a card. Oh, that's an interesting free card call here. It's not the Sexual Angel for the extra guard for next turn.
Huh. I thought he would have gone for like a double amputation angel column, because I thought I saw, but he did.
He does have another in drop zone, and I'm in the same line. I thought he's gonna go double beaters essentially here with the Sexual Angel for next turn for extra defense, but apparently he's gonna go for, I think he's trying to hinge his bet on more drive checks and potentially hitting crits here to just out pressure him on that amputation angel column. Maybe that's his direction.
Yeah, you're right, because Amputation Angel only gets the guard restrict when it has 3 markers in the same column as it. So you're right. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked. Indeed. Then it didn't really matter what was in that side, the other side column.
So I definitely assume he's gonna try to hope. He's probably hoping to get like maybe 1 or 2 extra criticals thanks to these extra drives that these grade 2 Jafkiel and I believe that's so Salafiel is gonna provide here, if he's gonna use their skills, that is.
Okay. So currently we currently do have a ruling here in regards of him missing the check timing for some of his skill activations, so they're rewinding to the point of him being able to do so.
Luckily, in those situations, that Angel Feathers doesn't draw a lot through their skills, so it's easier to rectify these situations, as there's like, you don't interact with your deck as much, except for if you go into these self-damage checks, but as we saw, those haven't just yet, so it's easy to rectify. But once again, it's probably the nerves coming here. There's a lot of skills activating at the same time. You need to order them correctly to allow them to activate, or not miss interaction timings here, or not to basically mess up the correct order of things here. So it's always very important to always get an extra second to think about ordering your skills and to completely resolve any skill before going to the next skill. We do see a heal here, which sadly doesn't activate because that's at 1 damage when that came in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess you would give the extra power to Shin Malkuth if you want to, even though it does give extra 10k to your board, since you do have 3 markers on the board. So right now it looks like they are stopping him again, making sure he's currently currently resolving his skills in the proper order here. I mean, as I said, everybody can have issues like that. Like, who do you feel like in a matchup like this, like from start to finish, feels more favored for you in this matchup of Angel versus?
If we go from the beginning, from turn 1.
Yeah. How do you feel about the matchup entirely? Just going in, you flip your starter, you said, "Oh, sweet, I'm against Malkuth," because you saw it in your damage.
I think in a vacuum, I feel like Messiah is more favored even if Messiah goes second, because there's a lot of aggressive tempo option the deck has, a lot of high roll potential, whereas Malk of Malek, it has some high roll potential, but it's very consistent in what it puts out. So you can, to some extent, expect what's going to happen, what's going to come your face. It's very consistent, so it's hard to deal with, because even if you remove the Amputation Angel, Sexual Angel, as we just saw, Malk of Malek can reoccur an entire field out of nowhere. The only downside the deck has is that if it bricks a little bit under grade 3 and it cannot rewrite, they usually just start to swing for vanilla. Whereas Messiah has a lot of options for just multi-tech enablers. They have either the grade 3s, the grade 4s, or the great vocal codes grade 4, or the grade 1s that allow them to just at least get some value. And Alter Ego on its own, even if you brick, does generate value to some extent. Whereas if you stuck on Malk of Malek or you stuck on Shin Malk of Malek, it doesn't really do anything anymore. It's just sitting there, which makes the deck a bit more vulnerable to bricking, where Messiah, in that regard, is more consistent in at least some output. So I would say Messiah is more favored in this particular instance. However, in this matchup, where we are right now, I feel Malk of Malek is in a very good position with the Messiah player being at 4, already established his Amputation Angel, and potentially having those extra drive checks here right now, thus allowing that Amputation Angel to potentially swing for game in this particular turn.
Especially since I do feel a little bit that Roxas might be safe here, since he had drawn a lot of triggers this game in between a lot of his turns, and I think he has like 2 PGs, has like a Van Man, and so I think he has like upwards to about 45k shield or so, or at least like 50k shield, plus he also has the Lady Fencer to intercept with, so he's clearly not out of the game. So currently he's just deciding on how he wants to guard here. This is going to be attacking for 22 to the Vanguard. Since Shin Malkuth Malek, if you have 2 or more protect markers, or 2 or more protect markers on your rearguard circles, or any of your circles really, you do get plus 10k on your front row.
So we do see a PG coming down, which makes sense, as it's not usable against the Amputation and the crit. That crit is very important here, because now that Amputation Angel is dangerous.
Oh, that it is. So right now it's plus 10, plus an extra 15 from its own skill, plus the protect marker boost, which is another 15, plus the base 17. I think it's like upwards to about close to 60k, no?
The booster is looking at 23k booster on the 10k body. It's a 33k column. Another 10 of Malk of Malek is 43k. A trigger is 53k, and it makes the extra 15 is 68k if we're not missing any power.
Whew.
Sorry, I just rectification. It's 67 because we're protect numbers, not force numbers.
Ah, so that is solid.
So 67, and keep in mind, our opponent cannot use Sentinel, so they need to hard guard this attack.
Kind of gives me some Hamiel PTSD here, but it's like, oh, please, Gabriel, no.
I mean, to be fair, unlike Hamiel, I feel like Malk of Malek has to work a bit more for it, and like a lot went going right here to achieve this point. And it's only 2 damage. It's only 2 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, so that's 45, that's another 10, plus the intercept.
I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I think he only gets to 63. Draw.
That's a draw? Does it have a 6 heal?
No.
Oh, it looks like not, and that's game here, and that's what we see the power of the guard receipt on the Amputation Angel. Like this, like from a situation where you just explained, like he's probably comfortably surviving here, to suddenly he lost because of that crit coming down.
Yeah, because like the crit coming down was a whole lot of pressure there.
And that's I think, knowing how this turn played out, I think him not doubling down on just beaters and trying to get extra drive checks with the Javiel and Jaquiel or Solofio has probably been the correct play here, because that allowed him to dig deeper through the deck, also getting to that critical trigger and allowing him to get him into this win condition that we just saw and actually allowing him to win this game.
Yep, I would like to highlight though that Roxas possibly could have just like PG for PG here, because even if his opponent did end up hitting a crit trigger on the rearguard circle, that's another 30. Like, he would end up having to eat 2 damage either way, and I guess what he was like hoping was that his opponent didn't get a crit, I guess, or at least him having an extra bit of shield, but he wasn't like gonna die of straits either way. So I feel just guarding, just PGing the Van possibly just might have been the go-to. Possibly.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that that thought pattern. Maybe he was thinking somewhat similar as you were at the beginning of the turn, where he might have guessed, I'm gonna comfortably survive this turn, and I maybe need that extra PG for next turn, as he probably didn't assume he could win the next turn, and he probably needed to buy another turn, so that PG would have come in handy that turn. But it's hard to guess what the players are actually thinking at the specific junctions during those decisions, as there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot to consider when either calling units to the field, guarding certain instances, and trying to establish and to figure out what your opponent's game plan is and how to navigate through that to actually get to your game plan.
Yep. And I think before we head to break, the last tidbit I would like to give as well. I think into the grade 3 turn, going into the Angel Feathers grade 3 turn with Malkuth, possibly attacking into the rear guard here and not giving him the second damage, or at least making him work for it, possibly might have been the plan there.
I would agree, especially since Malkuth Malek has a very powerful unplay skill that costs 2 counterblasts, so denying them that can essentially help you, as that was a free damage he dealt against him.
And that's right. So with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We'll be right back after this for round number 4. Don't go anywhere. Welcome again, everyone, to another edition of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Joined with you today again is your boy JJ, yours truly, and we also joined with Mr. Time Leap himself. How you doing, Eric? How you feeling?
I'm still doing pretty good. I think we're halfway through the tournament. We've seen a lot of spicy things, and we're going to keep continuing on with the interesting matchups. As next up for the next round, we got another very interesting matchup lined up for us, which is bound to spark some excitement moving forward here.
Yes, it's going to be a matchup of Dragon Supreme of the Abyss kind versus some Aqua Police boys. And we'll get that underway for you guys. It's going to be a matchup of Shadow Paladin versus Thavas. So let's get into the first deck list. So this is straight off the presses, another Revenger archetype from Clan Collection Volume 4. It's Raging Revenger, Raging Fall Dragon reverse of revenging stuff. But I mean, in all honesty, he is a very good archetype, cookie cutter archetype. It is a whole lot of Revenger archetypes slammed into your deck. You might say, oh, this is kind of relatively easy to build, but it's very difficult to master, knowing exactly what choke points are your opponent going to need to try to angle for, trying to keep you at 3 damage, since your Revenger Raging Form Dragon does need you to be at 4 damage to get your full explosive combos. Also being able to use your Dorins and your Klaus, whether or not you want the extra draw or the extra soul or the extra power. This is going to be very difficult to decide on how you want to navigate, since you don't have access to cards like Countercharge, like Clerk's Lancer, or cards like Sharon as well. And his trigger lineup is relatively safe. He is running the highly coveted Grim the Reaper crit trigger, since it's also a Revenger critical trigger. So he's not going to be using any of the Abyssal Owls or any other cards that could be used as well. So this is going to be a really interesting archetype. It's kind of stock, you know, it's kind of building some of the best cards in the archetype, and he's running 1 copy of Ranwin.
I mean, if we're gonna go from one deck that excels in multi-tacking, stacking markers, and just rewriting the Vanguard, we could move to the opponent's deck to 0, which is essentially Thavas, which does similar things with rewriting the Vanguard with Thavas into Lambros. We create more markers, as well as multi-tack. Only this deck focuses more on the multi-tech aspect with all these restanding capabilities with Tavis, as well as what we see with the new inclusion of the new promos with Adelaide. And of course, we see the long-awaited introduction with, of course, Pursuit Assault in this list as well. Interesting enough with this particular list, because Tavis to some is somewhat also cookie cutter with a lot of staple cards being played here. We do see a change with ratios here being played with an inclusion of Penguin at 2, but we see Pursuit Assault only at 3 copies and only 2 copies of Dennis and 2 copies of Wheel Assault. So apparently Zero puts more emphasis on the countercharge capabilities with Signal Penguin, but I'm wondering how this influenced the aggressive nature of this deck with less copies of either Wheel Assault, Pursuit Assault for the draw engine, and potentially Dennis. So I'm very curious of how this will play out and how much value the Penguin Assault is going to come in here with this particular matchup against Revengers. So, and what we also see is an interesting note here is that Lambros is also at 4 copies, which means a very heavy focus on the superior right, whereas usually a lot of players only play like 3 copies at Lambros at most. So I'm very curious how this will pan out and what we're going to see in the upcoming match against Revengers with more Raging Form Dragon. Are you as excited as I am, JJ, moving forward here?
I am mega excited. So the players are looking to get ready, so let's get into the match. Let's get this underway.
So one important thing I want to note out here, JJ, is that I'm very biased to the Aquaforce player for one particular reason. He's playing the correct starter, he's playing Eric, so I can agree with his stance here.
Oh man, I mean, I guess the opponent is playing Fritz. Unfortunately, I'm not named Fritz, so I can't be passionately emulating it. But right now, he is riding on the Reika and also calling down a copy of Dark Armor Revenger Rinnel. It's gonna allow him to get an on-hit effect. I think he's not guarding this because Zero did end up riding a Wheel Assault here. He did get his on-hit off, but he's currently contemplating what Revenger card he wants to add via this skill. He's looking, he's going to get another copy of Rino here. It being able to duel as a tutor option for most of your Revenger cards, which feeds into your Raging Form Dragon, or also a retirement into some matchups. And I think he'll probably make use of that during this game.
One important thing that we see here is that not only did Zero ride his Wheel Assault, which does give him the extra draw here, which can help for the resource for Lambros moving forward in the later turns, but also what we just saw with the deck list is that Zero is only playing 2 copies of Wheel Assault, which now means the Wheel Assault combo, which allows your Lambros recent column turn into 2 extra attacks instead of 1, is now offline because he cannot use the full combo, which requires 2 Wheel Assaults, which is a shame and does happen with running only 2 copies. It's a bit more risky. But we have to wait and see how Zero is going to navigate forward, knowing that this play is now offline for him.
So off of the Wheel Assault, though, we did notice that he did draw into the Lambros, and since he is running like 4 copies of it, he's going to be able to call it down as a rear guard. And also being 15k base is nothing to sneeze at as well.
Especially in the early game, going up against a 10k base, which does hit really good magic numbers.
So he's going to be riding into his Greed 2 turn of Rukeya, of being able to just push in some pressure here. It doesn't really do anything as vanilla. It only does something when it's being ridden on by any of your Revenger units.
So I believe it was the Doran being Drauchic, or it's the... Yeah, it's the Doran, the grade 2 variant of the combo that allows you to create solid beats columns as well as adding more pressure without losing resources if you combine it with the grade 1. As we just saw it being added to hand, which is nice. So we can assume that the grade 3 turn is gonna be pretty explosive from the Raging Form player, from Sean, as long as he has his Raging Forms in hand.
But I wouldn't take him out of I wouldn't take Zero out of the race yet. So right now he's going into his Tavas turn. He does have a Lambros here set up. He does have 3 more left into the deck.
Ooh, Pursuit Assault coming down, which is nice.
Yeah, so he'll be able to use Pursuit Assault skill to rest 2, so also including itself. Drawing a card here, it does draw into a critical trigger, a bit unfortunate, but it is a bit of extra shield going into the later turns of the game. Pursuit Assault being a very good card that we recently have gotten from one of the promo sets, and also being able to get extra power, pushing your opponents a whole lot more in when you also get more XL markers and drawing cards. It just adds a whole lot more to the Aquaforce strategy.
Now, of course, the one thing unfortunate for Zero here is that he is up against a Force deck, which makes these magic numbers hit less significant, because Pursuit Assault in this instance is going to hit for 14 and potentially 19k, but being up against a 10k base is less instrumental against, like, let's say, a 9k base against Protect and Axel deck. So this is definitely a nice added bonus for Sean, having to deal with this multi-tech onslaught facing his way right now here.
So right now, it does look like he's going to use Thava's skill to rest the Lambros. And Lambros, you're trying to ask yourself, like, hey, that's a grade 4. Well, it also has an additional skill of being able to lower its grade by 1 due to Thava's skill, which is kind of nice. Also being a 20k rear guard on the Axel marker, so if his opponent does use a heal guardian here, it's going to be able to use Thava's skill. Rest more rear guards, retire more if he wants to. He's going to use Nikki's skill to be able to send back a rear guard back into from the drop zone back into deck. Then he's going to be able to use Lambros' skill to discard a card. He can discard the critical trigger that he probably drew off with the Pursuit Assault here. Going to search into a Lambros. All those columns are going to be relatively big because Penguin's skill of being able to give a column extra 5k bonus, it does allow him to hit for 28k on that column alone. So you have a column of 20, 21, and 14, which is just really, really big to deal with.
Especially as we can assume that he's going to resend the Penguin column, which is another 28k column, which I believe Lambros also gives an additional 5k to each unit. So that column is, could get more power, but sadly, as soon as the opponent is still at grade 2, it's just going to be multi-attacks with not additional power, which is somewhat of a downside for aggro plays, especially this early on, but I don't think Zero is minding it in this situation, seeing as his board is filled up with Lambros left, right, and center, which is interesting, especially now that we know that he's playing 4. It's hurt less because he has still 1 copy left in back.
Especially, but he does have Nikki, so you can send it back in. So it's going to be fine, unless he has, like, and Revenger, sadly enough, does not have any targeted removal, so it's only like your opponent chooses sort of thing. So right now he's contemplating whether or not he's going to be attacking with his Vanguard, but I guess he's just not going for it. He said, no, I'm going to try finish off this game as quickly as I possibly can. He's like going to go through caution to the wind. If I happen to hit a crit here, I could possibly close off this game almost instantly. He's going to be able to hit a heal trigger.
That's 2 heals. That's 2 heals. Okay.
Double heal here. That is still 15k shield. I don't know how much that's actually going to matter if Sean does have Raging Form into Raging Fall, because that can be really dangerous here this turn. This is over, I think, 30k to 40k power right now, especially due to the double heal. 0 triggers being hit for Sean and damage zone.
We did saw a Raging Form going to damage, so that can maybe tell us something about the possibility of him having all the Raging Forms he needs, but we never know. We never know what his hand is going to be, and potentially he has options to dig further to more copies of Raging Form.
So right now, I find it very interesting that Zero said, I'm not really scared of you, man. You go ahead. if you can finish me here, go ahead. Go for it. Go off, King. But right now, he's going to use the skill of Rukia. He's going to be able to look at the top 3 cards of his deck and choose up to 1 card Revenger, add into his hand, and then choose from among them and put it to your hand. And I guess he gets to add one, which is kind of nice, and he gets to search for another, which is also pretty good too. So I mean, it's gonna be him being able to possibly go into Raging Form, also using Raging Form skill to call another card too off of his on right skills. This is just gonna be super nice.
I mean, there's a possibility that we can see maybe 3 to 4 Vanguard swings this turn if he has the full combo, if I remember correctly, how you can go from Raging Form into a Raging Fall that potentially could restem. But that is potentially a lot of pressure, and with so many Vanguard swings and potentially dry checks, and I don't think Zero has that big of a hand to potentially deal with all these Vanguard attacks, especially with the extra force markers they're gonna be generated with every subsequent rewrite here.
It's okay. So how this ability then ends up working here is the fact that if you go into Raging Form, since you do have 4 or more damage, you can end up calling a grade 2 or less from your deck. And you could call it right? And
Yeah.
then using those rear guards you get off of it, since you need to retire 3, you get an additional 3, so you can restand again, which is really nice.
So interesting enough, he blocks the first Vanguard swing, and I mean that's pretty good. There's a crit early game, so if he didn't block that will put him at 4 damage, which is very dangerous this early on.
That's right. So he's going to attack a win of 16, going to retire 3, he's going to be able to pay for the Soul Blast, make his opponent retire 2. I would expect the Lambros being retired here. They already did their job, pushing him to 5. Sean did get a plethora of triggers here. He is going to be rewriting into Raging Form. So right now he could probably go into Raging Form, Raging Fall, which is just super, super scary.
So indeed, the Lambros is going down here.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, what is he going to superior on this situation?
He could possibly choose to go for Dorian since he has so much counterblast. He could use Dorian's skill here, that if you do happen to have Klaus in your rearguard circle, he does allow you to draw a card, but he also just gets a base of 10k straight up. So he's a 20k rearguard, which is really, really nice.
And we do see the grade 1 in the background, the other column, so it's a pretty beefy beater.
Yeah, that's right.
And this might potentially be where Zero realized that maybe being this aggressive might not have been the correct move, as these extra pluses that Sean is not generating because he's at 4 damage can potentially be the last ditch he needs to really do a damper on Zero's future options by either putting him at high damage or to ripping his hand to shreds that he doesn't have the resources to do another full Tavis combo next turn.
Especially right now he's in a, you're right, because especially right now he's in a situation he only has 5 or more cards. That Dorint is 40k power with extra critical, so he also needs to guard for that too. He only has 2 heal guardians that we know of in his hand. He possibly did draw into more triggers, possibly a perfect guard that he needs to guard for. He is on fairly low damage, so he could choose to like intercept and guard for 5 from hand if he has one, but then again that's another combo piece he'll be losing, because I think he drove into an Adelaide as well, so that'll be like a lot of extra potential combo pieces that he'll need to worry about.
Plus we need to keep in mind there is potentially another Vanguard swing after this.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be an extra Vanguard swing after this, since he'll be attacking with his rears first. This is 40 into 42k 30k shield, so that makes him 42. Now he's going to be attacking with Van. That is 33 into his Vanguard. I think he's going to no guard this, hope for the best. Draw, all effects Van. Second check, nothing. Damage check, nothing again. Oh boy. So I think he's considering whether or not he wants to use the skill, because at end of turn he could use Klaus's skill to be able to go into Soul. But no, I think he just wants to go for it here. He's smelling the writing on the wall. He wants to try and go into it.
Ooh, there's the reverse. There's the Raging Ball reverse.
Okay, so right now he is in a situation he can't really fully... He could reduce the cost for the amount of what he has, but sadly enough, he can't really pay the cost since he doesn't have any cards to lock. He does have only 2 damage face up, sadly enough, but he does still get to attack. And this should be the final attack, and so if Zero can guard this, he should be fine. But going into Zero's turn...
Just look at that hand of Shaw. That's a massive hand. And of course, those 2 draws don't help at all.
Yeah, it's gargantuan. Like into 2 Siddelys. Oh, nothing. And now that is 1 more damage. He risked it for the biscuit. He puts him to 5. And he's saying to himself, okay, I lived. We got through it, boys. Let's go.
Now the question is, how much can Zero do in this particular? We know that Tavis can be very explosive with all the multi-attacks, and he does have access to the 2 Axle Circles, and now free with the rewrite, which can definitely help him to set up a very aggressive board. And knowing that the opponent is also at 5, this means every single attack needs to be guarded.
Yes. So right now you were saying, hey, he has like a lot of PGs right now. Well, those PGs might not be that good since he's on 5 damage, 1 damage is lethal, and he's being attacked for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think like close to 7 attacks. That is just tough. And he has an Adelaide in hand, so it can actually possibly end up being more.
So we got a Nerissa coming down, which can be a pretty beefy boost hitter, especially with this situation on the Exo Circle.
And since Pursuit Assault also themselves are plus 15k due to its continuous skill.
He's probably contemplating of where he wants to call his units and which particular units he needs to rest in order, because it's very important to use your orders and use your skills in the right order to not accidentally rest the wrong unit in this situation. And he probably wants to maximize every single little piece of advantage he can generate, because I assume what he's trying to do here is to stack the Nerissa at as high possible power as possible, as her skill is not restricted to once per turn.
Exactly. Since Nerissa's skill is when it's rested by another ability, you can Soul Blast 1, restand her, and she gets plus 10k, and she gets an additional draw effect when 4 or more rear guards are rested at the end of your turn. So Adelaide is being called here and being resolved, resting herself and another rear guard, being able to get the once per turn skill of at the end of battle when your grade 3 or greater Vanguard attacked, Color Blast 1, and restand this unit. And then when its ability is stunned by a card's ability during the battle phase, also including itself, it gets plus 5.
So probably what I think Zero's contemplating is the order that he wants to rest this unit, because I assume he wants to rest the Adelaide and then maybe go for the Coral Salt or the Nerissa, because he can still get enough cards rested, because keep in mind, he needs to end up with 3 cards rested in order to use the Tava skill, but he does have access to Nikki, which can give him another soul charge, which allow you to use the Nerissa 1 more extra time, and he has the Penguin, which can potentially rest more cards. So if he orders it correctly, he should have enough to not only stack multiple times of Nerissa, but also get the condition to go into Lambros to reset this entire board.
Yeah, that's right. I think right now he's thinking of... I find it very interesting he didn't put the Adelaide in the column with the Penguin here. I think that's probably a pretty interesting thing for me. Because he's going to use Nikki's skill, going to send the Lambros back into deck, so he'll get the soul charge. So he's not going to miss a beat here. Going to soul charge 1, soul charging the Adelaide. I think it's super interesting. Because like with the Adelaide here, he could like restand Adelaide and then use her own skill. So if he gets a critical, that could have been like a double swing on the Vanguard with like 2 crits if he had it. So him putting in an Axel marker here is...
I think what he was hoping for, because I believe he resolved the Pursuit Assault after he called the Nerissa, that he may be drawn into a better card that he could put in front of the Penguin. Maybe a unit that can restand, so get more value off the extra 5k that Penguin can provide.
That's fair. But did you see any other better value unit than Adelaide at all?
Not really. Maybe he was hoping to see another Adelaide, because either putting the Adelaide on the Axel Circle or in front of Penguin essentially accomplishes the same, because both Adelaides get an additional 5k pump. Only one gets an extra booster behind it on if you combine it with the Lambros restand turn or a skill.
Okay. Well, that is a possibility, yeah. So now he is using the Lambro skill, restanding his entire, all of his rear guards here. Adelaide can restand herself via her skill, but due to the Lambro skill, she already does have an additional plus 5, so she is 19 already, asking for a 10k shield. And
when you look at the board now, it's a complete different story, because the Nerissa is having, I believe, plus 20k, so she's going to be 33k on her own. We have a Coral Salt, which is probably going to be like a 32k beater. We have a Pursuit Assault, which is plus 15. With the booster, it's basically a 29k. And then, of course, a Column is going to restand, so we have 1 extra attack. Suddenly, there's a lot of pressure coming out of Zero, and that hand of Sean with 2 PGs looks maybe quite thin, honestly, and could be maybe not enough, depending on what's going to happen in his guard pattern and the potential drive checks that's going to see from Lambros here.
You're right, because like the PGs that we did see before, it is 4 cards to guard if you end up using like a PG for another unit and a PG for another unit. Say like 2 grade 3s, for example, like low shield value units, but you still have to shield with them, right? You still gotta protect yourself. And I'm sure he did end up farming 14 cards, but like all those cards are like also maybe 5k shields and also maybe 10k shields that he wants to try to commit to finish off with next turn. So right now both of them are in a situation of, if either of us survive here, with the other one's in trouble, Like that's kind of the end of the rope. This is their final turns.
So let's see what Zero's final turn is going to look like. We see him swinging with the Pursuit Assault, which makes sense because I believe that's currently his weakest column here. So he's probably swinging with the Coral Assault next, and then a Narissa. Oh no, apparently Narissa coming down already. Interesting that he chose to attack with the Narissa first, because I believe the Coral Assault is one guard block weaker.
Well, he'll be able to restand an entire column, though. So that was 29 there. So you have to use the card for 30k shield, and then the Narissa is 33, so he needs to use 25k shield here. So it's 10, 10, there he goes, 25. So I guess he looked to restand the Pursuit Assault column, and then tried to give triggers to the other rearguards if he can get it.
Honestly, I would... Yeah, the Pursuit Assault is the most powery because it gets plus 10k instead of Narissa, which will only be 5k. So this is now 39k. And I believe the Adelaide should restand as well after the end of the battle. So that's yet another attack that's coming down as well here. And the Adelaide is going to get... I think, did the Adelaide already get the additional 5k power during the main phase?
Yes, it did get an additional 5k already from Lambros. So when she resends, she'll be a 24k attacker on her own.
Which is still pretty beefy, because that's at least 15k block again.
Mm-hmm. So he might get away from here with the skin of his teeth. Currently, I think he has like 8 cards left or so he'll PG. I would PG for PG here. It doesn't really matter what other triggers your opponent gets. I think he needs to survive using the amount of raw shield value that he can, but he will be discarding his grade 1 for this.
I mean, last time you said PG for PG, you were right, so we're gonna see if you're right again here in this situation, JJ.
Like, people tend to get very scared of getting rid of the PG because they value it like, oh, it's a perfect guard, but sometimes that doesn't really matter to archetypes that can attack multiple times in a turn. So it's... he might still live here because he does have another perfect guard, and he needs to use that for the Pursuit Assault that's coming.
Also, very importantly, we saw no triggers from Zero, so this is the best case scenario for Sean coming out of this Vanguard attack.
Yeah, so that's 28 to the 24. That is not enough. He'll have to swing here for 29. Both attackers are going to be for 29k attack power here. So he's going to PG for... Was he discarding?
I believe that's a grade 1.
Yeah, I think that's a class, yes. Does he have enough?
And this is the last 29k attack. So 20k shield.
20k. Does he have enough here?
Another PG! 3 PGs coming out. Is that... does he only have 1 card left in hand?
Yeah. This is his Destiny draw here. Right now, he'll be drawing a card off of the XL. So I was wrong. Actually, Zero does have maybe one more. Like, one further turn than this, to be honest.
I mean, he is at 5 damage, and the Vanguard does have 3 force markers, so even if Sean just swings sideways, there is a potential that Zero doesn't have enough raw shield value, depending on these draws that we're not going to see what they are.
Yeah, exactly. We have no information of them. I mean, we did see a few. I think I saw like a Nikki and a critical trigger. That's 25k shield already, which is pretty scary on its own. So right now he's contemplating what he wants to do here. Sees, watching his damage, checking his triggers, see what he still has left, what he could possibly use here. It's a possibility he might go for the Raging Fall skill of locking his units.
But does he have enough counterblast to facilitate this skill? Because he only has 2 cards left in hand.
It gets reduced. You're right to actually talk about that. His skill gets reduced for how many lock cards he controls. So he can actually end up locking his rear guards, or he could just choose to just attack with them. So right now,
When you're Rakea coming down here, which is a beater, potentially, if he has it, he probably is going to go all in on the Vanguard, which makes sense because his rear guards are probably not hitting enough on the Vanguard. There's just 10k beat sticks at this point.
He does. Okay, so right now he is I think the card that he currently has in his hand might be a trigger. This is the reason why he didn't pre-commit it first before he used the skill, because it does give plus 5k to all Revengers you control. So
and I was afraid for that because it's probably a trigger without the Revenger name, so he cannot lock it. So he cannot. And so probably this is going to be in the Vanguard only attack that has plus 5k, and now he probably Sean is praying that either Zero doesn't have enough, or that it's a 1 to pass or maybe 2 to pass, and he can get enough triggers to break through here.
Yeah, and of course, that I forgot to mention, he also needs to discard 3 cards for it. It's a costly effect, but it's a relatively power run, getting double swings into your Vanguard. He's currently thinking how to guard here. He does have the Adelaide and the Pursuit Assault. That's 10k shield already, plus the 15, plus Narissa's, and plus extra wheel assaults and stuff. So he can still, like, manage here. So it does look like more of a dire situation for Sean than it is for Zero. I completely forgot about the extra draw you get from the Coral Assaults. Such a strong effect, such a strong archetype.
I mean, it's been a staple since release for a reason.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how many? That's 4 10ks and a 15k. So that's 55k shield. And is he? That's 55k. So that's 67k against his 40. I think 48. I think his Vanguard was.
Yes.
Oh, he did have 2 counterblast face up, so he can restand his Vanguard.
That's right.
I was wondering if that 1 extra card was face up or not. I couldn't see correctly through the glare, but it's
no
a crit! Oh no, it's a double crit! Oh my god!
Oh wow! In the final hour, the Revengers come to take their vengeance.
And just out of nowhere, just Sean takes it, and he just doesn't take it like lightly. He just takes it convincingly.
So let's talk about that match, man.
I mean, once we thought that he couldn't reason, I was wondering, because I was looking at his damage zone, I was like, is that 1 face-up card or is that 2 face-up cards in the damage zone? Because if it's 2, there's a reason why he kept that 1 card in hand, because then at the end of the battle, he can discard 3 and counter +2 for the restand. And that would change everything, as we saw here.
Yeah, because like whether or not the restand could matter or not, he did have the necessary resources to complete his combination of cards and come out on top. It was a really stunning display of both players playing to their strengths. I felt maybe I'm nitpicking. Maybe I'm that nitpicking grandma that kind of likes to just make sure that people play your cards correctly, young man. But I feel him giving Sean here a bunch of counterblast almost might have spelt a disaster if through the raging form fall he might have ended up losing that one. So that was scary. I feel that was a scary turn for him.
I think what we're used to, especially in the previous games that we saw and also with last week, most players are very cautious. They are very cautious with the amount of damage they give the opponent and think about how much they can basically get on the crackback if I give them too much counterblast. These players were like, we're going to go all in, we're just going to keep swinging and just use as much damage and attack. And yes. it does create very explosive and exciting gameplay, as we saw here, because there was no moment wherein players took it easy. They were just going as hard as they could.
Yeah, that's right. I think Zero probably might have been in a situation where he felt that, man, I'm going to be down so much cards anyway. I might as well try pushing, go in for lethal. If he has enough shield, if he has the pieces, he got it. You know, if he has the correct ride. Because it could have been a chance that Sean could have just only had Raging Fall and it would have been a super lackluster turn, right? So, yeah, he put him on, have Raging Fall, Raging Fall, Raging Fall, and then you got it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, because especially the Raging Form deck, it is known to be very explosive and very dangerous if they can use their combo. But unlike any other restanding Vanguard mechanic or strategy, the thing about Raging Form is they need to have it. If they don't have the rewrite, it's just a vanilla Vanguard. It doesn't really do anything. So if they cannot get to it, they're just sitting there. So that's a gamble that players sometimes take, and sometimes it definitely pays off. In this situation, sadly, it wasn't the case, because we saw Sean at the full ace here. He had the full house when he went to do his turn.
That's right. So talking about full houses, unfortunately, I must vacate this one. I'll be leaving you guys for the round. I'll leave you guys with Zistral and Mr. Timing again. Thank you so much for having me on, guys. I'll be seeing you guys hopefully in the next coming rounds. Be awesome, stay awesome. See you guys shortly.
Hello and greetings everyone. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V-Premium European Tournament. Zistral back here with Eric, bringing you round 5 of the tournament. We're over halfway through the tournament now. It's still quite a bit left to go. It's not the end of the road just yet. And yeah, we're going to jump straight into round 5. We've got a pretty interesting matchup. We've been once again able to stave off Gold Paladin for one more round. And we're not even showing Ange. We're going to be showing Highlander as one of the Bermuda decks that we're showing on stream today. And they're playing against the Gear Chronicle, standard Chrono Jet list. It's nothing too special, but it's at least something that you wouldn't normally see or expecting to top that much. So before we get into the deck list, we're just going to take a quick look at the standings now that we're halfway through the event. So here are all the players that are currently on XO. We've got some well-known names there. So at the top of the standings, we've got Lisk. And then in second and third, we have Andre Lee and Toby TCG, both well-known members of Team WCC. Following behind them, we have Adrian Barber, who is someone who we saw in the top ladders of the NA BRO earlier this year in the March 2021 circuit. Full Metal Paladin 21, we saw them last week in the top cut of Premium as well. Congratulations to them. And then Man Long, Simone, Toadie, and Chadson, also all with a 4-0 record. Flipping over, we also have 9th to 16th in the standings. Again, another member of WCC, Stephen Lay, also known as Swo, also with a 4-0 record right now. And finally, at the bottom of the XOs, still doing very well, is Chia Yong-chi. Then we have a few X1s in the top cut as well. We have Raindrop E, Derek Dow, another WCC member, ENI, Snona, Garget-san, a member of that fledgling team, MCC. And finally, another member of Dual Dimension, Gabri, all on a 3-1 record. So, these are all players that we're expecting to do well. Look forward to seeing maybe 1 or 2 of them on stream in the coming rounds. But yeah, we're moving. It's all to fight for. There's still everything left to go. We cannot count our chickens before they hatch, as some would say. But yeah, like I said, for now we have round 5, which is going to be Bermuda Highlander versus Chrono Jet. So we're going to start off with the Highlander list being played by Hikawa Skies. So let's jump into that deck list. So Highlander in V is very different to Highlander in Premium, because even though you still have Kutere to get the filtering, you don't have the ability to bounce Kutere as aggressively as you would in Premium. So there's no drawing 5 or 6 cards. In exchange, you have a lot of the same cards, missing maybe the stand trigger from Crook, missing the multi-tap from Speaker. So the ceiling is generally lower, but the floor is still there. The important thing here is that the V Premium list will revolve around the 4 copies of Reindeer, which will give you multiple Vanguard attacks, which is where a lot of your pressure comes from. That combined with your grade 4s that actually have much more relevant effects compared to Strides and Premium means that the V Premium deck plays very similarly in that it uses Kutere to search for what it needs at a given moment in time, and it has other pieces to multi-attack in other ways, like say Aneska giving you the Axel Circle or Tiro being able to restand. Beyond that, it's pretty much what you'd expect. It's just playing all the best cards in Bermuda just at one-offs. It's interesting here how Hikawa has chosen to only play 1 Kutere, not 2 like we see on a lot of Highlander lists, meaning that if they damage on turn 1 for whatever reason, that's going to be obviously very problematic for them. And they're also only playing 1 Aqua. I think a lot of V Highlander lists will play 2 Aqua, because you can Aqua the Kutere, and if you add Aqua off of Kutere, you're still fine with that because you just Kutere again, and it's still that strong filtering, that strong plussing. So instead they've opted to run some more tech options. I'm afraid I don't know all the names off by heart, but there's a grade 2 there that I don't usually see, and a grade 1 that I don't usually see. So maybe we'll get into that as the game comes up. But yeah, that's going to be, I think, rather than go through all 40 odd cards one by one, let's just jump into the Gear Chronicle list. So Eric will take us through that, and if Highlander comes up during the game, we'll go over it during the game. I can hear him.
Stream, right? So as I was saying, this is not Highlander gear, so it's basically what we're seeing here is good stuff gears with a small twist, because as most people would have assumed, you would have Time Leaper Dragon, but Jakey decided to play 3 different cards, which gives his deck a whole different twist. As we see, the 2 of Kronos Command Dragon, the 2 of Zide, and the 2 of Gigi, which are relatively new cards, where this Chronojet build basically has the good stuff Chronojet engine, where we basically rewrite with next stage into Chronojet, swing with multi-attacks, and come with a massive Vanguard that has guard restrict that tries to win on that turn. but this engine also provides some field control and some more explosive options for the Chronojet turn, with GG being able to not only draw more cards, but also give the Vanguard additional 5k power, and that 5k can come up, including the control aspect of Zeit and Chronos Command. So I'm very curious as a Gears main myself. I usually don't play this variant with these type of cards, but I know the potential, and with the potential upset with Highlander, with some field control, this could be a nice tech that can come up. So I'm very excited for this matchup, and I cannot wait what this Chronojet player, Jakey, has in store for us this game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Chronojet's always been one of those super consistent decks, and it's never been bad. But I think at this point, the players are ready. Let's just jump into the game and see how this plays out. So we have Hikawa on the left, he's playing Bermuda Highlander, and Jeki on the right, he is playing Chronojet. So without knowing who's going first or second, who would you say is favored here?
I think both players have the same advantage going first here, as they're both like grade 4 decks that want to rewrite into their grade 4s or potential another Vanguard in Highlander's case. So going first definitely has an advantage here, but knowing both decks does have a going second strategy as well, definitely makes this an interesting matchup where it depends on how their early game into their first grade 3 turn is gonna go. That might depend here. I would say it's relatively a 50-50 here.
Okay. So interestingly here, we see that Bermuda went first. And I think that's relevant to bring up because, as you mentioned, both decks have going first plays and going second plays. But in the case of Gears, this list isn't playing Time Leaper Dragon. It's just instead opting for 2 copies of Chronos Command. So if he was going first, his very first play would just be Chronos Command.
Yes.
But now his going second play is Next Stage, which is obviously significantly better. Whereas in the case of Highlander, the difference between his going first, going second is pretty much minimal. Like, in Reindeer doesn't need your opponent to be grade 3 at all, and most of the grade 4s don't need your opponent to be grade 3 either. So the fact that they've been able to go first here and just go straight into front, if they hit it Reindeer straight into one of their grade 4s, means that they will have a much better time, I think, guarding against the next stage turn. Plus the full grade 4s in Bermuda are all 14k base, which makes it a little bit easier to guard the next stage as well.
And I think we just saw a Reindeer being draw check here, so there's a high possibility that the Highlander player is set for next turn once they write into the grade 3.
So he's gonna guard a bit here.
Yeah, I like the Naboo play in the early game, especially with the guard restrict, because a lot of players play with the Heal Guardian, but Naboo basically shuts the Heal Guardian plays in the early game effectively for any deck. So being able to open up a Naboo early game is really good. It gives you that early aggression, it allows you to draw into more cards and to increase the consistency of Chronojet. So far from the Chronojet player, we see a pretty good start.
Yep, nice heal there coming in for Hikawa. They do ride the Reindeer, which is one of the key cards of this matchup. And interestingly enough, they've been able to damage an eye so far, which does Gear Chronicle need a lot of counterblast, do you think?
Honestly, they only need one counterblast, and that's the counterblast for Chronojet, especially since this build doesn't play the counterblast grade 2s. All their grade 2s use Soul to some extent. So Chronojet and Chronos Command and Tooth are the only main things that are going to use counterblast. So I don't think the Gear Chronicle player minds to be damaged tonight here, as it doesn't directly affect their ceiling here. Maybe the Chronojet guard restrict, but if there's 0 damage, they probably don't have any rush to close the game anytime soon.
So 1 damage coming in, no defensive trigger, and then a 2 to pass on this swing. Tirua, and that looks like Olivia. So I just want to highlight there, one of the grade 2s that I said I didn't recognize is currently on the board right now, and it's Tide Conductor Akos. It's just Soul Blast, draw, and a bit of power. He does find the Inesca, which is huge.
That's a big swing turn here with Inesca on the 10th card for the reveal, because this allows him to just generate everything that he wants.
Yeah, the extra Axel Circle is going to be huge for his aggression here. And again, like, the Akos' effect is that when your Vanguard is placed, she can give herself power and then Soul Blast to draw. So it'll trigger on the Reindeer restand. So he's going to do that now, Soul Blast and draw 2, which is very powerful. So he's farming up a lot of cards, combined with the draw from the Axel, combined with the drive again on the re-ride from the Vanguard restand. That's a lot of cards he's going to farm up to be able to go into this next stage turn.
So I would assume he's gonna go for Protect protect 1 and Axel 2 in this situation? Just the standard option?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because even though Chrono Jet, it's grade 3 itself, turns off Sentinels, you can still perfect guard the next stage itself, which is still pretty good. Yep, so it's Protect 1 and Axel 2. And then he's stacking Force 1 onto the Vanguard circle, which again, I also very like, because it's putting way more pressure on Jackie here. And I say, if you know that, because it's open depthless format, that the opponent doesn't need that much counterblast to extend their ceiling, you can just afford to whack as hard as you can, rush as much as you can, and just deal as much damage as you need to, just to get them closer to that lethal range.
So now I'm curious of how much he can push back, because we're gonna. I hope, yeah, there's a Chrono Jet, so that's a very important part here, because sometimes you don't see a Chrono Jet on turn 3, and that will hurt, especially with Reindeer popping off as hard as she does right now. So now I'm curious how much he can explode this turn. It depends, like if he has Naboo, he can to some extent. If he has Ribbles, that's a nice combo. As currently, the only option he has to multi-attack without minusing himself is a Naboo into a Ribble. Because some players play the Calibums, which can combo nicely, but he doesn't. Most of his grade 2s stick on the board like Zaid as well as Smoke Gear. But that being said, losing a Zaid is not as problematic as losing like a Smoke Gear, for example. So I'm curious. Oh, that's interesting. He goes for Chronos Command instead of next stage.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, because I think the only reason to go into Chronos Command when your opponent is grade 3 is because you want to get rid of their board, right? But Hikawa doesn't really have a board to get rid of.
I think maybe his hand is not ideal and he just wants to build a board and hopefully he gets better units. I think that might be the case here.
I could see that, sure.
So let's see what is he gonna discard a tooth or maybe a oh, there's a tooth. Okay, so he's gonna get advantage of this Chronos Command discard as well. But now the question is, what's he gonna reveal in the top 5? Okay, Smoke Gear, that's a good card. I see another Chrono Jet, but I don't think he wants to call that, depending on what other beaters he acts to. Apparently that's the only beater he has left. 2 Ribbles. Ooh, that does hurt, because that means the amount of
You want those in hand, don't
yeah.
you?
You want them either in hand or seen in your drive jacks so that they will matter.
Does Gears have any way of recycling those Ribbles from either board or drop?
The only way to recycle Ribble is with a Ribble herself.
I see.
So this basically tells me that Jakey's hand is probably filled with triggers or maybe a lot of grade 3s. And that he was resorted to this to even get some value on the board, because he's probably assuming that Bermuda Triangle doesn't have a lot of option to removal. So with this, he can establish a board and the next turn can pressure with the restand as well as the rearguards as well. Because if you swing twice with the Vanguard and you have no rearguard pressure, how much value are you actually going to generate?
He's actually calling over his Chrono Jet with another Smoke Gear. I think, I guess it makes sense to pull out the Chrono Jet just for deck thinning reasons, but at the same time, you don't want to be you're just burning that shield from hand for no real reason, right? So the Protect marker comes down, crit does go to Smoke Gear, but again, like, Bermuda's not really a deck that needs Counterblast either, so Hikawa's down to just guard a lot of this. He doesn't need damage to, like, make his plays.
Yeah, I think Jakey really struggled from, like, not the idea of opening it, because ideally you just want to go into a next stage and just at least unleash 5 attacks with 1 Ribble. But from seeing what the Chronos Command Superior called, that was nowhere near the option he has available to him, because those cards were not in his hand, they were still in his deck, and now we can establish the board. So now the question is, can he survive next turn comfortably so that he can benefit from this Chronos Command turn, because he can use those cards again next turn to at least pressure with those attacks. Seeing the smokers on the field does hurt a bit, because that means if he's going to multi-attack with a Rebel that he might draw or maybe already has in hand, that then will force him to sacrifice one of those smoke gears if they stay on the board.
Yeah, what's relevant here is that Bermuda doesn't have that much hard targeted removal, so if Hikawa doesn't attack into Jackie's board, that board is staying there. So he's going to drop the Aqua to bounce. We'll see what Hikawa can do here. I think if he's going to Reindeer Rewrite, he's going to look for maybe Olivia to get multi-attack to combo off. But beyond that, there's not really much else he can do other than find another grade 4. The other thing relevant here to note is that looking at Jeki's list, he's not running any of Gear Chronicle's countercharge pieces, meaning that if Hikawa wants to just attack his rears and just demolish Jeki's board, he's gonna struggle to like find the resources to make plays next turn.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue with most Chronojet builds, because most countercharges within Gear Chronicle that are played are usually cards that refund their own counterblast cost. So damage denying is definitely a thing in Gear Chronicle, and it depends on how they can capitalize it. Luckily, some of our main power plays, like our Great Force, don't request or require a counterblast, but something like your finishers, like Chronojet, definitely do.
Yep, so Jeki there guarding a bunch of attacks. I think it's because these are all going at rear guard. Because I think if you're attacking Vanguard, you just take the damage, right? Because you need counterblast to make your plays.
I think if he can still attack the Vanguard, but I think maybe he wants to take the Vanguard swings, because the Vanguard swings are like unpredictable and can be massive with those 2 force markers and potentially a 3rd force marker on top of it.
Yep, so we've seen the Eneska gone. So Hikawa bottom decked the Eneska from Reindeer's Reride last turn, and I don't think they've shuffled since. So the other Great Fours they have access to are Laura and Olivia, both of which are multi-attack enablers. And we'll see if Hikawa hits one of them off the top 10 after this Vanguard attack. But I think right at the moment, Jeki's just choosing to guard the last one. And yeah, he's even though Jeki had a really healthy amount of hand, he's choosing to guard everything here, which I think is...
And this is
again,
like a no guard.
Heal does go off, which is huge. Power to rear. Another heal.
Oh my
also
god, that's painful. That's really painful for the Gear player seeing that. Especially that scene, as he could negate, he could have negated those heals if he took the damage.
Yeah, so now we're going to resolve the reindeer effects.
So far, no good target. Oh, there's a Laura.
There's Laura. Is he going to reveal the second Laura and fail? No, he does not. Laura comes down. So this isn't the ideal source of multi-attack, because he did give trigger power to his rear guards, and Laura doesn't stand the rear guards. They instead call off the top, and then basically gives them trigger power anyway. But again, we saw that Hikawa hit 2 heal triggers there, so if you've been able to like make value out of those that 20k to that rear guard, it would have been nice. But again, we're not premium, we don't have stand triggers, so instead this is going to have to Laura on place, look at top 10, and call a fresh board. I mean, it is deck thinning, but it's losing cards.
Also, one thing that might be awkward for Hikawa is that the grade 1 in the left column is a strong interceptor with 50k shield. So if he wants to multi-attack, which we're seeing doing, he is actively losing shield here. Which might not be ideal unless he tries to decide the game on this turn and thinks he doesn't mind losing the extra 15k shield.
Yeah. I mean, he does find a Kutere off of the Laura, which is really great, and it helps him dig for whatever it is he needs. We see the Eneska as well. Eneska being on the board is problematic, because it's going to be difficult to put it back into the deck to rewrite into later on. But yeah, I think at this point here, I'm just going to... if I'm in Hikawa's shoes, I say like, okay, I got the double heal, really cool, my opponent is super far behind, my board has plus 10k, I can now afford to just start rushing them down and just, like, break apart his rear guards, maybe deal an extra point of damage to his Vanguard, and then eventually, like, I can basically grind forever. Whereas Gears, now that we've seen 2 ripples go away, so the Gears' ability to grind out and survive and like last into the late game is severely diminished.
Oh, definitely. But also a very important thing that we need to keep in mind. The Gears player only has 5 cards left in hand, and we're seeing 4 big attacks coming down here. There might be an option that Hikawa is just want to swing with the Vanguard, sees if he gets crits and how much Jeki is gonna force on guard, and maybe tries to close the game this turn with those massive columns that are coming, because he needs to guard at least 2 attacks if no criticals are being ripped here to survive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if the best case scenario for Jeki right now is for Hikawa to hit no triggers off of this, and for then Jeki to no guard and hit a defensive, which is still... even the defensive doesn't really do much, because that Eneska column is what, 22, 32, 42 with the 10k from Laura. The other side column is also like 42, maybe 44. So the one drive, he has no trigger, he does perfect guard. But yeah, like even hitting defensive here doesn't really help him guard the rest, because it's still like 25 plus k shield that he needs to drop to all these attacks. So he's going to have to guard at least one of these or he risks dying. but then he just might have to take the other 2 and just pray.
I think he might be preying on a heal trigger in this situation. Because
Yeah,
if he
and the
take this attack, this I believe is the weakest attack. So that tells us that he doesn't have enough shield to even guard this attack.
Yeah, and when you say weakest attack, it's still 38. So...
yeah, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's a huge number. Okay, the critical sentinel does bring him to 43k.
Yeah, but now he has to take these, and he can afford to take them because he's on 3, goes up to 5.
And that draw helps a lot.
I think that's the sort of decision point here, because when you're in Hikashi, you see like, oh, my opponent has 3 cards in hand. Do I actually want to attack his rear guards, or do I want to go all Vanguard? And in going all at Vanguard, Jackie's gotten that big heal, which keeps him in it. And most importantly, because Hikaru's been attacking the Vanguard, Jackie gets to keep all of his units for next turn, for this next stage.
So depending on what he can build on this next stage, this could be pretty huge, because even though Hikawa has a pretty sizable hand, a Garter Stick on a Chrono Jet that comes with massive power buff is sometimes hard to deal with, especially with the rewrite, because now he can stack even more force markers on the Chrono Jet. Oh, interestingly, he's going on to the rearguard here, so he wants to spread his power. Maybe...
I think it's because he sees that Hikaru's on 1 damage, so Hikaru's probably going to no-guard a bunch of these attacks, especially the Sentinel Restrict Chrono Jet swing, in which case you want to say, well, he's going to take a bunch of damage, I don't want him to hit defensive triggers, I need to power up my rearguard so that they can hit over a trigger at least.
And I think also another factor is for if we go into the late game here, I don't think we've seen a lot of PGs being shown by Hikawa that were added to his hand. So it might even be hard to guard the attacks of the rearguards without PGs, regardless with those high numbers, because Gear Chronicle columns without force markers still hit for 23. With a force marker, that's 33. That still adds 25k shield every single attack.
Yeah, the only concern here is that in Jackie's shoes, he doesn't have that much extension, or he doesn't have that much reach. He's got these 4 attacks, but that's basically all he has, right?
From what we've seen so far, yes. If he drive checks a Ribble, he can extend into a 5th attack. If he gets the true protagonist power that most Gear Chronicle players experience, he's gonna rip multiple heals here, and that will put him in a very good situation, as seen as Hikawa is still at 1 damage. We could see a reverse double heal, and that could change the pace of this game significantly.
Yeah, and again though, the power, like, even though Smoke Gear gets a bunch of power, he's burning the boosting now, and he's using the Soul Blast one now, which means that he's playing around the defensive, I get that, but by not attacking with the Chrono Jets first, you risk like not having triggers to put on both columns to split the power. So Hikawa doesn't get defensive here, but my point is that if this had been defensive, this would have made both the next stage and the Chrono Jet attack much easier to guard, which then you probably still no guard because the Sentinel Restrict, but then the other Smoke Gear column is still stuck at what, 38, 40, 33, right?
Yeah, that's the number where you're stuck at. The thing is, however, with Jakey, I do agree with the play by just attacking with the smoker and using the draw, because not only do you prepare for a potential Ribble, because you draw 1 card deeper, so you increase the chance of seeing a Ribble. Also, if you see the Ribble in your drive check or draw, you could then benefit from the multi-attack, because now you can call over a unit that already attacked and benefit from the force mark, because Ribble is 23k on her own, so a defensive doesn't stop her when you Superior Caller.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You see here, he didn't find the Ribble, unfortunately, so he's just gonna... It's just gonna be this, and then your Chrono Jet into the Smoke Gear. Hikawa does, not a huge grip, it's like, what, 5-6 cards in hand? So if I'm in Jackie's shoes, I'm probably gonna go force to rear, right? Because you're going to assume that your opponent's gonna no-guard the Chrono Jet swing.
Yeah, I think he's contemplating about the future turns as well, because if putting the force now on the rearguard makes absolutely good sense in this situation, but how much would it impact next turn when there's a different situation with a different hand size, potentially different damage count, and then maybe the force on the Vanguard would have changed things with the potential guard restrict. Those are the things you need to keep in mind and calculate a couple turns in advance with Chrono Jet's guard restrict on the Vanguard, but also the beefy numbers on the rearguard columns as well.
So he's actually going to attack with the Smoke Gear first, so he's not even going to give himself the possibility of Vanguard trigger to Smoke Gears. So Hikawa's going to guard this super aggressively, which I think makes sense, because at this point now, you're just going to have to no-guard the Vanguard swing and hope that Jackie doesn't hit crit. Yeah, there's the no-guard signal.
There's one
the
crit!
First crit!
And there's the second crit!
Wow!
Okay, that's 5 damage! I mean...
Yeah, I was literally saying he has to hope for no 2 crits, and 2 crits appeared. Defensives do come in, but he can't heal, and yeah, 3 damage.
Honestly, this is ideal for Jackie, because now not only 3 triggers are out, that heal whiffed, so that's 1 heal left to worry about, and now his opponent's at 5. If he can survive this, which will be hard, but if he can, he's in a very good position moving forward.
Yeah, I'm not feeling confident though, because the one benefit to Laura, as I discussed last time, is that by calling a fresh board, you are aggressively deck thinning. So that's why Hikawa was able to hit, like, you see that he's got like less than 10 cards left in deck. He finds the Laura, so he's definitely got the rewrite at least. I think we don't see the Olivia, which would have been the ideal superior ride target for the reindeer, but he has rewrite on the reindeer, gets an extra force marker on top of the ones he's already getting. Very few cards in deck. Even though he damaged 3 triggers, there's still a lot of triggers in there. And I think Jackie's with like, what, 5-6 cards in hand. If Hikawa goes into a Laura and like properly remakes a board without hitting any of his normal units and his drive checks, that's 7 attacks that Jackie has to survive this turn, which I think is going to be easier said than done.
Now the question is, his deck is pretty thin. How much multi-attack options does he have if he goes into Laura, which is probably the target he's aiming for because he can consistently get there? Is there a lot of multi-attack options left at this point because his deck is so thin? Because he also needs to keep in mind that he still needs to drive check as well. So he needs to be careful with the amount of cards left in deck with all this filtering and superior calling and drive checking that's going to happen in this particular turn.
That, or he just says, I'm just going to go for game, and if you survive, you survive. I think that's probably the best option here. He's just committing a full board, which I think makes a lot of sense. These columns are what, like at least 38, which are all 30k shields minimum, which eventually Jackie has a few cards in hand, but we saw him drive check 2 crits. If he uses those 2, that's one instance of 30k shield. He then needs to drop another 2 cards at least for another instance of 30k shield. There's like, even if Hikawa only goes like 1 or 2 extra attacks off of the Laura, that might still be more shield than Jackie has access to. You see
With
him
that
planning out his guard here. It's looking really dicey. That's 4 cards left in hand.
Ooh.
Is this going to take the 5th? No trigger. Doesn't help at all. This is, I think, 38 as well. There's the 30k shield you need to guard 38.
He's probably no guarding this, because I don't think he can guard this. And so, or
PG
he is,
maybe?
I think he's saving the PG for the second swing.
He has the 6 damage shield here. Stand.
Draw.
Draw power to the Katir, but again, Laura's going to validate that. 6 damage, no heal, and that is going to be game.
That's no heal there. I would say that was actually pretty dangerous with the draw also coming in. But it looks like the Hikawa was aiming not to go into Laura, but into Lupina, as it seems.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because it also, Lupina restands your whole board, so you get to abuse that 10k trigger power that you gave to that Husray on the rearguard, which means that, again, all those attacks are now at least 38, so even if Jackie had more cards in hand, they just more shield value than asking for more shield value than he has no matter what, which is really dangerous. And I really like what Hikawa did there, where knowing that, okay, the Chronojet has twin drive, it's going to be 3 damage maximum. If I guard everything here and I stick on 2, it's impossible for you to win the game. Like, even if you get full anime protagonist, double crit me, I'm going to 5, I'm going to be fine, and then I'm just going to unleash hell upon you. And the heal that Jackie got on that turn was huge in letting him guard that attack and still have pieces to play with next turn. But again, like, he didn't see any more Ribbles. He had to Chronos Command into a board the first grade 3 turn, and that just, I think, took too much wind out of his sails. Meanwhile, Hikawa's on the other side of the table, just going, okay, here's 5 force markers on the board and an Axel, and I'm resetting my board every turn. I'm just doing more than you are. You're rushing to catch up, and I think at that point, the double crit, it catches you up in damage, but it doesn't catch you up in tempo, and I think that's what kind of sealed the deal there.
Yeah, the game was basically, a lot was determined on the very first grade 3 turns, as we saw him off the races with this high roll into the correct grade 4 that could just accelerate the amount of value you could generate, and he was off the races, where Jackie, sadly, ideally you want to go into a good board from hand into a next stage to just start pressuring your opponent with multi-attacks, but it was a situation where one player was off the races and the other player was still cranking his V8 or the old school car that just needs to run for another hour to get moving.
Yeah, I mean, like, would you maybe a little different? Like, would you have considered your opponent has just Anesca'd you and has got their Axel marker? You have no Ribbles, you cannot build a board. Would you have maybe considered just going into the next stage anyway, and just going no rear guards, just Vanguard twice, just for a little bit of plus? Do you think that maybe was a line?
Okay, so his situation was the Bermuda player was at 1 damage. I then was at 2 damage. My hand wasn't ideal. I could go into next stage. Yeah, I would personally. I'm the kind of guy that would just go all in. I would go with the next stage because the thing is, right now my luck is already really bad. And to be fair, his Kronos command board he called was probably one of the strongest command boards I've ever seen being called. Like the 2 smoke gears, good boosters behind it. Of course, Chronotooth would probably be a bit better, but with the grid 1 lineup he plays, the only one that you want to not in your hand is Lost Gear Arcade at that stage. So that was a really good board, but I would probably just hinge all my bets on the protagonist power that Gear Chronicle players usually rely on, and that's just go face, hope the best that he has like not enough triggers to guard the Vanguard swing this turn, and if he had, then maybe put up a little damage and then try to win the following turn. But that's the difference in playstyles, and of course his playstyle, as we saw with the deck list, is very Chronos command orientated with the control aspect, so I can understand his decision to move into Chronos command because he probably feels very comfortable with a Chronos command turn and to rely on that, because he could have got some really nice cards like Zayt and Abuz that could also set up his plays and to allow him to control the board a bit more, but sadly we didn't see that, and it basically concluded the game that we saw what happened this match.
Yep, alright. So commiserations to Jackie. I believe they are still within top 8 contention if they win the rest of their rounds, and of course, congratulations to Hikawa Skis for winning that round in pretty good fashion. But that's going to be it for round 6. We're going to cut to a quick break, and once again, just reminding you all, if you're following the tournament at home, you're playing in it yourself, make sure to tweet out on Twitter with hashtag BRO2022, share your thoughts and experiences. But until then, we'll be back with round 7 in just a few minutes. See you soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V-Premium's EU Tournament. We are up to round 6 now, almost 2/3, 3/4 of the way through the day. Had some interesting games so far. We've been able to stave off Gold Paladin up until this point. Somehow, we did have to let Bermuda on stream at one point, but don't worry, for those of you who are Gurgit fans, I promise you will be seeing it at least once before the end of today. But that's not going to be this round. We have been able to once again find another non-Gurgit matchup. So before we jump into the round, let's take a look at the standings at the end of round 5 and see how people are doing going into round 6. So we still have a handful of XOs here. We've got Lisk, Full Metal Paladin 21, Simone Todi, Manlong, and Swo. Once again, Stephen Lee So there, showing that he is really one of the best, topping AO, topping EU, Premium, V-Premium, doesn't matter the format, he will just win non-stop. Of course, his WCC teammates are very close behind him with X1 records at the top of the X1, Andre Lee and Toby TCG. And finally, in 8th place is Snow NA. Like we said, there's still all to play for, there's still 3 more rounds of Swiss, so nothing is set in stone yet. Even the players from 9th to 16th still have a chance of making in. We've got Derek Dow, Adrian Barber, Gurgit-san, Eni, Chadson, Karan Patel, Raindrop E, and Hikawa Skies, all able, still in the chance of making top 8 with their X1 records. So well done to them. Quite a lot of NA and AO players whose names I recognize. We don't have that much, at least I'm only aware of 2 or 3 EU players in the top 16 so far, so maybe we can change that around. But I know that for now, in the round 6 game, we do have an EU player. We have Raindrop E playing Dimension Police versus Kai from WCC playing Link Joker. Now, Kai has just come off the back of commentating the AO event, so to jump straight into playing, definitely takes a lot of stamina and effort. So congrats, well done to him for making it this far. But before we get into him, let's take a look at Raindrop E's Dimension Police list.
So here we see basically the Zeal turbo engine, where essentially they do the reverse of what Dimension Police is known for. Instead of stacking massive power on your own Vanguard, now you combine it with massive power stacking on your Vanguard, while also reducing the numbers on your opponent's Vanguard, thus having the best of both worlds. And this is basically a good option against decks that can spam markers, as Zeal can punish that. And as we've seen with most decks so far this tournament, a lot of decks can spam quite a lot of markers. So having this anti-marker strategy can be a nice way to catch people off guard, while also pumping up your numbers to massive numbers. numbers. And at the same time, we see the inclusion of Diarm, probably different fight is screaming with enjoyment seeing this card in this list. This is a great card to counter any decks that have massive hands. But what I do like about this particular list is that they do squeeze in copies of Miracle Beauty for the potential of more multi-attacks as well. So I like this list a lot. It has best of both worlds, or should I say every world of Dimension Police. We have massive numbers, power reduction, multi-attack capabilities, and consistency engines here. So I think we can see a lot of different spice moving onwards from this particular list, and I cannot wait to see what type of shenanigans we can see with not only Black's rewrite, but also Zeal's power reduction.
Yeah, for sure. It's really interesting how in Premium, Die Liner is like considered the best grade 3 for Dimension Police, but it's a very defensive card, whereas in V, you want to be spamming Brad Black to get your rewrites on and get loads of Force 1 markers, and rewriting into Die Liner doesn't really do much, whereas rewriting Zeal gives you extra bodies on the board. As you say, it can remove stuff from your opponent's board, and then you even have that Miracle Beauty for extra multi-attack. So this is a lot more fully offensive version of Dimension Police, which is very exciting to see. But of course, on the other end of the table, we do have Kai playing Link Joker. And this is a man after my own heart, ladies and gentlemen. He's combined both archetypes of Link Joke. He says, I don't want to play pure Messiah, I don't want to play pure Chaos, I want both. So we see here, he's got the simple grade Star Vader line from Clan Selection Volume 1 of Craving Claw, into Zirconium, into Chaos Breaker. That's it for his Star Vader line, because he doesn't need that much, nothing looks for the Star Vader name. Sure, Craving Claw adds Star Vaders in the top 5, but you don't really care about that plus. You care about Craving Claw to reset your locks on Chaos Breaker, to unlock your opponent's units, retire them, draw cards, and get force markers. The only weird thing here is that Chaos Breaker is all about getting force 1 to make your columns huge, whereas Messiah is all about getting force 2 since you're you're quote-unquote restanding by locking and unlocking the Volko. But at the same time, if you ride the Lagrangiard and slam Volko on turn 1, when you ride Chaos Breaker, having that Volko, which can now get to like 50, 60 with the Force 1s, pumping then 10k to your Chaos Breaker to become like 30, 43k, that's still a lot of power. And while Kai doesn't have any battle phase multi-attack while he's on Chaos Breaker, he does have the ability to be on Chaos Breaker, get a bunch of Force 1 markers, draw a bunch of cards with Chaos Breaker, and then rewrite Alter Ego for the multi-attack with his Fencer, his Volko, and his Burst Monk, and then try to win the game with 70 plus K unguardable columns across the board from there. And it's been working out for him so far. Maybe that's just because he's a good player, or maybe because his decks have been rolling really well. But as is always the case, we are going to be caster on caster blasting, so definitely going to be judging his plays. But I think the players are ready, so let's not keep them waiting any longer and jump straight into the game. So we have Raindrop E on the left and Kai on the right. I think having played a bunch of Chaos Breakers to help my friends test over the last few days, I can say for a fact that if Chaos Breaker goes second, the game is like, I don't think I've won a single game going second playing pure Chaos Breaker. So Kai's going second right now. Raindrop E does have Eternity Chaser, which is the best possible grade 1 Rye for Dimension Police. Kai does have the turn 1 Lagrangiard. Does he have the Volko to follow up? We'll see what he locks from hand. There's turn 1 Volko. Okay.
Kai's off for a good start. We saw in the previous game that the Link Joker didn't have it, but now we see the full power of the early game of Link Joker here.
Yeah, so this can definitely make up for the quote-unquote weak early game of Chaos Breaker, and it might even make up for going second. Like, at this point, if he has the Volko on the board, if he has everything going down, he might just forego the Chaos Star Vader and just like, okay, I'm just going to play the Messiah game. These Star Vaders, I can use the Zirconium to lock your board, and that's it. I'm not going to try and steal your markers or retire your boards or draw cards. I'm just going to go all in for my Messiah pieces and just high roll. The Gastro coming down, being locked off of the Manipulator of the Void, means that Raindrop is probably going to consider damage denying here, because otherwise turn 2, Kai's going to draw even more cards.
I mean, the funny thing here is, in this particular matchup, is that I think Raindrop honestly wanted to go second, because looking at his grade 3 options, he doesn't have an ideal going first strategy, because Black cannot rewrite if your opponent's not the grade 3. Zeal doesn't, I believe, get the extra full effect if your opponent doesn't have markers, so that's also not at full power, and you don't really want to ride either Die Arms or your Miracle Beauty. So his full engine will come up the moment his opponent is going to get to grade 3. Whereas Kai doesn't mind going second here, especially with this opening here. This opening is probably the best he could have wished for.
Yeah, plus the G assist coming in from Raindrop E is very difficult indeed. Like, we see that he does have the Brad Black, but no other grade 3s in hand. He's got the 2 copies of Twin Order, but he doesn't really need the Twin Order right now. But he is going to ride the Kaizad, which is a pretty good ride. It gives him extra force markers, and it gives him something to do on the Vanguard circle. But with the rest of his hand, you know, all triggers and all Twin Orders, there's no early pressure from Raindrop E, meaning that, like I said, you know, Chaos Breaker being weak going second, not being able to like start giving your opponent force markers to steal away, like this is going to be really difficult. Like, Raindrop is not doing anything to abuse the fact that Kai's not doing anything until turn 3 either.
Like, I agree with the fact that his hand isn't ideal for the early pressure, but because he wrote Eternity Chaser, only having Black in hand doesn't really affect him as much, because as we can see here, he can search out any grade 3 so he can set up for his Black turn. Interesting enough, he chose for Miracle Beauty, which tells us he probably wants to have an aggressive grade 3 turn because he knows he cannot rewrite, so he needs to do something else to pressure the game. But at the same time, as we saw, his hand is stacked with grade 0s and grade 1s, so he does have defensive options. That, at the very least, is some silver lining in this situation for Raindrop. And the grade 3s, knowing DP, will come. Like, he runs enough of them, they will come at some point. So having now mainly early guard option might help him in this particular instance, especially with Kai opening such a strong early game.
Yeah, I think going for the Miracle Beauty means that he just wants to be able to put forward an offensive, knowing that he's lost 2 cards to G Assist, and Kai has all the aggro in the world. You're kind of relying that, okay, I'm just going to hope that my that my Brad Black will find, like, the Zeal I need to re-ride. Because if you Brad Black into Miracle Beauty, you really don't want to be riding Miracle Beauty. But Zirconium comes down, going to lock the top part of deck. He's going to put on the front row, and I think this is smart because it denies Kai the 10k in the draw. It's a Brad Black, which can attack for good numbers. It's 13 against 13. And he knows that because he's going to be going first and the Brad Black isn't going to be at full power to get the re-ride, he's not going to have that much of a strong offense on his grade 3 ride up turn. But here, Kai pushing forward his board. It's going to be at least, 30, 20, 10 with the on-hit from Manipulator, with the plus. So he's chosen to counterblast for the Zirconium instead of counterblasting for the Gas Straw, which I think is reasonable. You already have 1 Gas Straw on the Volca on the board. A second Volca would be great, but also overkill. And I think this lock on the board here just means that if Raindrop E wants to commit the Miracle Beauty, he has to put on the other front row open side, and then that just leaves him with putting all his resources into the Miracle Beauty to get that offensive one.
I mean, the draw does help in this situation because now he can easily guard the Gus Store, and the Vanguard, I believe, is not strong enough to make it impossible for Raindrop now to guard. This 10k this 10k shield can help save a lot of hand here.
And he doesn't get a trigger. He gets a Craving Claw, which again is not very useful if you're not riding Chaos Breaker, but he's going to end the turn there, and not really putting forth the aggression we thought we'd see thanks to the defensives. Oh, but he does get the lock from hand and draw.
Calling out a Star Vader Craving Claw. For some reason, I have a suspicion Kai might ride into Chaos Breaker Dragon next turn, as he's setting up a nice Chaos Breaker turn with a lock card on the front row, Treasure Claw already being here, and with the fact that Raindrop is gaining extra force markers because he rode on turn 2 into Kaiser, this could help Kai actually generate a lot of value with the potential of stealing these markers off of Raindrop here.
Yeah, so Raindrop E is actually going to go for Force 2 onto the rear guard, and then using Kaizad to gain Force 2 onto the Vanguard as well. So even though he's planning to re-ride multiple times into the Zeal, he's choosing to go for Force 2 instead, just try and even out the damage, or maybe his deck's game plan relies on Force 2 rather than Force 1. Of course, he's not losing power because, as we've seen, he does have a bunch of Twin Orders in his hand. But here, Brad Black is not really doing much because, again, your opponent has to be on grade 3 for you to re-ride, and all this is going to do is just add a grade 3 to his hand. So he's not going to commit the Beauty either. Instead, he's just going to go for a Gel Sludge. Kai can't afford to counterblast 1, he's just going to draw a card here. But this is a 9k Gel Sludge into a 10k Vanguard, so is he going to commit a booster, or is he just going to pray for triggers off of the Brad Black?
I honestly agree with the fact that he's biding his time, because what I think he might be thinking of is that as soon as players are aware of each other's deck, I think Raindrop is playing into a potential Chaos Breaker Dragon, because if Kai is going to steal the markers of Raindrop, that means Kai is going to have an excessive amount of markers, meaning if Raindrop is going to rewrite into Zeal next turn, he not only is going to generate multiple markers, it also is going to put a lot of negative power on Kai because he has a lot of markers, meaning the restand of Beauty can actually be way more devastating with the extra critical that turn than if he just called it right now.
Yeah, the only concern I have here is that discarding the card for Kai'Sa to gain the Force 2 is maybe a little bit greedy, because you know that if your opponent has a Craven Claw on the board, you can expect that they're going to ride Chaos Breaker and just counterblast one, give you another Force marker from Chaos Breaker's lock skill, and then just Craven Claw to take them away again. Kai damaging another Volko is not ideal, but he still has a Volko on board already, and I think he held a defensive there, which is quite nice. But again, like, Kai's board is set up, and I think unless Raindrop has a way to deal with that Volko, it is eventually going to be his demise. Adds another Brad Black.
I like this, because now Raindrop basically sets up for next turn, because we saw him drive check the Zeal, so next turn he can just write the Brad Black, rewrite it to Zeal, and have everything set up that he wants, because he also has the Miracle Beauty to just call it to one of the front row circles.
Yeah, and he'll definitely have that front row circle open, because the Brad Black that's locked onto Raindrop's left side, we know that's not going to be retired because it's unlocking at the end of this turn, but there's no Chaos Breaker to get rid of it. But yeah, Raindrop is taking a very slow, very casual game, like nothing too intense. This is just a 29 with 2 crit, which is very easy for Kai to guard with his defensive. Just needs 10k shield, which Kai is going to give up. And so this is what I'm talking about, where so many decks that don't need your opponent to be on grade 3, if Chaos Breaker, like, this is one of those decks that does need your opponent to be on grade 3. So Chaos Breaker didn't have much pressure going in here. And Kai, only needs to guard 1 attack, took a crit, he's still only on 3 damage, he's still in a comfortable position, and his opponent now has Force markers for him to steal, and he has a Craven Claw to do so with. So yeah, Kai can just, we see the Chaos Breaker being rode in the end. He needs to find a way to lock a board first without counterblasting one. There's the Zirconium. That's going to be massive, because now Raindrop E doesn't have an open front row, so it has to be locked to the back row, which means Kai will get the 10k in the draw. And most importantly, because the opponent's Vanguard is now grade 3, Zirconium will now give Chaos Breaker that additional crit.
And with Treasure Claw in the field as well, he can also just relock the front row, get an extra pop, and extra draws as well. This is actually pretty good for Kai here.
Yeah, I think there's basically no reason not to do this, right? I think he's going to counterblast for Chaos Breaker first as well. Yeah, to give Raindrop a Force marker and then lock one of his rear guards. So what Kai's trying to do for it is set up a full front row lock, because Chaos Breaker will lock one of the front rows, and then Craven Claw will unlock the back row Beauty to lock the other front row, meaning that Raindrop is stuck on 2 attacks this turn, 2 attacks next turn with his Brad Black Reride, and all of his beauties that can restand are just being turned off because they just can't be there. But then there's the Craven Claw. The only concern here is that because Chaos Breaker gives your opponent a Force, what Raindrop can do now is give up the Force markers on his rearguard circles, because obviously they're not doing anything, and still have Force 2 on his Vanguard to go with for the 2 Vanguard swings next turn. And sure, the power might not be that huge, but it is still 2 swings of Force 2 with drive checks behind them that Kai needs to be aware of.
Yeah, and with the fact that rewriting, depending on how many Force Kai is going to take away here, he doesn't necessarily have to rewrite his Blad Black, so he can save his Blad Black for a turn where he can actually go full throttle, and just attack with the Black Black without rewriting, go into another grade 3, and in the following turn just rewrite that extra Blad Black to set up the full combo once he feels like he's ready.
Exactly. I really like the idea of Raindrop not riding here, because it means that when he loses that other Force marker during his end phase, it means that during the turn afterwards, when he has no more Force markers, he can then rewrite the Brad Black, put the Force 2 back on his Vanguard, and get back to business. A second Craven Claw comes down. Okay, so Kai is really going to play the long game here. He's just going to abuse Chaos doing what Chaos does, draw a bunch of cards, steal your opponent's markers, and then at some point draw into the Alter Ego, and then finish Raindrop off when he's at, say, 5 damage. Because now he doesn't have to force 2 pressure on the Volko, he's just relying on Raindrop being on 5 damage and those 5 attacks to be threatening.
Yeah, and now we also can see the beauty, which is actually a really interesting synergy between Chaos and Messiah, is that once Kai went into his Great Free turn, his drop zone was completely empty except for a trigger. So he couldn't really get a lot of value of Messiah if he even wanted to in this situation, because his opponent didn't even control his board. So he can go into Chaos, just put some pressure, and once the game is going into a late stage, into the end game, then he can potentially go into an Alter Ego, has his entire drop zone ready to use it, and just unleash mayhem if he wants to.
Yep, so Raindrop PG in the Vanguard swing there because it does have an extra crit from the Zirconium. Takes the massive Volko swing, which is what, 48? Kai whiffs the top 5, which is unfortunate, but to be expected. Most of them are out of the deck at this point. And then there is still a 30k Zirconium on the side here. Kai also hit no triggers, which is pretty good for Raindrop. You know, these columns are still guardable. But again, Raindrop is now on 4 damage, which is very close to being threatening. 10k from the Volko also goes onto the Zirconium, so that's now a 40k column. Still guardable, not impossible, but I don't think you want to take this, because then you'll be on 5, and that just tells Kai, like, please rewrite Alter Ego and go to town on me.
Yeah, I think you would guard this, but I think Raindrop...
The heal is huge. He does heal, so he does stay on 4, which is ideal.
That's really good. I think Raindrop was maybe betting on going to 5, so that if he hits with his Force Tune, with his double critical Vanguard, that there was less chance of Kai potentially healing out of it. Maybe that was what his plan was?
Maybe. I'm not sure if that's a good plan though, because as we see in Raindrop's list, he was playing 6-6 on draws and crits. So the chance of just finding a crit and just killing Kai this turn is super low.
So let's see if he decides to rewrite or just call Booster. I think calling a Booster is fine here.
I agree. So the concern with here is that Kai will probably still guard these Vanguard attacks anyway because it's 2 crit and you don't want to be crit out of the game. And when he does that, he's currently stuck on 3 damage with no open counterblast. He's not going to be able to use Zirconium or Chaos Breaker, so he won't be able to set up any more locks, which means that'll be the end of Raindrop's board being destroyed. And I think the reason you don't want to rewrite it is because you know that both of your lock cards are unlocking at the end of this turn, so Kai is going to be able to rip apart all of the force markers that you generate, so that would just be lost value.
Especially seeing as Sky Soul is still completely stacked with enough cards, so it comes down to what we're going to see, what Raindrop decide to write. I assume he either is going to rewrite into another Black, or he's going to go for a Zeal to maybe push for a bit more pressure, or just say to Kai, if you don't have a PG, you need to waste a lot of hand size here to at least guard this attack comfortably. Or maybe say no
Kai
guard.
does have that hand size. And, Raindrop's recuperating a little bit with the Gel Sludge, draw a card since Kai has no counterblast, and then forcing Kai to Soul Blast so he doesn't become 8k base. I think the fact that Kai Soul Blasted for this shows to me that he's probably going to intend to guard this. And I think it's pretty easy to do because this is only, 31k? So yeah, he's just going to drop 15k shield to become 43, which I think is 2 to pass against 2 drives. The first check is a blank, second check is a draw. It's good, but it's not really what you want to be seeing here because that rearguard doesn't do anything, your boost is already expended, and you're rewriting.
And at the same time, the draws don't have a lot of shield value, so you're dependent on what you draw off the draw trigger.
See if we can find a Zeal here. It would be useful, not the best. Or maybe he just sets up for next turn and just adds another Brad Black and just chooses not to rewrite. Because you'd be discarding 2 cards. Rewriting at 23k, it's not really doing much. He does find the Zeal.
I mean, at the same time, this is deck filtering for Raindrop, so there is always going to be an advantage of doing this. You get more triggers in deck compared to your normal cards, and at the same time, those Great Frees don't really do as much in this particular situation if your hand is completely cluttered with them. So if he has like 4 Great Frees in hand and he knows he's not going to use them, might as well just discard them to get another attack. Because I don't think Die Arms, depending on seeing as Kai's hand size isn't all too great, Die Arms don't feel like they're going to do as much in this matchup.
Yeah, so he's going to discard the Miracle Beauty. So he's discarding the Zeal as well, so he's probably going to read out the second Zeal. There's the second Zeal. So on place, he's going to do a bunch of stuff. I'm surprised he didn't discard one of the Brad Blacks instead, maybe. Considering that next turn when Kai removes his force markers, rewriting the Zeal and just going for it straight away. Because at that point, Kai will have 4 force markers going to his next turn. When you rewrite Zeal next turn, that's going to be really powerful, right?
Oh, that's a pretty good top deck, by the way. Calling that
Gel
off
Sludge
here.
coming down is good. It gets him another draw.
I think the reason why he didn't the reason why he discarded the Zeal and not the Black is that he probably wants to rewrite the Black next turn to have potentially 2 Vanguard swings. I think that's the angle he's going to take here. Just maximize the central column pressure here, because against Chaos, your rearguards are usually very underwhelming or just non-existent. So the more pressure you can generate from your center column, the better your matchup is going to be. So I think that's what he's prioritizing in this particular instance.
Yep, so Kai there is getting, not going to Soul Blast 1 for the Gale Sludge, so -5 there. And then -5, 10 more from Zeal.
If Kai has a PG, then that probably will amount to nothing, but depending on...
I think you just take this here. Kai's on 3, it's 2 damage. Raindrop only has 1 drive check. The chance of it being a crit and losing Kai the game, I think, is pretty slow. And again, like, if Kai's plan is to stay on the Chaos Breaker, he needs that counterblast to be able to retain a board lock.
I mean, I agree, and I'm a risky player, but I'm sweating right here, and I'm not even playing. I don't know how good of a chance that is, because how many crits have we actually seen from Raindrop? I don't feel like we've seen that many.
We'll see if Kai chooses to guard here. Again, he's -15, so he's currently on -2k. So guarding this is without a PG is actually going to be borderline impossible, I think.
Yeah, because
given his hand size.
It looks like the Zeal is what? Is +10 of black, so he's at least 23. Does he have more power stacks?
I don't think so. So it's just 23 to -2. So you need at least 30k for a 1 pass, which I think Kai's thinking about.
Either he does. I don't think he has a PG in the head, because I think he was
He's no guarding. Yeah.
Oh, and he's okay. That's no
crit
crit.
comes down, so 2 damage. The last Volco goes into damage, and his 1-off Fencer. So if Kai wants to rewrite the Messiah now, there's not really much. He doesn't have that much gas going for him unless he gas straws into a reset. He's just, I think, now deciding whether he wants to Chaos Breaker the full board. He's gonna do 1. Presumably removing the Gel Sludge because it's the Interceptor. Draw a card and remove both of Raindrop's markers. So the question is, do you need to retire the Brad Black on rear to draw a card? And I think the answer is not really.
I don't think you have to, no.
Yeah, and I don't think he healed, and I don't think Kai healed any of his damage either. So for him to rewrite the Alter Ego and set up like a second Volco or the fence onto his other column is going to be really hard. I mean, he does still have the gas straw, which he can push forward, and it's going to be 20, maybe 30k that can put something else onto the board, lock to unlock with Alter Ego again. But this is, I think, the issue with playing Force 1 is that when you're playing Messiah with Force 1, no matter how big your columns are, your opponent can just guard, take at least one of them. Whereas if you're playing Force 2, the columns are still 30 to 40, which are still fairly difficult to guard, especially given how low Raindrop's hand is. But now they're much more lethal.
Yeah, I think in the current meta for V-Premium, being able to create consistent 33k attacks is probably the magic numbers here, especially if you can put Force 2 out of it, because in most situations, especially with the removal of the 20k shields, it asks 2 cards of your opponent's hand for every single attack. So a full power Messiah turn can easily ask 10 cards from your opponent's hand if you want to block every single attack.
Yeah, so Kai there choosing not to retire the Brad Black with Chaos Breaker. He's also not going to rewrite, but he does push the Gastro forward. I think he just wants to draw a card at this point, and now that the Zirconium has lost its 10k power, it's still giving crit to the Vanguard, assuming Kai can get a lock onto the board. So, getting the quote-unquote draw a card from the Gastro, I think, is probably more value here. So, if Kai's going to counterblast 1 to give a Force marker to Raindrop and then lock the Brad Black, or lock the back row, and then Craven Claw to relock it again, that's probably his best line, I think. Unless he has another Zirconium, but it doesn't look like it. So he's going to use Chaos Breaker, Counterblast 1, lock the back row.
For which you would personally choose? I think I would go for the booster in this situation.
I would absolutely lock the Eternity Chaser, because the Eternity Chaser can... It's not guarding any of the attacks, because Eternity Chaser's effect on the back row rearguard circle only stops attacks that are 25k or less. And with the Force marker, all of those attacks are well over 30k. But it's more the case of you want to reduce Vanguard pressure, and removing a 10k boost from your opponent's Vanguard is good because it makes the attacks easier to guard. So I agree with that line here. Blocking the back row Gel Sludges doesn't really do much because you're going to retire them, your opponent loses an intercept, but it doesn't really matter because they'll just make a new board anyway. But Craven Claw going to go into Soul to unlock the Eternity Chaser and relock the Brad Black. And Kai's then going to use Chaos Breaker to kill the Eternity Chaser and draw some cards. And getting his other force marker, which I think will go... I would probably put it onto the Vanguard column here, because you've got 10k on Chaos Breaker from having a lock card in play. And now you just want... Your opponent's on 4 damage. You want all the crit pressure on the Vanguard and just force your opponent to either PG that or die.
I think I want to close this game this turn, because keep in mind, if Raindrop survives this turn, he does have an open front row rear guard circle, and I believe he still has access to potentially Miracle Beauty. And if he can go into another Zeal, Kai has 5 markers. He's gonna go minus 25k that turn. That's hard to guard then.
Yeah, Kai choosing not to... Oh, he is going to boost in the end. Yep, so that's going to be... It's only going to be 41, but it does still have the crit from Zirconium. So Raindrop still has to guard this. So do we see the PG come out?
I feel like he's gonna PG this attack, right?
I think he kind of has to.
Or maybe he's worried about potentially hitting double critical on Kai's side. Because those rear columns hit bigger than the Vanguard.
He's just going to hard guard it. That's 40k shield. That puts him on 53, which is 2 to pass.
Okay, the no trigger.
No trigger, so that's good for Raindrop. He can take at least one of these rear guard swings. So in this case, I'll probably look at... They're both going to be 50k, so it actually doesn't matter.
And if he has a PG, he can easily just take one and then PG the other one. If he has a PG.
Yeah. Sorry, this is 50 right now, and it's actually going to be 40 on the Gastro column. So he's going to take this. No defensive, but he should still be able to guard 40 on the Gastro, I think. We only need 30k shield, which we'll see if Raindrop does have. And this is the other thing I like about leaving the 2 Gel Sludges in the back row, is that, as you mentioned, if Raindrop wants to commit the Miracle Beauty to start aggroing back, those Gel Sludges are going to sit there in the back row wasted, like, you know, until they get retired, basically. Because there's no way that Raindrop's pushing them forward because he has better attackers to go with. That is 50k shield. That's...
Those draws coming in clutch, apparently. Because those were the 2 draws he hit earlier, I believe.
Yep. So that barely guards it, and then Kai will still lock from the board. There's the second Volco. Now that Raindrop's on 5 damage, he's willing to give up the crit from the Zirconium. And now, when he rewrites the Alter Ego, he now has this full combo of 5 attacks that Raindrop will have to survive. So I think if I'm in Raindrop's shoes, I think I have to win this turn.
Yeah, this is the turn where you have to win, because I don't think his hand is that ideal anymore, because the cards he probably had left last turn were mostly grade 3, so he's probably going to use this turn. So if he can rewrite in the Zeal, if he has the option, I think he's in a good position here. Here's the Black. That's step number 1. That's the first step he needs to take.
I think rewriting the Zeal is going to be harder than it sounds, because we saw that he discarded 1 earlier for the first Brad Black, and he run to the second. And he's only playing 3, so he needs to dig for that third one off of this Brad Black effect here. So we'll see if he commits the Miracle Beauty. I think that's his best chance of winning right now, I'd say.
I assume
Sludge comes down, he's going to try and draw into it, I guess. Makes sense.
And I think he's going to go all in this turn, just use Black skill, get another 10k to everything. And I think we can assume he's has a Miracle Beauty in the front, gonna call it. Otherwise, that Sludge would probably be moved to the front row.
Yep. Takes the draw.
He's thinking about it.
He's probably going to recall a booster instead. Because the issue with Miracle Beauty is that it only stands when it stands your other Miracle Beauty. So he needs... With a locked front row, he can't get the full Miracle Beauty engine off. So I think he's probably just to commit any 13k body that he can find. Losing the Gel Sludge is a bit of a concern. Maybe if he called it to the front row, maybe could have made a booster behind it, but no, he's going to replace it with a regular 8k. Twin Order is the best booster potential, because now that, if he counterblast 1 for Brad Black, that's going to be 23, 33, it's going to be 41 on the first swing, or if he saves the Twin Order for the restand, it'll be up to 61 on the second swing, which is still, you know, PG or die territory for Kai. So 20k Kaizad coming in.
Isn't it 30? Oh, he didn't use the Black skill, did he?
He didn't, no.
I wonder if maybe he forgot about the Black being able to give 10k to the front row.
I think it's very possible. So I think you don't boost here, yeah, because you want... Wait, is he going to boost here? He is. Interesting. I would have said it's more value to get the 20k on the restand more than anything, but no, he's just going to go for it. So this is 31. to Kai. I mean, Kai's on 5, he doesn't need to guard, but this is much easier to guard. And because he soul blasted for Gel Sludge, he doesn't have the minus 5k. And yeah, like, I think the idea is that you're banking on the fact that you're going to re-ride Zeal, or you're going to find Zeal off the top 7 with Brad Black, re-ride into it, minus 25k opponent's Vanguard, and then they have to PG that anyway.
Yeah.
But again, like, it's just, I think he could have made a bit better numbers on this turn, but this is still fairly easy. Kai's gonna drop the PG now, discarding the alter ego. So I think Kai is very much aware that he needs to survive this turn no matter what. It's blank draw. Of course, the power is unfortunately wasted. Finds a die arm. I think Kai doesn't have 10 cards in hand, but he could always rewrite the die arm, but it's not ideal. So we'll see if the top 7 finds him his last Zeal. Or maybe he found it off the draw trigger. We'll see. But Raindrop's deck is getting very thin. I would be surprised if he doesn't find it. He finds a Miracle Beauty.
That's another option, but I don't think he's gonna do all too much on the Vanguard circle.
We'll see if he has the third Zeal left in his hand. Did he draw it off of the Gel Sludge or the draw trigger?
With his deck being this small, there's actually a pretty big chance he has it. So he's looking at his hand, trying to decide what discard. Probably both Great Freeze. Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's the Zeal. Oh, this is big. Now the question is, does Kai have another PG? Because I think he needs a second PG this turn.
So Zeal on place is gonna call to the Kaizad column. Hopefully it's gonna be something good and not a trigger. But even if it is a trigger, that's still 5k into Kai's minus 18k.
That's
another
really
Kaizad.
good card. Oh my god. That's a really good top deck in this situation.
Yep, so that's going to be a 20k body into Kai's minus 18. And so Kai basically needs to have another PG for the Vanguard column, and then another 35k shield, no, 40k shield for that Kaizad. This is looking very dicey all of a sudden.
They're all counting all their triggers, potentially. And I think Kai is taking everything. Kai does have a massive hand, so there's a likely chance that he might, if he has another PG, I think he can survive this turn with the big hand size that he has here.
So we'll see how he's going to plan to guard this. I think the PG has to come down here, so that's probably he's putting apart the PG, and now he's planning how much he can guard the Kaizad column with. Although maybe you just hard guard the Zeal and then naturally guard the Kaizad, because this Zeal is only 23, 10k from the Brad Black. So 23 with only one drive is actually like a lot easier to guard than you think, right? Because then you want to save, if Raindrop hits any triggers here, they're definitely going on to the Kaizad, so maybe you want to save the PG for that instead.
I mean, with the current numbers, the Kaizad is 3k weaker than the Vanguard, so they don't really change a lot in how much you need to guard. It's just that the Vanguard, you have to gamble if the drive check hitting or not. And with a PG, you don't have to worry about it if you know you can comfortably guard regardless. Only now, if you PG the Vanguard, you know if you need to dedicate more shield or not. And Kai is saying no guard. Heal coming in. That means Kai needs to double heal this situation to survive this.
Yeah. And
no,
he doesn't get it. That's
it. Dimension Police coming through, even though it got stunned right at the gate with Kai's Starvader's playstyle. It's a very interesting match, but as we've seen, if you are able to put a lot of pressure on the center column, Chaos Breaker Dragon is going to struggle. And that's what we're seeing here with Raindrop and his Dimension Police.
Exactly. And I think, as you mentioned, the big deciding factor here was that Kai sticking onto the Chaos rather than going into the Alter Ego to play Force 2 meant that when Raindrop would eventually go into Zeal, it was going to be way more damaging for Kai. It's like minus 25 as we saw in that turn, and Kai was just unable to guard. Whereas maybe if he had just committed to the Alter Ego game plan, it would only have been minus 5 because of the 1 or 2 Force 2s. The crit 2 pressure on the Volko might have gotten there, and then he would have been able to guard the Zeal attacks a lot more effectively in exchange for not having defensive pressure. But yeah, he did end up dropping the Alter Ego for the PG in the end. So maybe he just chose that he wanted to remove the Force 2 pressure from the board and draw cards instead. Hoping to try and secure the game before the Zeal's minus power became too big for him to deal with.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that we really saw the Dimension Police player, either it was intentionally or it's just that his general game plan really counters the Chaos Breaker strategy, because not only is he going for Force 2, thus not really relying on a lot of Force markers, and seeing as he can rewrite, thus creating 2 Force markers every single turn, he already doesn't really care all too much about his markers being destroyed. But on top of that, with Chaos Breaker Dragon being able to spam create markers on their side, the Zeal player is just very happy with the fact that his markers are being stolen to the other side, because when Zeal slams down in this late game, minus 25k, that's a lot of minus power, which essentially equates to plus 25k on your front row. It's a super persona right, you could say. And that's pretty good with the multi-tax here. So
yeah, he basically says, like, you can turn off my Miracle Beauties, I don't care, my Vanguards is going to come in like a freight train and deal with you the good old-fashioned way. But again, of course, congratulations to congratulations to Raindrop and congratulations to Kai. But we are continuing the stream tradition of casters being cursed when they appear on stream. But that's going to be the end of round 7 for now. We're going to cut to a quick break. Sorry, round 6. Round 7 is coming up, and it's going to be back to myself and JJ. So once again, make sure to shout out with hashtag BRO2022 on Twitter. We will be taking a look at those. But until then, we'll see you in just a few short minutes. Take care. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the home stretch. Round 7 and 8 left to go. JJ and myself are gonna coast you in back into the garage. So JJ, how did your break go?
Not bad. I got to watch some justice being delivered by Dimensional Police, striking down with their sword against our homeboy Kai. I think he fought like very admirably with Chaos Breaker. It was a really fine match to watch. Both of them taking every last ounce of their deck and doing what they had to do to get their dubs in. It was really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no bias from me, but I'm actually quite glad that Dimension Police won, because, watching Kai get to ride turn 1 Lagrange, put down Volko, and then have both Zirconium and Craven Claw when he rides Chaos Breaker, I literally don't remember the last time I had either of those things happen to me. So, that might just be a little bit of jealousy talking, but, I'm okay with that final result. But before we get into the round 7 match, let's take another look at the standings yet again. Still got quite a few Exos, Full Metal Paladin 21, and Leask, and Man Long. So Full Metal Paladin 21, as you remember from last week, Premium was doing pretty well as well. Good to see that his performance is continuing here today. And then we still have a lot of the WCC players still on an X1 record. We have Andre Lee, Toby DCG, and Stephen Lee all on an X1 record, followed closely by Simone Toady and Chadson, also on an X1. Now that we're getting towards the end of the day, I think these wins and losers will matter a lot more. So you can probably say, I think you can confidently say that anyone who's XO here is more or less favored to be in top cut. And all the X1s, they can maybe afford to drop a game or two, but there's still a little bit of work to be done. But it's between these X1s, and as you look at 9th to 16th, this is where the battle for top 8 is really going to come into its own. Because there's a lot more X1s still in, and some X2s could even still make it if they win the rest of their matches. But, right now, there's still no X2s at the 16th place or higher. Instead, we've got KG Akaza, Raindrop E, who we just saw, Roman Cardfight, Mr. Sketchy Kalen Fallon up there in 12th, Doublet, King Udon, Chai Yong-chi, and Brave Mile, all with an X1 record, all in shot of making top cut. But for now, again, we're not going to assume anything. Instead, let's just focus on round 7 right in front of us. We've got Leask from Singapore playing Gurguit. I'm sorry, folks, it had to happen eventually. You are going to see Gurguit on stream, and we are just going to have to deal with the fact that it is, one of the best decks in the game. Fortunately, his opponent, Double T, also from Singapore, is playing something that's still a little bit more interesting. They are playing Great Nature, specifically an Isabel variant. But before we look at that, let's get it out of the way. Gurguit, we all know it's there. Let's take a look at the deck list and see what he's playing. So it's mostly a standard list. He's got the Sagramors, he's got the Max Lash, the One of Percival. It's actually at the grade 1 and 2 lineup that his list varies a little bit in an interesting way. So he's playing Josephus at grade 1, which is to give him a bit of counter charge, which is quite interesting because it's basically, usually I see Gurguit lists relying entirely on Din Drain, and if they need extra counter charge, they'll play Berengaria, the grade 2. And so playing Josephus means that he has an 8k body as opposed to Din Drain 7k, which is better for making numbers with. but it's also a little bit harder to make it work because you can't Sagramore or Wonder Airs or the Josephus. You just have to make it come down and then Soul Blast 1 Countercharge 1. Of course, Gurgit doesn't use that much Soul, it only Soul Blasts for Sagramore, so that's not really the issue either. It's still just a case of it's a little bit harder to work. Of course, the +1 for the on-ride is nice, but again, at 2 copies, it's not super consistent. And then the other great he's playing is Paramore. Now, usually we see either Fallon being played at this, I think Fallon is the most common option of this line, mainly because it has really good on-hit pressure. But instead, he's playing Paramore here because he does have Jeffrey, which he's playing at 3. Again, most lists usually run 4 for the consistency of finding Gurgit, but having 2 extra hits off of the Jeffrey just gives you something else to play with. And while Paramore isn't that great because it costs Counter Blast for an overall +half, I want to say, because it pluses the board, not to hand, it's still a decent beat stick coming in off of the Gurgit. But just like most Gurgit lists, he's looking to abuse the combination of Aglavel and Max Slash, plus Gurgit, plus Percival for those Axel and massive power boost, and try and win the game from there. I think there's a lot more that needs to be said, so JJ, why don't you walk us through the Isabel list?
Okay, so Isabel is a great nature archetype, looking to draw a whole bunch of cards, putting cards from the top of their deck into the drop zone, allow them to use added effects. We will be discussing a little bit more of the archetype, hopefully a bit more in depth while during the match. It tries to manipulate their deck in the archetype and also gets a bit of guard restrict. But without further ado, I think the players are ready, and I think we're ready to get into this game.
Yep, so let's see. Players are still just cutting and shuffling. So, going back about the sort of go first, go second dynamic of V, it's very clear that Gurgit is at its strength going second because you need your opponent's Vanguard to be grade 3 to have the power pump to your board for Axel circles. But in the same vein, Isabel also reaches its full power when your opponent's Vanguard is a grade 3. So, would you say, I think it's maybe worth saying that whoever goes second here is favored.
I think since Isabel actually doesn't really care whether or not it goes first or second, since the Black Liqueur or the Black Shadows can both still trigger on both either turns, whether it's first or second, whether or not your opponent's grade 2 or not.
No, both of their effects to get both trigger effects are your opponent has to be grade 3.
Oh, I meant the on-play skill.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
That's what I more meant.
I mean, that's the thing, like, Gurgit can also still get its call from deck on attack, Cannonballs on top 5, if it's on grade 2 as well. So both decks can still play the game going first. It's just that they reach their win con if the opponent's going grade 3. So we see here that Leaks does go first, rides a Dindrain, which is not great, it's a 7k body. But again, going first, like, having 7k is not that relevant. Like, you only care about 7k going second because then you can't hit your opponent's Vanguard. So I think it's, in the end here, it's kind of inconsequential. Doublet is going to find the old Luquier off his grade 3 search, Isabel, the Black Shadows. So he gets a mill, and we'll see how it goes. Of course, the thing about Great Nature is that it has a lot more early game, between Binoculars Tiger, between the Parakeet, and between Barcode Zebra. It can aggro a lot more effectively than Gold Paladin can, because Lisk is pretty much relying, if he wants to aggro back, he needs to ride Aglavel or Paramore, spend the counterblast on them to actually, like, make bodies.
Oh, wow. An aggressive turn here. He's going to be calling down the Monoculous Tiger on the rearguard circle if he gets a trigger, which he ended up getting one, which was a critical trigger. He's swinging out for 18 into 17, forcing him to guard out of his hand here.
Yeah, the defensive is nice. It does mean the second attack is a lot easier to guard. And he does ride the Aglavel, which gives him a bit of plus to board.
Yeah, so he'll be able to counterblast one, take a look at top 3. He's going to be able to choose one to call here. And since he's going to be using that skill, he'll be calling Paramore out. Looks like he's just going to keep it to that.
Yeah, he's choosing not to use Paramore there, which I think is smart. He wants to save his counterblast for his Gurgit turn. And Doublet is going to damage the Black Liqueur Isabel there, which is kind of concerning because we know that he has at least the old Isabel in hand. We'll see if he has the new Isabel to ride. Parakeet comes down. Again, this is what I was saying about how Great Nature has that early game power. Like, Binoculus and Parakeet are both active on Vanguard Circle and Rearguard Circle, so Double can just, get a lot of tempo here.
Oh, I really like this grade 3 ad here. He's going to be adding the Heal Guardian. I love when players do this, because you could probably say, well, he's currently on 2 damage. His opponent's going to be rushing him a lot more after this. But at least with a Heal Guardian, it gives him a chance that if he gets a defensive trigger, even him thinning one out, if he hits like a draw or a crit, it makes his Vanguard a 25k base, which is really hard for a lot of decks to push through.
We're going to resolve another top 7 there. Finding, again, another old Isabel, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like a Sage of Black Shadows, but that's okay. That's fine. He can still like resolve the skills and stuff for it, so it's all right. Just gonna be shuffling his deck here. He'll be able to add it to hand, and I expect him to swap the Monocular Stagger with the other grade one.
Mm-hmm. So this is the interesting thing here. Gurgit is well known as being one of the best decks in the game because of how strong its combo turns are. But if you think about it, it's actually surprisingly weak in the early game because at its core, Gurgit is a combo deck, which means it needs to hold on to all its pieces. You know, like those Sagramors, those Max Slashes have 0k shield, your Wonder Ezzels are combo pieces. Like, you need to be holding on to all these things. So you actually don't have that much to guard with in the end.
That's right, since you're kind of devoting all of that to like your front triggers, and so your only card advantage you tend to get is from your Jeffreys and your Dindrains, and you already rode one already, so this puts him in a scenario where he needs to get as much as he possibly can from his Sacramores and his Axels, but he does hit a draw here, which is pretty good. It does give him a bit of a cushion.
Yeah, it makes up for the guarding that he had to do on the Vanguard swing. Of course, the Zebra there swinging at his rear, like keeping the board low. Doublet just wants to deal with as few attacks as possible before Gurgit's swing. Of course, at this point, looking at Doublet's board, knowing that he has Old Isabel in hand, I would consider whacking at the Barcode Zebra there just to get it off the board. He does have the Percival, the one-of on turn 3. This is insane. This is going to give him the second Axel. It's going to +1 to hand. It's going to put the Aglavel onto the board. This is going to be everything he needs. And even if he doesn't have the full combo, it still puts him in a really good position to guard Doublet swings and then go for like a massive re-ride 3 Axel combo turn next time.
Yeah, so right now he is going to be looking to whether or not see if he has a Sacramore that he could possibly call as well, which could get some follow-up extra at multi-attack plays. He does also get access to one Ezel that he could possibly use as well, just as a beater, just as a regular multi-attack possibility that he can go for. Just the whole deck is just comprised of just getting good stuff for regards on the board that could just push aggression to your opponent's face.
So see what other bodies he commits here. Like, I think Wonder Ezel and Sagramore aren't super valuable right now because, again, Doublet's grade 2, so Gurgit's Power Pump is not going to be relevant. So he's going to make the Paramount here, which is the next best attacker. It's just, 5k shield, 9k power, you're just happy to let that go, give it up, whatever. So yeah, 12 into the Barcode Zebra is exactly what he wants. He wants to get that Power Pump off the board. And then he's got one Counterblast open. I think if he wants to be greedy, he can definitely use the Aglavel to shove one of these 2 bodies into the soul and then clear the Axel circles so that he can get to the Axel circles and still hit numbers against Doublet, assuming Doublet doesn't get any defensives. This is 14, so it's 10k to guard. Doublet does have a huge amount of cards in hand. He's more than happy to guard that. And then Aglavel is 24. Interesting, he shoves the Percival into Soul and not the Paramore. So he wants to save the 5k intercept in exchange for hoping to find an actual body that can actually hit the Vanguard. So Doublet's going to burn the Heal Guard here, +10.
Yep. And
so we'll see what Gurgit calls out here. Because now, even if he calls something huge to the rear guard columns, they're not hitting. So he finds the Max Slash and the Gorbaduck. Gorbaduck will gain 5 because something else has been called this turn. But there's no Power Pump, there's no +10k because the opponent's Vanguard isn't grade 3. So this is just a 25k column. And I think I like this play a lot because, rather than going for 2 extra attacks, which are both like 5k to guard at most, assuming they even hit, he's saying, okay, give me another 15k shield, please.
Yeah, since if he does hit like a front trigger or something, it does still add a bit more pressure to the board. So
but arguably, maybe you should lean into the front trigger, right? Maybe you should have just called 2 things onto the front row that didn't hit. But yeah, he checks 2 blanks, so it did make a difference. And now Max Slash boosted comes in. So this is only 25. And Doublet just takes it. So this is one thing I dislike about this line of play, is that it leaves Max Slash on the board. You know, as we discussed, this is a full combo deck. You need all of your pieces, and Max Slash is one of your most important combo pieces for going off with. And leaving it on the board there, Doublet is more than happy to just, I think, attack into it, because you also have no damage. So if you guard like 1 or 2 attacks, he's just going to whack at your rear guards, damage deny you, and then you can't use Gurgit's on attack effect.
So right now he is going to be riding the Sage Saint Mentor of Black Liqueur, Isabel. So he's going to be resolving in top 3. Going to be taking a look at the 3. Going to be putting them in any order. Then he'll see whether or not he'll be committing any of the other grade 3 rear guards here. It's going to be Soul Blasting 1, Milling 1. It's a normal unit. He'll be able to add that to his hand.
We get both effects because the Isabel is active since the opponent's Vanguard is grade 3. He's committing another Isabel. I think he wants to make a huge board here. So by rearranging the top 3, you can avoid milling triggers so that you can drive check them, which I think is really great here. So he's getting, again, massive power pump off of the old Isabels, find a Binoculus, and this is great. I love this, because now he can counterblast 1 for Liqueur Isabel, choosing itself to reuse its on-place rearrange of the top 3, which is exactly what he's doing, so that he can guarantee himself triggers on the drive checks and still mill garbage with the Binoculus Tiger because it's on attack, and go from there. Of course, he doesn't actually have any counterblast, so you can't actually use Binoculars on attack, but in this case, it's just finding himself triggers to drive check.
Right now he's considering whether or not he wants to leave it in that order, because it could be a possibility of maybe a PG or 2, maybe a critical or 2. He's thinking whether or not he wants to go with this as a play. So his Vanguard does get plus 10, thankfully.
His whole front row gets plus 10.
Oh.
Yeah, so even that Binoculus, you know, even though it's not using its on attack effect, it's still a 24k beat stick plus triggers. So again, if I'm in Leask's position here, like, you want to no guard this because you need damage because you're Gurgit and you need counterblast to use your effects. But the no guard here, that's 1 crit. Like this, Doublet could just check a 2nd crit and end the game right here.
Yeah, especially since he needed to take this.
Yeah, and you saw your opponent rearrange the top 3. You have to assume there's triggers coming in. So that's 3 damage coming in. Like Leask might just lose the game here.
I would be very shocked. I mean, hey, if it happens, it happens. This is heal trigger. It goes off as well. There you go.
So that keeps him alive. Power to Vanguard. Going to 5, which is not the best position, but again, it gives you a lot of counterblast to play with. So this is okay. Like he's now 22k defensive. He has counterblast 1 to use Gurgit's ability defensively as well. But this is now just 24 going in at rear, and then what looks to be 47. These are still pretty big. Both of them are 47, plus the Binoculars boost, making it 55 with Binoculars effect. These are some big columns that Leask has to guard still to survive.
Yes, for a lot of people who might not know what Binoculars Tiger does, is that when it attacks or boosts a rear guard, you can put a top card from the top of your deck into the drop zone, and you may gain. Your opponent can call Sentinels, and your opponent can only call triggers. So then your opponent has to only guard with normal units, which is tough. Well, only triggers. They can't guard with normal units, but it's still like really tough to deal with.
Yeah, and the fact that Doublet is attacked with the lone Isabel first, not only is it good for numbers and defensives, it also means that Leask has to guard this Isabel first, and has to decide how he guards it, playing around the Binoculus. So, Binoculus will go off, Soul Blast 1. Again, it'll restrict both of them because Isabel is live. Milling a non-trigger is great. So, does Leask have 2 more triggers to call for the Binoculus here?
Yeah, that's right. Or
this is 55 against 22. He needs 35k shield for this. That's 3 triggers. I don't know if Leask has those.
I think he'll be probably using the Gurgwit skill here, that if it attacks or is attacked, which is currently the state of things right now, he'll be able to look at the top 5 cards and call up to 2 cards from among them, and he'll be able to just be able to call shield. He could call both of them to the Guardian Circle, so
yeah,
that puts him
works.
on 52.
So he needs 5k more to guard this, because this is a 55 column. But the interesting thing is that Binoculus only locks from hand. So if he found one, Leask could theoretically have PG'd off the top of his deck with Gurgit.
Yeah, that's right, since PGs do trigger when placed.
But he does find the 2 triggers, which is great. You know, it's a huge amount of shield. So Leask now just needs 1 more trigger from hand to be able to effectively guard this. And I think he probably has it. I would hope he has it.
I would think so. Or it's just another 15 shield. But either or the other, he'll still be able to survive this turn.
Because by attacking all in on Vanguard, Doublet hasn't killed the Max Slash, which means that it will be on the board to wreak havoc with next turn.
Mm-hmm. Doublet is on low damage, so thankfully he can take a couple hits here and there, and he did end up milling or putting cards on top of his deck into the drop zone. Relatively a decent amount of non-triggers, so the possibility of him hitting at least like one defensive trigger is relatively high here.
Yeah, for sure, and defenses are exactly what you need against Gurgit. Of course, the only concern is that if he re-rides a Gurgit, that's going to be 3 Axel circles, that's going to be 15k to the front row.
Yeah.
That basically negates a trigger, and those columns are still like 24 at least each.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I think they're just double checking that Monoculus does restrict both types, so Least has to guard with another trigger here to not take damage, and he might not have it. I think he doesn't. Oh, he's got 2 normal units, and I think he doesn't have it. Is he going to take the 6th damage, or is he going to drop that last trigger somehow? Because this isn't enough right now.
No, it isn't. So he's contemplating whether or not. I think
Just
he's
confirming.
just like, just making sure. He's like, yeah, do I need to guard with this exactly like this? Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't have the last trigger. That's the 6th damage, and that's game. Doublet secures it off the hopes and dreams of Monoculus Tiger. What a game.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that match for a second, man. That was a crazy one.
I mean, I think it just goes to show you that, no matter how good Gurgit is, it's just not invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure, it's still a tier 0 deck, and I would still say that if you're taking part in a V-Premium tournament and you're looking to win, I think, choosing Gurgit is going to be like one of your best chances of... It's going to give you the highest chance to win, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it's still a really good deck. But the fact is, as we mentioned, by going first, he was able to still commit some pressure, but because he's playing things like the Paramore and the Josephus, and he wasn't playing enough extenders like Fallon or enough pressure units like the Eagle, he wasn't able to make the most out of going first. And as a result, we saw Doublet there, getting the quote-unquote full power of his great deck, going second because opponent's grade 3, and even though he didn't have the restanding Peacock like we see in a lot of Great Nature lists, the fact that all 4 of his columns were like, 40k plus, because there were no Dindrains coming down, there was no like repeated plus coming in from Gurgit, because Gurgit, despite being really good at aggro, again, is a combo deck. It doesn't draw that many cards. If you can put forward enough of an offense, it does fall over at some point, and that's exactly what we saw. He just... he used up all of his triggers on the first Isabel attack. Should have used up we saw he had 15k worth of normal units in hand. If he had used that on the non-Monoculus column, he would have saved himself a trigger to guard Monoculus survived. But not being aware of Great Nature because it doesn't get seen a lot of play, he mismanaged what little shield he had, and that just was his downfall.
Yeah, some of those games can tend to happen, and exactly as you said before, like no Jeffrey got resolved, no Dendrians had been resolved, no extra draws off of the Sacramos to filter through for just units that he could possibly use to be able to guard with this turn, and maybe just matchup knowledge as well. I mean, he had a couple fronts here and there, but he needed a lot more to guard against that last one. Defensive helped a little bit, but alas, just short. A day late and a dollar short.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, like you said, metagame knowledge, like matchup knowledge, knowing that Isabel is a deck that compresses his deck by milling, rearranges the top 3, looks at the future, like that is... It's not to be rude to Great Nature, but Isabel is a deck that basically is just about crit sacking your opponent more often than other decks. And as you saw in that game, turn 1 crit, turn 3 crit, it just did what it needed to do. And if you're not prepared for it, if you don't hold back a bit, as we saw at least committing to his Gurgit attacks, committing to the Percival, leaving the fight. He left the 5k shield intercept in the front row, which was nice, but it wasn't quite enough, and he wasn't able to just farm up that defensive power, just survive long enough that he can rewrite the Gurgit and get that plus 15k to the front row.
That's right.
But that is going to be the end of round 7. We are almost at the end of it all here. I'm going to take a break for the end of the day. Round 8 will be done for you by JJ and Eric, so stay tuned and come back to them just after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final round of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. The last one, the final stretch, we're almost there. Woo! We took a while to get there. So with us today, we do have two awesome players, two prominent players within the Cardfight Vanguard scene, who are going to be going head-to-head together in the final round, trying to make their chance into the top 8. Are you ready, Mr. Timely? How are you feeling?
With these names, you can never be ready because things are gonna be flying from left, right, and center, upside down, underneath. It's gonna be very exciting.
Okay, cool. Nice. So first, instead we were gonna do to the standings, but now we'll actually end up skipping that. We'll actually go into the quick deck review. It'll be both decks that are just really custom fit. Both of them are decks that you're probably have seen through most of V-Premium already, and then we'll go into the game itself and we'll talk about how the matchups and pair-ups go into it. So since the players are already ready and ready to fight already, we don't want to keep them too long and keep you guys waiting. So let's get into the first deck first from Toby TCG. And he'll be piloting Astral Poets, an archetype that came out not too long ago, actually. I think it was set 12 that they got their last wave of really powerful and impactful support, allowing them to accelerate their force marker generation and being able to put a whole lot of pressure on your opponent, and having a defensive capability with Holy Heavenly Dragon, Eonasis Dragon, being able to perfect guard against some of your opponent's attacks or protect itself against your opponent. Really lethal threats.
It's a very powerful deck. Most people compare it to an Hyrule deck, but with the latest support, you couldn't really call it Hyrule anymore because it's pretty consistent, and we're probably going to see this deck being at full power in this match.
That we will, that's true. So then we also have another prominent player within the V-Premium sphere, also other formats as well that he's done really, really well in. We also have Kalen from the United Kingdom going to be playing some Gold Paladin. It's a tried and tested list. It's pretty stock, is it not, Eric?
Yeah, it's basically the cookie cutter build to what we expect Gurgit to look like. Now we see the Phalon and we see the Dindray being played. The previous Gurgit deck that we saw had a bit more tech options. This is a list that we would expect Gurgit to look like. So we can expect Gurgit doing Gurgit things, and we're probably going to see some Gurgit time moving forward.
I don't like you now. Come on, what are you doing? I don't like you now. All right, guys. Thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for tuning in. This is the final round. Let's go. All right, getting into this, from what we got from production here, is that Kalen had to G-assist for grade 1. You hate to see it happen, getting rid of a Max Slash Dragon and a front trigger. Some of his defensive offensive options completely gone for the rest of the game. How is that going to be looking for him, do you think?
I think it's going to be very dangerous depending on what his rest of hand starts, because we sadly didn't saw the rest of his hand, because we see that the Astral Poet is going first, and we already see pretty good... Oh, the Astral Poet my bad. The Astral Poet is going second, but we see the correct cards already being here. The correct grade 3, we see the Eonasis Dragon, so we can expect Toby TCG going to be very strong out of the gate. So if Kalen cannot set a good defensive option with Gurgit, this could spell disaster. So we have to wait and see how the next couple turns are going to pan out here.
Yeah, so because since DK of the Just Path skill, being able to allow him to put a quick shield from his hand into his soul, effectively getting it for free, and being able to add to allowing him to get a force marker, attacking for 26 against Kalen, and with crit on the end of it, taking that 2 damage to the face.
So move forward. We see the Phalon coming down, which honestly is a pretty decent Vanguard right target, because it gives the on-hit pressure to potentially multi-tag. So this could be a good setup for Kalen to at least push back. We do see the hit here. Now, what's going to be the top card? Is it going to be a good beater? It's the Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey is a solid beater because it does get an extra 5k power, so it can hit here. So, honestly, not a terrible hit for the early game. And we see the Eonasis Dragon going to the damage zone, so that's an additional PG going away here. And another grade 3, which to be expected with the crazy high grade 3 count that we see from Toby TCG.
Exactly, and then this is gonna be a prospectively dangerous turn. Most players in the situation would possibly try to damage deny Astrogenesis, because since the Octorus of Fervent Wills does need the grade 1 in the soul, which he usually always has, or you could put it into the soul with decay, or you can end up guarding with it since the grade 1 allows you to put itself into soul. It gives you a force marker by revealing one of your Astral Poets or your Divine Deities, and it allows you to draw a card and get a force marker. So now this is an aggressive push from him with the Phenomius of Constellations, which gives him extra 5k per force marker.
With this aggression, I feel like Toby DCG is trying to set up to win next turn. Because the only thing he misses now are 2 additional grade 3s. Because he has his correct right targets, he has all the force markers he needs, he has the Aeneas Dragon, which will search out his Valkyrian. So the only thing he needs is 2 additional grade 3s to reset the Valkyrian and just have the complete combo for next turn, with his opponent already being at 4 damage here.
But on the flip side of that, though, don't forget is that Gurgwit does tend to use a whole lot of Counterblast in going into a very aggressive turn, even if it cannot give out the 5k power per axle marker it gains. It could use a lot of that Counterblast for Max Slash Dragons, for the Percivals, for a whole lot of other cards that you'll need on a rearguard slot. So this can allow him to possibly get a push that's worthwhile.
So right now we see an Agloville, which is one pretty decent beater. We see the second Fallon, so this is I think the last Fallon he has next to as he runs only 2 copies. So this could be a potential extender. So I think Kalen's aggression comes from the top decks he's gonna find with his Gurgit here, as we see no actual consistent multi-attacking on the board right now.
No, that's right, because right now it looks like what he wants to do is what he's going to currently do. Attack for 19. He's going to take this one, Toby will. He'll bounce that back to hand, attack with Gurgwit, Counterblast 1. Hopefully get some cards from the top here that allows him to either make use of his Counterblast or his Soul.
Ooh,
That's the
boss are coming down! This is huge!
And another Agloville as well, so he can put a Percival in Soul, get an extra power again, and get some extra multi-extending attacks. This is going to be a pretty crispy turn here.
The only thing that I'm missing from Kalen's side is drive check and draw trigger. If he can hit the Sentinel draw here, he has everything he wants.
Yeah, he does run front triggers though, so it does allow him the chance of maybe hitting one and equalizing the damage. So he's currently thinking on what he wants to do and how he wants to resolve his skills. Because he could choose to either call it from the drop zone or call it from the deck. I would expect him to call it from the deck because it does allow you to filter, which is pretty important because it allowed him to hit more triggers potentially.
So I would assume the rest of his attack patterns are going to be Percival in the rear, then the Fallon on the axle circles, and then lastly you're going to attack with the Aglovilles for the high numbers. We see the draw PG coming down. He has everything he needs in this situation.
Yeah, it is still going to be kind of tricky since Valkyrian is the 70k rear guard, but it's not over yet.
So Jeffrey is the second one, which we see another grade 3 hitting to Toby DC damage. So that can be an issue for Toby if he doesn't have enough grade 3s to call to the back row circles, because he needs 2 additional ones here.
That he will. So this is going to be for 12 to his 10. He's not going to want to intercept with his Phenomius because each of those is a counterblast that he can use to draw an additional card to recoup the disadvantage he's got in this game.
Another grade 3. This is interesting for
This is a tough one. So, oh man, this is a real tough one here. So he's going to be swinging in for 19, 24, since it gets plus 15.
It should be 24, yeah, because the dinner was already used from the previous attack. So this was...
Oh, it's only 19. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's only 19. I'm thinking of Ghost Ship. Never mind. It's not a Ghost Ship.
Interesting enough, he decided to attack with the Fallon lastly, which has the unhit. Would you personally attack with that one a bit earlier in your combo when your Toby still has like lower damage?
It's a possibility that Toby might have used the heal guard earlier, I guess, against the Agloville, if he could have. It's a possibility he actually should have used the Heal Guardian like as quick as he possibly could, which would have made him use less cards out of his hand. But if his hand was just 15k shields, it literally didn't matter the way how he did it. Then it didn't change anything.
Yeah, that's actually quite an interesting observation, because now that we just learned that he had the Heal Guardian in hand, but decided to not opt it in the early attacks, while Kalian did dish out quite a lot of attacks here.
Yeah, because I think it ultimately just came down to him still being able to, like, you still have to guard for 10. Almost all of the attacks anyway, and so it didn't change too much.
Okay, so here we see the Astral Plane opening up, because he wrote the correct grade, the 1 and 2 that combined are 5 grades, which is the perfect setup for Toby. There's the Valkyrian, so only 1 additional grade 3 is what we need here.
Which does allow him to get 3 drives here, but a lot of his grade 3s are currently in damage, like 3 of them are gone. He rode 1 of them. Valkyrian's on-play skill being able to allow him to take a look at the top 5 cards of your deck, sending 1 card to the drop zone, and you acquire the drive checks equal to that amount, and those cards go into your soul.
So are we seeing another grade 3 being called down?
Okay, so he did hit a grade 3 off of the Valkyrian, so he's going to use Finimia's skill before he commits more cards to the board. I'm really happy that players do something like this. Is that first you want to use most of your draw skills and draw effects before you commit anything.
Yeah, because that means that you have more knowledge of what the optimal play is. Because you could accidentally call a card in the field, then you draw a card, and then you realize, oh, if I called this card instead of the card I just called, I would have made a better play, but I've now already committed cards to the board.
That's right. I do have a small issue though with the placement of the decay, because he could have placed it in the front row on the force marker, which would have allowed him to be called an Aeronesis Dragon to the back row, so that he can rest the 2 grade 3s in the back row and still have attackers in the front row to attack, which giving him multiple attacks to attack with.
I mean, in this case, calling out another I think it's pronounced Finiminas. Yeah, Finiminas. I think it doesn't really matter anymore, because it's like the ideal grade 2 that you want at the front row, because it's the magic beater for this deck. So I assume he's gonna call down the... Yeah, there it is. There is the second copy that he just searched from his deck. And essentially, Toby TC... Now we see why he took all the damage. He just wanted to use every counterblast he had available to him. I think that's...
of course, yeah.
Because now he filters his deck for quite a significant amount of cards, and luckily all the damage he took were no triggers, and with a triple drive Valkyrie and the twin drive on the Vanguard, triggers are bound to be flying this turn.
He could actually even do something that's a lot greedier than this, and he could call the Valkyrian over the Valkyrian and try again and see if he hits the grade 5 Valkyrian.
Or just another grade 3 to filter his deck for another card.
Yeah, true. And then he only plays crits. He doesn't play any draws, just crits and heals. So this is a very, very dangerous turn.
Would you have guarded the rearguard here? I think I would have taken the rearguard that could have guarded. That could take it with 1 damage here. As soon as it's 2 damage. Because there's the crit.
So I guess what he could have also gone for is maybe try to use Gurgwit's skill here to guard against it, but since of the assist and plus his pressure turn, he was not able to guard this, and he took the 2 damage. And
that's basically the power of Valkyrian. If it goes off, and it's dangerous with the amount of pressure, because everybody is familiar with Valkyrian being 70k, but don't forget, the Vanguard is massive, and with these grade 2s, those rearguards are also massive nowadays. So every attack hits like a truck with this deck.
Yeah, and he couldn't stop everything either, because it's like, if he hits a crit on any of the rear guards here, he has to guard Valkyrian twice. So if he gets a crit on Valkyrian, he has to PG that twice, and then the other rear guards and Vanguard themselves, if that also has a crit, it's really tough. It's super tough to deal with. He only had triggers left in his deck as well, I think, so... That was a tough one. They both played their best there. I think Kalen was a little bit on the back foot, but I think he did really well.
I think the interesting thing, what we saw with this particular match, in contrast to what we've seen so far today, is just the sheer speed on these players, how fast they're playing. They're very calculated, they know their decks in and out, they are probably very familiar with their opponent's deck and how they're played and what they should account for, so they only need to take minimal time thinking about their card patterns, what they need to call when and where, and they can just go on autopilot mode and just go through the motions and just quickly go to the decision and just only take a breather at these specific interpoints in the game where things are a bit ununique to a certain instance. And that's what we just saw in Dispatch, how fast these players were playing. Like, it went by in just a second.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it's blazing speed since they've been playing V-Premium probably since the beginning of V-Premium, even before then. So then playing archetypes that they've probably played for like over a year or two, or archetypes that they've just like V-Premium is not that complicated of a format, but it does become more complicated the better players that you face against. And this was a situation that both of them already were competent at it, and it just played itself out more or less how it would.
And honestly, I'm very curious of where these players are going to take it, because there's a high likely chance we're going to see both players moving on to day 2. So there's a likely chance that Toby TG and Kanan need to face up against each other again, and Kanan might get his revenge tomorrow.
It really would have to be depending on the standings, which we will get right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 V-Premium Europe event. We have just finished the 8 rounds of Swiss, about to move into the top cut. But before that, we still have some standings, so we have the bracket show, a little bit more, to say before we say goodbye for the day. But first of all, gentlemen, what's your thoughts on the day so far?
I'll be very honest with you, I can't even begin. I'll let Eric go first before I collect my thoughts. I gotta collect my mental here.
I mean, I'm probably in the same mindset as JJ. I'm sweating here, not because it's hot, it's because these fights have been very exciting and fire-inducing here. It's been a very exciting day. We've seen a lot of variety of decks. We see probably a lot of people assume we see a lot of Gurgit, but we mainly see a lot of very interesting decks. We saw DP with a very interesting Zeal approach. We saw Chaos Messiah, which is a very interesting deck, and even Musketeers and other very exciting things. And that's just the beginning. I'm very excited for what we see today, and I cannot wait what we're gonna see tomorrow as well.
For sure. So something I've been thinking about, like watching these games and commentating them over today. I want to draw a comparison to Premium, if you guys will humor me for a moment, right? So Premium, it's all about these little micro decisions, small things here and there, like differences in player skill, knowing what to do when and there. Premium is almost like doing surgery, right? Or you're fighting with needles and knives and very precise small things. V-Premium is just whoever has the biggest sledgehammer, right? You're just gonna whack. And it's like, nope, I got more markers than you, I got more crits than you, bang, good night, goodbye, thanks for coming along. And the thing is, they are both exciting and interesting in their own ways. And I think the fact that we can have 2 completely different games of Vanguard, despite still being Vanguard, has been really, really great to see.
I agree with that. I mean, with some of it, but most of it I agree with. You know what? 80% I agree with. I feel it might not be sledgehammers, might be a train, I guess. Who who has a bigger.
I don't know if a train is a downgrade from a sledgehammer, though.
No. Look, okay. So this is a comparison. Those cross country trains, and then you have the little metros, right? It's. Who has the right of way in this situation is the person who says, okay, I currently have the right of way, you need to calm down, right? You need to chill out, hold all these attacks, and maybe you get your chance next turn. And that's kind of the aggression we tend to see. And then you have players who are really, really good at the game, who can deliver and show us some really good gameplay.
Yeah,
so I like that.
And speaking of good players, someone we were unable to show on stream, but someone I want to give a shout out to. He did use the hashtag BR2022. Shout out to our boy Philip from Top Deck Heroes. He unfortunately had to drop after round 7 on a 4-3 record. Commiserations to him. But yeah, man, 6 damage heal followed by 2 to pass with 2 crit to pass. Bang! Ooh, what a game! I think that's kind of like the exact excitement you want to see out of a game of V-Premium. But of course, he's getting ready to play an NA. He's going to be up all night for that. The Gauntlet. We're going to pass over to them very soon. They're starting, I think, an hour or 2. But before then, we have the standings for you before we show the final bracket. So, Eric, why don't you walk us through 16th to 9th place? See who's unfortunately made the bubble.
So here we see the number 9 to 16, the players that sadly bubbled out, but are still very top players. I think we all need to congratulate these players, of course. As we see on 9th place, we see Chia Yonchi, we see Chatson, the Groomy guy, Hikawa, which we saw on the stream earlier today. We see Hydra and Kalen, which we saw in the last game with Gurgit against Astral Poets. And we see also Bravemal and Burrow Kuval Dovas. I think that's how you pronounce that. These are players that sadly didn't make it to top 8, but are still players that performed really well in this tournament, in this 8-round tournament going X2. And I think there's I can assume that from some of these names, we're going to see them more often, maybe in N8 later today, or in future tournaments as well, as they are names we've seen before, and we're probably going to see again in the future. But this is the 9th to 16th place. What we're here for is seeing what the top 8 players are and what we're going to see on day 2. So let's take a look at the top 8 player. And here we see our number 1 man, the man that went undefeated. We got Man Long. But beneath that, we see another familiar face we see earlier today, as well as the brackets throughout the day. We see Full Metal Paladin on 2nd place, as well as WCC So, which also been the winner of the regionals of brackets in Premium, if I remember correctly. But we also see Lisk, which I also saw earlier in the stream. We see Toby TCG, which we saw earlier. Andrew Lee, Doublet, and Annie for the last player coming in for the 8th spot with X2. Overall, pretty notable names that we've seen before in tournaments, players we've seen even today fighting it out, and players we're going to see tomorrow as well. But that said, this is the top 8. We also want to know what we're going to see tomorrow. So let's take a look at the brackets, which Jeju will show us, and go along as we can see who is going to face who tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Eric. So let's take a look at the top 8 brackets. We have Man Long on that Highlander, that good old Anj Highlander goodness, versus Any, who's going to be piloting. Do we happen to know what we're piloting already? Can't quite find it yet, but we do also have Lisk, who's going to be going against Toby TCG, who was playing just now against Kalen, and he's going to be playing Genesis Astropos. We do have Full Metal Paladin, who's going to be going against Doublet, who we did see earlier today in the stream. Then we have WCC Swole versus Andre Lee. Wow, such a good star-studded cast of players just going to go at it for the top 8. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, 3 players from WCC in top 8. I'm sure those guys must be very over the moon right now. Unfortunately, it is Stephen Lay versus Andre Lee at the bottom of the bracket there. So it's going to be a WCC team kill in the first round of top 8. But there is still a chance for them to go all the way. And, despite what we said at the beginning of the day, despite, what people think about V-Premium, I think there's only 2 or 3 Gurgit decks in top 8. It's not a complete Gurgit domination. I think what happened is that as the day went on, all of the Gurgit players sort of knocked each other out with a lot of mirror matches. And we're also, like I said, Gurgit might be tier 0, but it's not unbeatable. You still have Poets, which as we saw is just, make the Valkyrie and flip the crits win the game. We saw both Lisk and Doublet playing, again, Gold Paladin, and Isabel, still making it to the top 8, squeezing his win against that. We had a lot of players like Raindrop and Kai, squeezing in at X1, barely missing in at X2. A lot of these players that really could have easily made top cut just barely didn't make it. And just showing you that even we had I think 40-something% of the field was playing Gurgit at the start. Not 40% of the top 8 isn't Gurgit. I think that just shows a lot about how, like I said, it's like these freight trains versus freight trains, sledgehammer versus sledgehammer. It's even if you're Gurgit, even if you're this massive juggernaut barreling through the coastline, there's always another fish. There's always something bigger. And if 2 trains crash, one of them is always being derailed for sure, but one of them might stay standing. And then we'll just see how it is. I'm more excited to see that we haven't seen things like Night Rose. We only saw Revenger once. DI is also really popular right about now. We haven't seen the Anj build, the Anj Rolenka. That's also I think the second most popular thing in the moment. It's gonna be interesting to see.
I think to continue on that analogy and discussion here, some of these Gurgits, we see Gurgit players, especially these trains, are very powerful and are pretty consistent. But if we keep on in the same path, all these decks that are moving forward are maybe just persons standing on the rail. but those persons probably have a guided missile that can go off in certain situations, like this Monoculous Tiger that can kill in one go, or this Astropod that can high roll somebody till 6 damage, or what we see earlier at the beginning of this stream, when we saw the Highlander player just going in a Nesca and just be very powerful out the gate. A lot of these decks have a powerful combo that can just win a game outright, and even if your name is Gurgit, that might not be enough to survive that.
Yeah, that's right. Because you have, like, in V-Premium, you do have a lot of situations where, like, games might not go the way you want it to. You know, assisting is a thing. You don't have that guaranteed process of writing as Overjust does. You don't have the same amount of card draw in filtering consistency that Premium has. Your V-Premium, a lot of your archetype cards are very stock and ready to go, and it's very dependent sometimes on how you open and how you can close out a match a lot of the time. How much you can filter out your deck allows you to get you a better chance of hitting the triggers that you need.
Yeah, exactly. There's a very different, like, skill requirement for V-Premium. Like, you know, Premium is all about fighting for first stride, etc., playing around your opponent's big G guards. Whereas V-Premium, like we keep saying today, is like, you know, do you go first or second? Does your deck care about your opponent going first? You know, does your opponent need to be on grade 3? Do you need a grade 3 in Soul? Do you go first? Do you go second? If your opponent, like, you know, if you're a going first deck against another going first deck, or if you're a going second deck, you know, there's all these little variables that are arguably harder to control, but how you play into that, I think, you know, has a lot more impact on, or is a better reflection of player skill. Like, you know, if you're, okay, I'm playing going first deck, but I'm going second, how someone reacts to that knowledge and how they, you know, play the early turn, going like, I need to survive this, I need to survive that, I need to sort of, you know, abandon my combo in some cases. We saw Gurgi, you know, they were dropping pieces because they weren't able to get the board pump, and it's just seeing that sort of, you know, just on the flip of a coin, things can totally change, but, yeah, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and not to cut you off there, I do happen to have the top 8 deck list for you guys so that you guys can know what to expect going into the top 8. We have Man Long, who is playing the Anj Highlander deck that was talked about before. We have Full Metal Paladin, who's going to be playing Revengers. So he's probably going to be playing some Raging Form into Raging Fall. We have Swole, going to be playing some Aqua Force Stavos. We have Lisk, is going to be playing some Gold Paladin. Toby TCG, who we saw earlier the last round, is going to be playing some Astral Poets. Andre Lee is going to be playing Bermuda Triangle Anj Highlander, and then Double T, who we saw earlier, is going to be knocking around with Isabel, and Annie playing some 2019 Overlord. Okay, I see you. I respect it.
It's like we say, right? You just flip crits. You know, sometimes you just go first, whack them in the face, and you know that's the fat lady sings.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know when I wake up. When we start this stream, we see Bang Dream, and we saw some. I think we even saw players playing Heroes. Are you playing 2018 or are you playing 2022? What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you that, you know, like, if luck is on your side just a little bit, even something like Overlord can make it there. Yeah. And I should mention, by the way, we'll see it again when we show the deck list on stream for top 8 tomorrow, but just to give you guys that little bit of a tantalizing taste, so that you tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST or 5 p.m. SGT for top 8, this Overlord deck has no heals.
Oh, I respect this. I respect the hustle.
But yeah, there we go. So we have 2 Bermuda Anjas, only 1 Gurgi in top 8. You know, I'm for what I was expecting out of V-Premium, I think this is a good top 8.
I think so too. I agree.
I think we couldn't ask for anything better for what we've seen here. I'm very excited for tomorrow. I cannot wait.
Yep. So once again, you know, we're going to be live tomorrow morning, same time, 10 CEST, 5 p.m. SGT for the top 8 cut. All 3 of us will be commentating all 3 games. So we'll see you all We'll see you all there first thing in the morning. But until then, enjoy the rest of your days. Take care from all of us. Thank you for watching. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.
Be awesome. Stay awesome, everyone.
Till next time.